Hello, it is 13 Wednesday. It is Wednesday, 13 August, that is, 2025. I'm setting up for stream tonight. Hope everybody is locked in and ready to go. Be getting everybody up and going here shortly. So stick around. I got some folks that will be coming in. Censorship sucks. We got uh, Paranormal Intelligence Agency later, along with, that's right, the Vixen's Vault. You don't want to miss any of this. It's going to be great. So stand by while I get everything set up and ready to go. I'm running a little behind because, yeah, I got behind. But we'll get everything going here in just a few minutes. Trying to get everybody going. Well, that ain't gonna work. So I guess we'll just go over here. Get this one going. Hey, how's it going?
Good.
All right. Getting everything set up and ready to go.
Good.
Still working on that, as you can see. Got a little distracted. I got Zeus over here today.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. There we go. You sound a little on the low side. Are you?
No, I'm just getting all my stuff together
there
here.
We go.
Yeah,
okay.
I was eating a cracker when you first called me.
Oh, that's okay.
I got a few more crackers here, so bear with me if I sound on the low side as I'm chewing on these things.
Linda Porter over in Facebook. Hello and welcome. I am getting everything set up. I'm still working on some platforms here, making sure everything's ready and good to go. Yeah, I was gonna check out a different room to do the pre-show, but we're gonna just have to end this one like at the 2-minute till mark, and then I'll bring you back in on the same one. Brett should be already in this group already. So that should be good. Make it easier. We're going out on. We should be going out on all the platforms right now.
Well, bear with me, folks. I just realized a few minutes ago I'm kind of hungry, so I grabbed one of those little packets of crackers and cheese,
Yep.
And I'm just kind of scarfing on them here, so I can get something in my gut before we go live. I probably should have eaten an entire meal before now, but I didn't think of it until the last minute.
I was trying to do the same thing, but that didn't work out. But anyways, the enchiladas are in the oven. That's all I got to say. And Celeste will probably be bringing those to me here in just a little bit. Oh, yeah. What is going on?
So my little Starlink Mini, man, I got a you can just plug it into a car lighter,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. You don't need the inverter or anything. Just plug it right into a car lighter. And then to mount it, my buddy showed me this rack he got from Starlink. It's so simple. I can mount that thing in like 2 minutes, like forever, in 2 minutes. No, nothing.
Yep.
So I'm looking forward to that. I gotta order that. But yeah, I've got the DC converter now, and yeah, it's so simple.
That's cool.
With my last unit, I had to run my inverter to change my, my 12 volt to 120.
He says he's Barry says he's in the house waiting. I don't know. Can you buzz him while I take in here?
I don't see him in the lobby or anything.
Hold on here. Let me try to bring him in. Oh, that's wrong. Clicking wrong things. There we go. Zeus, what are you doing, buddy? Come on over here. Come here. Let me make sure that I got my OBS set up so that there we go. And for the teams, and I'll bring down standby. And we'll do that, and there they go. Hey, Barry.
Testing.
He's in. He just needs to turn mic on and plug in.
Welcome, all you freaks and clowns. What's going on?
What was that?
Not much.
That was kind of muffled.
Oops. Okay, there we go. Now say something. I can hear you. Hello?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
That's a lot better. Yeah.
What did you do?
What do you mean?
I'm getting feedback. Oh, I got feedback off myself here for a minute. But now it cleared up. Yeah, it cleared up now.
Very interesting.
Okay, Cylon from Battlestar Galactica.
That's a Beastie Boys riff.
Yeah.
It most certainly is, man.
Intergalactic, planetary.
I kind of like the one that just repeats in your head and you just say...
It sure does.
Hey!
No, not that one.
Hey!
Okay, Barry.
Want to drive people insane.
Thanks, Roger. Appreciate you restreaming us again tonight.
Thank you, Roger. To infinity and beyond.
No, you gotta say one step beyond. Do 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 do.
What?
Who did that? I can't think of who did that. One Step Beyond song.
One.
Okay.
Feedback. Test.
No, you sound great.
Mic check. One, two.
Yeah, you sound perfect, dude. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, use that because that was it, man. Whatever you're doing now, you're doing it right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now it
For
sounds
Sunday
like it's
show with Willie. Yeah, anytime.
It sounds. See, it's echoing now, but when I put it on normal, it sounds. It sounds echoing.
I don't hear any echo.
It's perfect now.
No, it's not.
And now it's just echoing forever. I don't get it. It's strange.
Yeah.
I think it sounds good.
Good.
I think it may be the user.
Add just a little bit and it's like kind of in the background, and it's not too annoying, but yet you still hear it.
Too annoying. Okay.
How about like that? Where it's soft,
I like
just
it.
echoes.
No,
So, Brent, tell us a little bit about what's going on in your life tonight.
where's he at?
I don't know. He should be
Really?
He'll be in here like 2
Yeah,
minutes
when we switch
before,
rooms.
like when we start the
here. Start the engine.
the actual show
Start
up.
the
You
engines
know?
and go.
Welcome to the not the after show, the pre-show, folks. We're getting together here, and while I set up, and we're getting all our shit together, as I could say. Yeah,
Is that what we're
on
doing?
my end. Yeah. So,
I thought you always had it together, man. I thought you were like,
right.
the guy
I get
who
it
shows
together.
up 2 minutes early.
Yeah.
What happened to that? What happened to that guy?
That guy.
He's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a good guy, though. I liked him, man. He always showed up early, Never showed up 2 or 3 minutes late.
Yeah.
I remember that guy
I
too,
like
yeah.
that guy. Yeah, I like that guy. That guy,
I didn't even mind him smoking his pipe.
It's like that guy was ready. He was like really prepared and never got distracted or any of that. And like,
Yeah,
wow,
what happened?
I like that guy. I want to be that guy one day.
What happened? What happened? What happened?
What happened? Well,
What was the distraction, man? What was the distraction that led you astray?
Well, I do have our good boy over here, Zeus, today. He's been in and out.
Oh, you're blaming the dog.
Yeah.
Blame the dog. There you go.
The dog.
Yeah,
There you
Yes,
go, Mark.
Zeus the dog. Yeah.
Dog isn't even a reason, and you're blaming it on a
Zeus,
dog.
Come here, buddy. Come here.
Maybe
Let's
it's
see if
too
I
much
can show him.
responsibility for Mark.
Yeah. Come here. Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Come here. Get
Maybe
up
it's
here.
just too much
Come
for
on.
him to handle. I don't know.
It
Come
could
on.
be. It
Up
could
here.
be.
He just doesn't have the talent and the skills to do it,
Hold on here.
to show
Well,
up 2 minutes early.
The time management. It's time management, really.
There's Zeus
Yeah.
the dog.
Yeah, he needs to hire Tony Robbins.
What do you,
And-
what do you think, Zeus the
Get his act
dog?
together.
Hey, Zeus, come here, buddy. You're on this.
Kind of see his profile. It's sort of just a black profile against a white backdrop.
Yeah, he's dark. He kind of blends in pretty good because of his darkness. It's one of those things.
Sounds-
The darkness.
Racist, man. Sounds awful.
Well, he's not a very good dog, I can tell you that.
Here. Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
He got you short.
You're gonna
Yeah,
tell
because
him?
he got you to
You're
stop
the
that.
assistant executive something other producer.
I mean,
with
you
me.
used to show up
You
2
tell
minutes
him.
early. Now,
See, a good dog like my dog Blue helps me be on time.
No, it
She'll,
helps you
she'll
be
bark
on
at me at
time,
like
yeah.
5 minutes before.
Yeah. exactly. Blue makes sure you're on time, man.
She'll bark 5 times, 5 minutes before, 4 times, 4 minutes before, and then 3.
And if it's
then
3
she'll-
minutes and you're not online, Blue will
Mhm.
bite you.
Yeah, she'll wake me up or whatever.
Sure. It's a friendly nibble at first.
Yeah.
Then it becomes a chomping bite after, when it gets close. Yeah.
Nip you?
So that
Does she really nip you? Oh.
No.
Because she knows
No.
not to bite the hand that feeds her, right?
That's about right.
Good boy. Yeah. You tell him.
Good boy. Good boy.
Yeah, come here.
Down, boy.
Come
Down,
here.
down, down, down.
He's looking all around. Say sit. I want to see if he sits.
Sit.
Oh,
Sit, Zeus. Sit. Roll over, Zeus.
He won't roll over. He's too.
Let's see. Brent wants a show link. Just tell him you were going to call him. We'll bring him in.
Huh? A show link. If he wants to.
Yeah, he asked me for a show link.
If you
I
could,
should just say we're going to...
Yeah, probably the easiest one would be this one here. I'll give him the YouTube
How
link.
about I say Mark will just ring you when we start the room?
Here, let me. I'll post it in our chat here, and you can.
I'd so much rather just... isn't that the way we were going to go? He doesn't need a link, does he? Aren't you just going to ring him when the room starts?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, if he doesn't
no,
show
I
up for
thought
that.
he wanted to share a link with other folks to watch and listen.
No, he wants. Well, no, I don't know. Um, he's not asking. I don't know what he's asking. He's just saying for a show link, please.
A show link. That would be a show link.
Like the meeting link or the show link?
That would be the show link, not the meeting link.
Okay.
Okay, I can give you
All
a
right.
show
Let
link.
me. Yeah. Give me a show link. Let me just. I gotta switch devices, I guess, and respond to his email over here on this one because I can't get that over here on the one I'm using. Okay, so now we'll go into here. I just saw that. Oh shit, that went by so quick.
Sorry.
Nope. Damn, I thought I clicked it. Tap to return to meeting. Back out. Nope. Meeting.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Should be in our meeting.
Yeah.
Do you need me to send it to your
No, I just need to find the chat for this meeting.
chat? Oh, that. Oh, hold on here.
Yeah, where would that be? Chat. Here it is. Found it. Okay.
Yeah. Go up to where it says like add people and scroll down.
Yeah,
And
I got it. I'm already past you.
Yep.
All right, man. I prepared a organic green tea, a green matcha tea, ice cold, with milk. It's good.
Okay.
Good stuff.
Guys, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to top off before we start. That way I will have coffee and it'll be good to go. All right?
Sounds good, man. I'm topped up, ready to go. I got it in the freezer so it gets a little chilled.
Man, have I got some apps open tonight?
What's awesome was I was at Dollar Tree and they had this organic cartons of green tea matcha for $1.25. I mean, that stuff like $4 or $5 or more at like
gallon.
Yeah.
What's the shelf like though? I mean,
Oh, it's still in date. Yeah, it's well in date. I mean, they just stuff. It's not going to be something they carry like week after week. Is something they got.
Yeah.
They have their staples that they get all the time, and then when they get a closeout or something like that, then it kind of that comes in periodically. So every now and then you get some really good stuff. Like would be like $5 or $6 in the store. So yeah, and I bought different flavors. Green tea and some spice ones and a Kai latte. All certified organic too, so can't beat that.
see now Mark just sent me a YouTube link here. I kind of want to play it on my tablet so that it feeds back into the.
I wish you had something like I do where it just goes right through my board that I have.
Well, all I got to do is just open up a live stream of the show. It'll be like 4-second delayed audio coming back into the room. It'll drive Mark crazy.
Yeah, I've been picking up some gear lately, man. I'm building my audio visual gear. I'm probably 80% there now.
Nice.
Yeah. The slow process, just buying when you get the chance and looking for the deals, and when they pop up, just get them. I haven't tried I got a Rode NT1 4th generation mic, condenser mic. I was thinking about trying it out once on the show to see what it sounds like.
Yeah.
But I think I paid like $20 for it, dude. It's like a, I don't know, $350 mic.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. Came with the shock mount, everything, dude.
Oh, dude. I don't think I'm going to get any rain.
Man, we've been getting rain like crazy. In fact, that one day I reported that we were having massive chemtrails. I said, when they spray this heavy, it's usually rain that follows soon after. By that evening, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky when I reported that, it started pouring rain. It rained for 2 days straight, basically, off and on. And today was the first day that we, had real clouds in the sky, and we saw blue skies. So they're still hammering us with chemtrails.
It's nice today. It's overcast and chilly. Well, I say chilly. It's 75, I don't know, with a nice breeze. And, it's just nice. It's not hot at all.
I mean, honestly, I've said this many times. Of course, it's worse that they're chemtrailing. But one good thing about chemtrails, the weather is cooler because they're using brain. And look, all these people on social media that have been telling me that, I'm making stuff up. I just went ahead and pulled all the statistics for what's actually happening over the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And the rainfall and floods is off the chart. And those are the numbers. They're not up for debate, and people need to quit pretending like I'm making stuff up. But you know what? They just don't want to admit it's true. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. They don't, oh, no, I can't admit that, because it's too scary.
Mm.
Well, get over it, man, because they're definitely playing with the weather. We're having one of the things that I found out was that we're having 40 to 50% increases, actually up to 65% increases in flooding in areas that have never had flooding before. And so and this is what Dane Wigington says, geoengineeringwatch.org, is that they are pushing storms and weather wherever they want in areas that would normally, not have a lot of rain or flooding or stuff like that. And we're having in droughts in areas that we would normally have rain because they're moving the storms. And, something's going on, And then, also, another uptick is hell. There's way more hell over the last 3 years than over the last 50 years. In fact, last year was the first year they've ever reported 5-inch diameter hail.
Wow, that's huge.
Yeah, we're talking softball. And I posted video of it, you know what I'm saying? And all people could do was just bash me. And call me a conspiracy theorist. But man, you get hit with one of those things, you're done. Cattle gets hit in one of those things, it's going to be knocked unconscious at least. It'd knock out windows and dent cars. I mean, it's horrible, man. We're talking, I don't know how many pounds they weigh, but I'm sure they're heavy.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's definitely been an uptick in weather anomalies, I should call them. And I guess if you want, you can blame it on climate change and global warming if you believe that nonsense. Or as some people say, oh, it's just, it just happens. Well, whatever. It just so happens to happen after everybody and their dog can see him chemtrailing us.
Linda says you might want to save the passion for when the show starts.
Well, I'm only an hour tonight, so I got to get some of it out in the pre-show.
Yeah. Well, if you know Barry, which we all know Barry, his passion never fades away.
It doesn't.
All right.
It only grows.
When things start looking bleak, he'll pull out that bullhorn, whether it has batteries in it, whether the batteries are dead in it. He'll pull it out. And he'll go on a spree. We love him for that. But, hey, just, be all right. Everything's going to be all right. We've done this before. You're in good hands, folks.
Yeah. I won't lose too much control before the show. You can count on that, man. I'll always know how to reel it in. I can reel it in anyway. That's what people don't understand. They think I'm getting really worked up, like to the point where I can't stop. And it's like I can stop instantaneously.
You don't get worked up, do you? Really?
Sometimes.
No.
Sometimes.
You got to be kidding me, right?
Here's the super cool thing, man. I ran into a friend of mine I hadn't seen for probably, I don't know, man, eight years. And we started hanging out a little bit again. And, he saw me back then as a conspiracy theorist. Now he's like, yeah, everything you said, dude. I know about George Soros. I know about the global. Yeah, you were right, man. I'm sorry for, It's like, well, I told
That's
you.
funny.
I know about that guy. You know that guy?
I do know that guy.
You
Yeah.
know that guy.
He is that guy.
Oh my God, the guy.
But you know how cool it is listening to that guy that was making fun of you literally sound like you. And it wasn't like I was feeding him any more information because I hadn't seen him in like 8 years, right? He's getting it from somewhere else. He's getting it online. And one thing that I found about, I think, and this is just my personal opinion, I think one of the biggest eye-openers to a large swath of people in America is completely due to Joe Rogan. Because people love Joe Rogan that were not conspiracy theorists at all, but once they started listening to him, they believed and they started spouting the same stuff.
Yeah, or like you mentioned Bilderberg, and that just he sees that in the headline, it rings a bell, and now he clicks the article and reads it, whereas before he wouldn't have. You know what I mean?
Well, that's true. Yeah.
It's like, not that those fools Barry was talking about. Like, let's go see what this is really about. It's probably bullshit. Then you read the article and you're like, oh crap.
Mm-hmm. Right before the shamdemic, I was at a wedding rehearsal, and they was my peers, and that, and I was going on a rant, like how I can go, and everybody was literally laughing at me. it was like, I'm serious, man. Come on. I'm not joking. And they were just laughing. And then, of course, the shamdemic hit, and they were no longer laughing.
Mm-hmm.
But it is kind of, that's kind of what if you've been doing this for as long as I have, that's what you've been up against. I mean, people laughing at you, making fun of you, or even worse, telling you to leave the country. I've had that told to me many times.
Well, here's something that everybody out there needs to know. Jack's been taken hostage by radioactive chupacabras, and
I told you
down in the in his missile silo that he bought up in the Four Corners area. I can't describe or tell you exactly where it's at. He's telling you the Four Corners area, somewhere up there. All right. They invaded. They tied him up, and so Nancy is filling in for him tonight.
Okay.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So
I knew you were going to say that. For some reason, I knew you were going to. Well, I thought you were going to go with the Bigfoot thing, but Sasquatch is.
Yeah. Well, radioactive chupacabras. They're zombified. They got skin dripping off of them, just like the kind that they got down here in Texas. They're not the flying bat type ones that you will find in Puerto Rico or down in Central and South America. Because there's different types of chupacabra. It's a catch-all word. So for goat sucker,
I saw one chupacabra down here in Oklahoma, and a ferry was riding it.
My thing is, okay, all right. Did he wink at you?
I barely caught it. It happened so fast, man.
Because the trans fairies that ride the chupacabra are extremely dangerous, and if they wink at you, you'll have like 20 years bad luck or something.
Oh God!
Crap.
Well,
like
this one's.
Don't we got to switch rooms here soon?
This one's genetically modified, so it
yeah,
had
we should probably hang up here.
I'm gonna hang up.
Come right back.
You don't like.
I'll disconnect the call. Hold on, folks. I'm gonna bring us back here with more of the actual Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. What you doing, Barry? Here, I'm gonna end this one and then start a new one.
The chupacabra.
Yeah. And folks, we'll be right back, and we're going to get the room set up, a new room set up where Brent Hamachek should be coming in with us later on tonight. And, well, in the first hour, all right, of this, their show. So I am going to bring them back right now. And join now. People's request. And there we go.
Okay. Testing
All right,
1 2.
and it's calling Brent right now.
Did I tell you that CS was just talking to me, right before we came in this room? He said he wanted to start a brand new radio show based on the Chupacabras.
That would not surprise me. Because, where he's at, it would be one of the only things that could keep Dogman and Slender Man and all those other cryptic creatures that are really creepy away. And, they would probably get along really well with Blue. Just saying, just saying, Is Brent in with us now?
No,
I don't think so. I'm sending him an email.
It's calling him. It's call dropped.
Maybe he's not there to take it yet.
No,
have you ever thought of?
He was there. It showed that he was live and ready to go.
Well, he might have been asking for this link too. I don't see him online in my. Well, I see him with just with a black dot next to his name. I don't know
I
what
got
that
him
means.
on a different one down here. It says. Oh, you do?
Well, it's just what I show when I go to the add people or whatever.
Well, if he comes in late, I'll just open up with you until he gets in.
Okay. I just sent him the direct link through email, so he's got that going for him too.
I promise I'm not going to talk about the Chupacabra. That's for certain.
Well, he's game. Brent's, I'm sure, open to talk about anything really. Hey,
as a joke, you should just ask him. And just a little bit off topic, Brent. What do you have to say about the Chupacabra? And see what he says.
Off topic, just on topic, man. This is just on point.
Yes, do it. You got to, man.
And you may not see it today, but you will in the next month or two. We're always a little bit ahead of the curve.
I want to hear his response.
Whoa, someone's waiting to join.
Yeah, I got him.
Brent.
That's why he came in as a guest instead of his other. There we go. Hey, Brent, how's it going?
Good. Yeah, I got the link. I got the link. I clicked on the link. I was listening to you, but there wasn't any way to get in. So, wrong link.
Yeah, it puts you in a lobby that we have to bring you in, and we have to actually see that the notification for it is very small, and so it's easy to miss. So I apologize for that. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Yeah,
I don't think we're live yet.
We're starting a little late, but for the radio side. So you got 30 seconds, and I'm going to bring you in.
Okay.
All right. But
good deal.
We got it.
I don't think that's your typical drink that you usually have.
No, it's Fresca.
It's not a Fresca.
Pepsi Zero, Fresca, and lemonade all mixed together.
Oh, all right.
Man.
Here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you were live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for Wednesday night, August 13th, 2025. And tonight, in my ever quest to find intelligent people to have great conversations with, I have reached out to Brent Hamachek from Human Events. Brent, what's going on?
Well, your quest might be a little bit Don Quixote-like if you're tilting at windmills if you settled on me, but I'll do my best. I'm doing great. I'm at the top of my game, man.
Excellent. You look like it, man. You look like you're in good shape. You got some sun on your face?
Yeah, shoveling dog stuff out of the yard, I suppose. I don't know. But, hey, it's summertime. We gotta look like it's, summertime, right? My
Exactly.
natural look is kind of like Michelle Pfeiffer. I always used to think when I was younger and she was this big sex symbol, I would look at her in a movie and I would realize that she'd been in makeup for hours before she shot a scene and she still looked like a ghost. And I thought, wow, I wonder how terrifying she might be in real life. So I'm constantly trying to avoid the Michelle Pfeiffer look for what it's worth.
Okay, I didn't know that about her. Um, I heard that
I might
about
be too
Cameron
observant.
Diaz. Yeah,
Cameron
but
Diaz, I suspect she looks good in any shade. So, but we'll leave it right there.
yeah, we'll leave it there. I don't want to get into things, rumors
Camera
I've heard
show.
from people who've worked, in the industry with her in the past. But we'll leave it at that. Let's get into one of the good things about having you on once a month is there's always plenty to talk about. There's a lot that happens over any given month,
Right. Yes, there is.
And one of the things that I'm seeing pop up in the last few days up in Canada is they're doing these lockdowns up there. And we've talked before about environmental lockdowns. They had the COVID lockdowns, and the environmental ones are coming. Now they're saying that the risk of fire is so great in Nova Scotia and a few other provinces up there that you can't go outside into the forest at all. You can't walk your dog, you can't fish, you can't do anything. And these poor souls up there, man, they live for those few summer months when it's just, beautiful up there.
Right.
You take
Well,
that away from them, and what do they have left?
right. Well, look, Canada's a pure socialist country, and socialism requires the imposition of blanket rules made by the few and cast upon the many. And once you start doing that, people always think, socialism sounds so ideal. You've got a opulent society, or certainly, society better than, say, Mexico. And you say, look, we can do good things for people who struggle, and we can provide things for people that don't have things or don't have as much. And so you start down that path, and everybody's on board. And then the next thing you know, the folks that have control for some things start to think about the things they can have control of next. This is a problem with human nature. And so Canada right now is a full-blown socialist country. They're certainly an authoritarian country, and they're teetering towards pure totalitarianism. And, these kinds of rules set up by the few against the many to protect the many from themselves are antithetical to everything about being an American, at least as we were founded, right? Not necessarily how we are today. And I don't know what to say about the folks up in Canada. This is a choice they've made, and they've made it repeatedly. And I hear all the time from Canadian friends, people here in the States who are Canadian expats. Well, with our system of elections, it's the government's not really representative of the majority of the people. Nonsense. That's absolute drivel. If the people really wanted to reject this sort of cradle to grave mentality, they could simply vote overwhelmingly for the party that doesn't endorse it. But instead, they voted just the opposite for many, many decades. So far from feeling sorry from the lockdown Canadians, I would suggest they've done this to themselves, and perhaps maybe this will get them to rethink their joy with socialism. One can hope.
And okay, well, before we go to your disdain of Mexico, which I heard dripping from your voice as you mentioned them, I want to mention a C.S. Lewis quote here. It said, "Of all the tyrannies, a tyranny exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. It may be better to live under robber barons than under omnipotent moral busybodies. The robber baron's cruelty may sometimes sleep. His cupidity may at some point be satiated. But those who torment us for our own good will torment us without end, for they do so with the approval of their own conscience." And I think that really hits on it. It's a tyranny for your own good.
Oh, look, there's no question about it. That's how it's sold to people, and that's how they buy it, right?
Mhm.
And you can go anywhere you want with this. One of the great examples is it might sound silly and trivial to people at this point, so many years later, but seatbelt laws. They're a great example, right? So
Mhm.
automotive manufacturers put seatbelts in cars. What a wonderful thing that someone can strap themselves in if they'd like to a high velocity piece of machinery that travels really fast on pavement. That's a great thing. And then what do? We say, wow, it really is a great idea that you do put that seatbelt on. Let's make it mandatory that you have those seatbelts on. And
Mhm.
then not only is it mandatory, but let's make it so we can actually pull you over and we can check, if you have those seatbelts on. And people have gradually been led down this road. And of course, everybody would say it's a good idea to wear a seatbelt. But the pure, simple truth of it is that we're just simply being forced by law to protect ourselves from ourselves. So then let's go to the next argument. Well, but look at with our healthcare system. If somebody
Mhm.
does get in an accident with the health insurance, then that has to be paid for by the masses. So we need to protect you from yourself because of this great healthcare system that's costly if you impose a burden upon it. Well, again, another socialist mechanism, a healthcare system that we're forced into, a healthcare system that's now completely and totally out of our control. And so all of these gradual things that seem to be for our own benefit, that are sold to people that way, not only grow and expand, but then they collide, right? And they start to intersect. And the next thing you know, you wake up one day and you say, I have very few individual choices I actually get to make anymore. And
Mhm.
and that's where Canada's been for a long time. And we're just tracking right behind it. And I understand people's enthusiasm about the Trump administration and some of the things they're doing. But the idea that in 4 years he's going to necessarily be able to reverse that trend, I think that's a
Mhm.
wee bit naive. You would need 4 years and 4 more years and 4 more years. And you would need it not just at the federal level, but you need it at state and local levels as well. So,
Mhm.
but that is how people get sold this bill of goods about socialism.
Yeah. And so, okay, a while ago, you mentioned to me that if Al Qaeda was running our southern border, they would probably be better neighbors in many respects than Mexico is today.
Yes.
And I'm seeing that, we're talking about sending some military down to the border, potentially across it in some degree, but to the border for sure, to stop a lot of this flow. And, what Scheinbaum, the president of Mexico, is up in arms. You will not
Right.
cross our borders. You will not. But if you're running that, Barry and I were talking about it on Sunday night. If you're running that inept of a government, if we were in Detroit and we just realized that the state, the country, no one's doing a damn thing about all the fentanyl that is flowing out of Canada, and Canada decided to bomb some, lab in downtown Detroit, we would all put up our hands and say, wow, it's probably a good thing they did it. We wouldn't see it as an act of war per se. So I don't know. Where do you think this is going to go? How quickly can this all escalate?
Well, this is, Trump's got his meeting coming up with Putin in Alaska on Friday, and
Mm-hmm.
all eyes are on it. I'm not sure what'll happen. I'm not expecting the magic that so many people are convinced of. I'm not convinced either, by the way, that Putin is some sort of, I don't know, the conspiracy thought is that Putin's been in on helping correct all the evils of what happened in Ukraine, and there's a master plan for all this. Okay, whatever. I'm not on board with that. So all eyes are on Trump and Putin. I would suggest to you that from a foreign policy perspective, and this is just simply my opinion, looking at the entire world, everything that's going on everywhere, and what matters to us, because I really don't care what matters to France. With all due respect to the French folks, this is his biggest test from a foreign policy perspective, and
Mm-hmm.
this is where all the tough rhetoric that he likes to use. He's really good at calling Chuck Schumer names and all other happy nonsense. Good for him. And hates on Republicans that don't, vote the way he'd like with his judges. All that's fine. Let's see how tough he is by how he deals with Mexico. Because this is a country that let's just kind of be clear about some stuff. And I get it that Americans like to go there and vacation. Good for them. Love them. God love them. But if they could set aside their love for resorts and look at this country objectively, as a nation state, you can easily argue it's one of the most failed nation states in the entire globe. And it might be the most failed nation state of consequence, meaning given its size, its proximity to us, given the fact that it's had the opportunity to take advantage of all the protection that comes isolated by two oceans and the United States sitting up above it, what has it been able to achieve over the last couple hundred years? Here's a short list. They've been able to export drugs. They've been able to export weapons. They've been able to export human beings and have them trafficked. They've been able to do that great. And they're really good at assembling things that we create and send to them to assemble. That's it. That is
tequila.
Well, yeah, there you go. Well, shame on me, I forgot. So this is a failed nation state by any measure. It's a failed nation state of great consequence. I have said for a long time, I say it unapologetically, and I'm not a guy that likes the United States intervening militarily anywhere. So I'm not a hawk in the sense that, a guy like Lindsey Graham is, who wants us to invade every country on the planet and pay the defense contractors while we do it. But I do think we not only should invade Mexico, we have to invade Mexico. I also think that while we're there, we ought to give some serious thought to doing what nation states used to do. And we ought to think really hard about just simply taking it over. Oh, the world would have indigestion for about a decade. They'd get over it. The world always gets over it. This is a country that is not our friend. They are unable to govern themselves. That's just a fact, right? They can't govern themselves. Enough. It's time for us, at a minimum, to invade militarily. We know where all the drug cartels are. We know where all the drug fields are. We know all this stuff. So we need to go in with our military. We need to slaughter all sorts of bad people. And after we've done that, we can decide what we want to do next. Now, I don't get a vote, so nobody panic. But, like everything else we talk about on your show, I don't feel strongly about it. But those are some random thoughts.
Yeah, well, okay, that kind of came out of left field. I know you, as I mentioned, when you mentioned Mexico in the first segment about Canada, there was quite a bit of disdain in your voice. I didn't realize quite how deep that went.
It's deep. It's deep. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of America pussyfooting around with this thoroughly rogue nation to our south that doesn't do what it's told. You understand, mind you, that if the Mexican army had to defend itself against an invasion from, I don't know, Haiti, it would last all of about 5 minutes. This is not a country that is strong in any way. They exist. They literally exist because of oceans and us. They owe us their existence. They ought to do what they're told, and they don't. The reason Al-Qaeda would behave better on our southern border is that Al-Qaeda, a recognized enemy, knows that we would attack them if they did something. They would know that. Mexico says, we can do whatever we want. The United States won't do anything to us. And they're right. And they are. And I think that the American people need to be a lot more outraged and find new places to go on vacation.
And I'll tell you, if you look at a map of Baja California, the Baja Peninsula, I think it would take the U.S. Army probably about 20 minutes to just put up a new border fence right there and just take that whole peninsula.
Right.
It'd be relatively simple to do that, and then suddenly you've got a place to run out your operations from, all the way up and down pretty much the west coast of Mexico. So, interesting thought. I don't know. We'll have to see
Let's
where
put it
that
this way.
goes. But
You and your audience know that I'm not some, sort
Mhm.
of reflexive Trump supporter, right? I'm not the guy doing the
Sure.
commercials for Donald Trump. I like some things he does, and there's things I don't like, and I'm happy to talk about either one. If he invades Mexico militarily, I will get a Trump for third term T-shirt. I will get Trump paraphernalia and wear it everywhere I go. He will have my full throated support. And whatever else he does and screws up, I won't care, because I think we really need to do something about Mexico. The moment's
yeah,
now.
and my best guesstimate is that, yeah, we'll have troops on the border, but those troops will probably have some drones. And any, factories for drug production that are within, say, 40 miles, 50 miles of the border will be sitting ducks. So it may not involve troops on the ground, but certainly drones in the air over Mexico taking out their drug labs. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer to do something along those lines. They've got storage facilities, they've got all kinds of infrastructure that's right over the border there, preparing to come into the United States. And so I see taking that out as low-hanging fruit. But then troops on the ground down into the interior of Mexico, that's a harder pill to swallow. Let's see where that goes.
Right. Time will tell. And I just think I think it's a big test. I think we need to do something about this. And
Wow.
just having stricter border crossing, that isn't enough. It just isn't enough. You can always find your way around or through something. And
Mm-hmm.
Trump's made a big difference with the security at our border. And that's terrific. That's one of the things he's done that I'm very much in support of. So he's making a big difference at the border. Good for him. Now I just think he needs to go further. Let's go inside and clean up the mess.
Okay, so on another note, still Trump related though, how often do you go to Washington, D.C.?
Quite a bit.
I would imagine you do. And so what's it like on the ground out there? Is it a safe, beautiful city that I'm hearing from all these people on the left, or is it the hellhole that requires the National Guard to go clean up?
Well, it's like every other big city in that sense, right? The places
Yeah.
where I stay, I don't
Yep.
stay at the Kimpton, but I also don't stay in bad neighborhoods either. The crime
Mm-hmm.
statistics are pretty telling, and so the city is like Chicago, it is like New York, it is like Memphis, it is like New Orleans, right? It's got areas that are just simply out of control. And the difference between DC and New York, Chicago, New Orleans, Memphis, St. Louis, the difference is that Trump has every right to take control of it. And so I think giving it a try isn't a bad idea. I can tell you, I was out in Washington last week, a week and a half ago, and I sat outside my hotel room at night with a Pepsi Zero, relaxing, literally watching rats play along the curb, which is interesting. So I think some of the cleaning up they need in Washington, some of the rats are on 2 legs and some are on 4. But look, he's got every right to do this. 2 things to keep in mind. One is that last time I checked, the federal government doesn't run anything well. So the idea that because the federal government takes it over, it will get better, it might, but let's not, expect to check the boxes on efficiency and effectiveness, because that's just not what the federal government does. Hope this is an exception, right? And it's not like Trump's going to have the time to personally run it himself. The other thing is the federal government taking over Washington, D.C. today, that's fine. But Trump will be out of office in January of 2029. Don't know who will replace him. If it's a Democrat, somebody like Joe Biden, they may just give it back, or worse, maybe they'll run it the way they envision the whole world should be run. And but all things considered, this is something Trump's doing that for me, I kind of shrug my shoulders. I say, well, we'll see how it works, but at least he has every right to do it. Yeah. So we'll see.
And one of the talking points of that is, okay, he's doing this now, but he couldn't do it on January 7th, right? And are you familiar with the differences between those two scenarios and why he couldn't do anything then and he can now for DC?
Well, it's likely one of the dumbest remarks in the history of dumb remarks, right? That argument is being made. I mean, first of all, I mean, the whole January 6th thing has been fully unpacked. And we know now that sort of at every level, Trump's biggest mistake that he made on January 6th, I don't think he made any before January 6th, but it was the sort of 3 hours that he was sitting silent, right? That was a mistake. I don't think there was anything nefarious about it. I think it was just a mistake. He made a bad decision. But with regard to preventive security, with regard to the use of the National Guard, these were things that the Speaker of the House should have been attending to prior. We know she wasn't. All the information is out there. So this whole thing about Trump doing this now and not doing it then, it's just one of those things. It's Orwellian almost. The whole thing is just like a lie manufactured so that people will hear it. And if it gets repeated enough by, I don't know, ABC News and on social media platforms, they think the regular American citizen will buy it. They might, by the way, they might buy it. The American people are known to buy bad goods.
If Jamie Oliver tells it to them in a good enough joke, then they'll believe it, right? It's kind of how it works now.
That's the tragedy of it. But this is just simply not that. It isn't. And to bring up the January 6th thing now with everything we know, right? And all of the video that's been brought together and assembled and so on. Look, DC Police, Capitol Police, they did let these folks in the building. That's actually not a controversial statement. They let them in. And,
you pretty much need a tank to get those doors open otherwise,
I mean, and then January 6th, people did stupid things too, scaling the side of the building. And like, what is somebody thinking? So,
a lot of them were in Antifa plants and whatnot, but and the bottom line here is that the Speaker of the House controls, what happens on the Capitol, and Donald Trump controls what happens in the city of Washington D.C. So, but anyway, folks, we've got to go to break. We'll be right back with more from Brent Hamachek of HumanEvents.com.
All right, we're on radio break.
All right.
I felt like Willie there when I was taking us to break. You wanted to say, no, like, were you trying to correct something I said?
Or not me.
Oh, okay.
At all.
Willie always does that to me in this segment. Like when I'm trying to go to break, he'll be like, "Hey, I'm not done. Hold it. Hey.
Oh my God.
We have fun with it. But I'm not done."
I'm always just happy to be here.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have you on, bro. I like watching you age 1 month at a time.
Yeah, I'm kind of like the village idiot. I just kind of show up and have fun and
one day increments.
Need a little jester hat on with like a little ringing ball at the top.
Sure. Put you on the road with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, there you go. That'd be interesting. Charlie and I would have some extraordinarily fun debates these days on a whole host of topics.
Enjoy
it.
I want to tell you, CS, and I don't know if Barry remembers him or not. Remember Joe Samia from Australia that did shows with us?
Yeah.
Well,
the karate guy.
I found, he was a funny guy and did radio and that. I found out recently that he passed away from cancer last year. That's why we haven't seen or heard from him in a while. Yeah, and
the martial arts guy. He was like,
yeah,
and from Perth.
Yep.
He came on and talked about the lockdowns out there.
Yeah.
Man, no, that sucks.
Yeah, and he passed away of cancer. He was like one of Wobbly's folks. He did a lot of cuts and helped him along too. Getting him out as well. And Wobbly's in chat right now, so
He helped us. He did the vocals on that Monster Mash thing. He took the Fauci jab. The Fauci jab.
Joe did
it was
that?
a graveyard smash.
I didn't know Joe did that.
If it's the guy I'm thinking of, he did.
I thought our David Hogg from Mines did that.
No, it was a collaboration, but he did the actual voice in it.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't know that. I still have all that. Wobbly, if you want that, I'll send that to you.
You took the
probably tomorrow
Fauci
sometime.
jab.
So you can keep it in your records too. He said that we're coming through nice and clear, and that's good.
Excellent.
Yeah. Looks like all the streams are going really good. Brent, I did start streaming the raw streams on YouTube now, so if you want to send folks there, I'll give you a link. Do you want the link now, or do you want it after the show? I know folks.
After the show, too late to do anything with it in the moment.
Yeah, well, next month then.
I don't have any friends anyway, so I need to think of 6 people to bother. But I'd love to be able to share it.
Yeah, I know it's probably easier for your folks to look at it from there than some of the other platforms that we're on, unless you want to tell them to just go to my Facebook page or something like that. Because
they don't exactly promote us in the algorithm, though.
Huh?
They don't exactly promote us in the algorithm.
No, they don't. But we do have folks that do tune in because they know us, and that's good.
Yeah.
We got about 30 seconds, and then we'll be back.
I did send you that link already. You should have it in your inbox.
That's it. Yeah, I do. I've got it. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you can save that for later and let folks know. I don't take down raw archives ever, and this show, the edit for this won't go up there though, because they don't like the copywritten music on it. So
got it.
But they'll get to hear all the banter like we're talking right now. In between.
Hey, Brent, anything you want to?
3, 2,
anything specific you
1,
okay.
and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Wednesday night edition for August 13th, 2025. With me tonight, I've got the fabulous Brent Hamachek from humanevents.com. Brent, how's everything going over there at Human Events?
Everything's plugging along. Nothing really special to report. I think that we'll have some special things to report soon. Maybe by the time I see you after Labor Day. Labor Day, by the way, being so early this year, as early as it can be, September 1st. Summer comes to an unceremonious fast close for us. But anyway, things are good. And, it's you always ask about Common Ground Campus. I'll share that
I was just about to, you took the words right out of my mouth.
We're excited. We've got an event coming up on September 23rd at Rollins College down in the Orlando area. So we're looking forward to that, working with the students right now on the topic. I think it's going to be pretty interesting. And so we're looking forward to that to kick off the new semester.
And when I introduce you, I should do like all the TV networks do and say he's also the author of the fabulous book, Dissonantly Speaking. You always got to get the plug for the book in there. Dissonantly Speaking by Brent Hamachek. Folks, go check that out. It's not a huge book, but it took me a while to digest the whole thing. It's really good. I used to read a lot of fiction, Stephen King, Michael Crichton, stuff like that, where you open the book in the morning and you're probably going to finish it by the time you go to bed. Yours is not such a book, my friend. Yours is one where you want to kind of take notes. In fact, you tell the reader to take everything I just read, or you just read,
Right.
and think about it for a couple days, and go off on sabbatical, and sit in the woods and meditate on it, and then come back and read the next chapter when you've got your head around it.
I had a fun experience with that book. As you know, I'm quite elderly, and I just went to my 45th high school reunion, where I ran into a classmate, a lady who I have not seen in 45 years. And so it was nice to catch up. And in the context of that, talking about what she does and what I do, and shared, about writing books and things. She shared with me that the next day she was chatting with her son, who lived down in Texas, and her son's a teacher. And, she was telling him about seeing me, and he said, "Wait a minute, what's the guy's name?" And she told him, and he said, I bought his book when it came out, and I've been using it in my teaching for the past year. And I thought that was kind of neat. First of all, that the book was being used that way, but what a great small world story, right? He had no idea who I was, or that I had gone to school with his mom, and it was just a pure coincidence.
Yeah, and any poli sci, professor, just instructor in a high school setting, it doesn't need to be college, can use a lot of the concepts in your book to break down politics into more managed ways, so that people can start seeing that, it's not the enemy. The other side of the aisle is not necessarily my enemy. In most cases, people agree on way more than they disagree on. And it's just, I don't know, it really taught me a different way to look at the political landscape. Right.
Well,
so I thank you for that, sir.
Well, thank you for the kind words, and that's everything the Common Ground Campus program is about. I mean, if we hadn't started the program, and if my partner hadn't been such a genius, I never would have thought to write the book. So so much of the inspiration for it came from, well, let me put it this way. It's interesting. So you start a program where you're trying to get college students to engage with one another more constructively. And the program starts, and you watch it happen, and it's working. And then you step back and you say, wait a minute, everybody ought to be doing this, and why wasn't I doing a better job of it all the way along? And so it's almost ironic that being involved in starting a program about constructive dialogue and so on made me realize that I needed to do better at constructive dialogue. So it's had a profound effect on my attitude about how I engage other people and how I look at things. And I think asking questions is the key. I've said it before on your show. I'll say it again because it's one of my favorite own original lines, and that is, the two people you could argue who have made the biggest difference in human history, one on the secular side and one on the religious side, were Socrates and Jesus Christ. And they have two things in common. First of all, they both died for their actions. But the other part is, which is a little bit better, is that they changed the course of history by asking questions. And so I think that asking thoughtful questions of people, and almost more importantly than asking questions, is giving a damn about the answers. You really have to give a damn about the answers they give. And you have to listen, and you have to figure out, now that I've learned this about someone, what do I do with it? And how do I use it to reach them more constructively?
Yeah, most political debates, they don't listen to the other person at all. They're just formulating the response in their head while the other person's talking. And it just doesn't lead anywhere good. And then suddenly it backfires on them, and what comes next? Ad hominems.
Right. That's exactly right. I mean, that's all that happens, and that's what happens in our politics. One of the things that troubles me so much about Donald Trump, and he's got apologists everywhere, and even Bill O'Reilly's become an apologist for him. And they say, well, you don't like his style, but look at what he's doing, and that's just who he is. And okay, whatever. But the problem is that the substance of the things that he's trying to do gets lost on so many people because of the tone he takes and the way he calls people's names and instantly going, to the personal insults, all of it. And, that's, I could say that, oh, I don't like that or whatever. But the truth is, on a more important level, forget what I like or don't like. Overall, long term, it reduces his effectiveness. And that is sad because I think much of what he's trying to do, not all of it, but much of it is very good.
Exactly. If you're not on Team Trump, you just find it insulting. But if you are, you kind of find it funny after a while. Like you're like, okay, great, whatever. But you're right. It probably does more damage than good because it's harder to convince those people to come back over the fence once they get solidified in the God. He's foul mouthed and horrible. I hate the guy.
Right. Well, when the only people that love something you do are people that love you anyway, you have to just ask yourself, am I good with that? And I think in your personal life, I guess I'm, again, quite elderly. And so if I want to say or do something and the only people that really love it are the 4 people that love me or 3, whatever it might be, well, I guess that's okay. But if you're trying to shape the course of history and change a nation and bring it around, well, then you need more people to cheer for what you're saying and doing than just the people that were already going to cheer. And that's the longer game.
Yeah. And I will say that by calling yourself quite elderly over and over, you're kind of like bringing down the mojo between my producer and my co-host because they're not too far on your tails here, nor myself, mister.
Right. Yeah. But a good deal of those years I put behind me, I lived quite hard. So I've aged, my standard line now, people say, how old are you? And I say, I'm 87. And they're like, oh my God, you look great for 87. Of course, I'm nowhere near close to 87. Tragedy is they believe it. And then tell me I look real good for an 87-year-old.
All right. Anyway, let's get into finance a little bit because, I know you've got a background in banking. And, the Federal Reserve is just stubborn lately. They're just sitting, at 4.5% on the discount rate? And that needs to come down. I'm thinking Trump has been screaming bloody murder for it. If you were the head of the Federal Reserve, would you cut rates next month by 0.5%, a full percent, a quarter, or would you sit still and just wait for some potential fallout from tariffs that might come back to haunt us with higher inflation down the road?
Well, on some level, I can't answer the question because I don't have all of the data that the chairman of the Federal Reserve has. I would say this, that if I were chairman of the Federal Reserve, one thing I would not do is listen to the president. It's not my job.
Okay.
In fact, it's my job to not listen to the president. And I think that Trump's attack on the Fed chairman, all of his public attacks, again, personal insults, the whole bit, I think they're way out of line. It has nothing to do with agreeing or disagreeing with him. It has to do with the fact that this thing was established, for the purpose of conducting monetary policy independent of the actions and orders of the executive branch. So I don't like it when he goes after it. In terms of our economic footings, and where we are and what to do, understanding that we just came out of an extraordinary period, not historically, but extraordinary in terms of the recent past of inflation. The idea of being in a hurry to lower rates doesn't seem like something I would be inclined to do necessarily, right? Interesting. It's too much to go into on your show. I'd put the audience to sleep. But for people who want to study it, they should understand how interest rates impact the actual creation of the money supply. And so in any case, I don't think right now, given all of the various sort of instabilities and uncertainties in our economy, I don't know that holding rates as a constant in this moment is some sort of great negative. I don't know that easy money is something that's necessarily needed. I know why Trump wants it. That's obvious. You lower rates, you get a lot more borrowing activity very, very quickly. And he wants the appearance of the economy being super strong, healthy, growing, robust. And when I say appearance of it, you say, well, wait a minute. Is an appearance of it actually happening? It is.
Mm-hmm.
But in the moment. And so, but we all know the consequences of it necessarily happening too fast and having it happen because of easy money. So I guess long-winded non-answer to your question. I will say this in concluding my non-answer. I'll reiterate. I do not that in this moment, holding steady interest rates is something that is necessarily bad or good. It might just be fine while we see where things are going. And at historical levels, they're very, very low, right? It's not, this isn't 1981, for God's sake. The screaming about interest rates is sort of silly, given historical levels. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, I hear a lot about that, so I just wanted to get your take on it. Because, I mean, we're paying, what, $1 trillion in interest on our debt right now, a year. It's mind-boggling. That's, what, 20% of our budget, of the revenue we take in, and then we have to go borrow another 1.8 trillion on top of all that just to keep the lights on. And so is this even sustainable? What can we do to get out of this, Brent? It's like, it seems like Doge ended up doing nothing. I see why Musk is so pissed. He did all that work, and where's the savings? Where's the bottom line going down?
Right. Well, here's the sad part. There were savings, and the numbers, when you look at the numbers by themselves, appear to be, as numbers, significant. But the further problem is, weighed against the size of our annual spending and the size of our national debt, the numbers are virtually insignificant. And, the Doge process, that's a tragedy in 50 different ways. I said on your show, I think we've talked about in these last months, but, leading up to the election, I used to say one of the reasons to vote for Trump was that you'd get Elon. And I meant that. And like I said on your show before, I want a do-over on that one because I didn't anticipate just how poorly he would conduct himself. They did everything wrong. Trump should have gotten elected. Elon should have gone to work. They should have been methodical. They should have kept quiet. They should have shared some sort of just a standard periodic report, weekly, bi-weekly, whatever it was, indicating various findings and various solutions and so on. Instead, they came at it like children. They played with social media to out people in programs and try to make everything look glorious, held up chainsaws, argued with one another. This is not how statecraft needs to be done. And, Trump's a smart guy. Elon's a smart guy. They, in my mind, together just simply didn't act like smart guys. They could have, our slogan in Common Ground Campus is do better. They could have both done better. And the nation suffers for it as a result.
Yeah. I agree with you. I mean, I see why Musk got ticked off, though. When, we were talking about it on the show one night, and I'm like, if I had gone through all that, it was, put everything on hold, pissed off my entire client base, and all these other things. Oops, Barry, I suddenly picked up a feedback from you. Are you muted?
Yeah, we're doing the show from the Grand Canyon all of a sudden.
Yeah. All right, looks like he corrected it. Yeah, but anyway, let's. Pardon me, I'm fighting off a little bit of a cold.
Take quercetin and zinc. That's all I can tell you.
I want to bring, in the final minutes we have this back over to Europe a little bit. It seems like we've seen a lot of protests in front of these migrant hotels in the UK. And like there's been an awakening, and it's spreading like wildfire, it seems. We're seeing it kick up in Spain as well, with a lot of street fighting going on between the Spanish people and the, African migrants that are very, very active in that area. Are we at a turning point for Europe?
Uh, well, look, great question. And it's like two in a row I'm bailing on in terms of saying I'm able to answer it. I do have some points to consider. And that is, I've been doing the show with you for a long time, and we've been talking about it for a very long time, and Europe comes up. And so what Europe did, well ahead of the United States, is allowed for a mass, uncontrolled influx of people who did not share their history, culture, and values. Now, it's not to say anything about the history and culture and values they brought. That can be debated separately. But it wasn't common to the European way. People were overwhelmed by it. And then a funny thing happened, and that is all these countries in Europe that all are socialist and very, very, varying levels, started to have to pay for all these things. And so then people say, okay, there's a bunch of folks here, and they don't really seem to have the same sort of ideas that I have. They actually just came here. They're not really citizens, and I'm paying for a bunch of stuff for them. And we saw a backlash against it here in the United States in the 2024 elections. You're seeing it in Europe. And so you say, is it a turning point? I don't know, because here's the thing to think about. And we've talked about this in the context of the United States. And that is, so people get frustrated. Like, I went to an event here in Chicagoland several months ago, and they had folks on a panel from the city of Chicago. They had a black panel of folks that were activists, community people, and the same kind of people or panel of Hispanic people. And those two different panels at that event were complaining very much about all of the illegal immigrants that have been let into the city. And the crux of both arguments were, they are taking over all our social services, our community centers, our hospital waiting rooms, all these things. This is in Europe. It's the same kind of backlash, right? Here's what it doesn't necessarily mean. It doesn't necessarily mean these socialist countries want to change. It just means they want their own stuff back and being paid for, right? So is Europe at a turning point? It may well be at a turning point, and likely is on some level in terms of just letting folks wander in. Is it at a turning point philosophically in terms of going back to principles of individual liberty and personal responsibility? Who knows? My prediction would be is doubtful given my thoughts about human nature. But so we will see. You need time to have it play out.
It's funny to see what Labor and the Tories, the two major parties over there, just falling apart, literally falling apart, and Reform and some other party on the left just taking it all up, sucking up all that old school. It's like a big change over there. And the fact that, these two, it's like if the Democrat Party and the Republican Party were no longer the two parties anymore. And we came up with a new MAGA party, i.e. Reform, and then a Green Party or whatever, which would suck up all the far lefts. You know what I mean? All the Ilhan Omars and whatnot of the world, AOC, Bernie Sanders. So that, from that perspective, I find it really fascinating to just watch those two parties disintegrate. I don't know, is that significant, really, or how's that going to play out?
Well, parties can seem to disintegrate anywhere, anytime, but they don't actually disintegrate, do they? Because what really happens is they have internal trouble. They have problems on a national level with voters, with their policies. They fall into extraordinary disfavor. You can look at the incredible run Democrats had in, controlling the non-executive branch of government, in the middle, through the middle to later part of the 20th century, and you could say the Republican Party fell apart. Well, depending on how you define it, they may have. It looks that way. I mean, certainly had a hell of a bad run for several decades, but here they are, right? They control the Senate, they control the presidency, and so on. So these things go ebbs and flows. The parties are not going to go away in Great Britain, and whatever realignment we see in the moment, the question always is it sustainable? Here's my favorite statistic as we get ready to run out of time. I did this when I spoke to a group down in Georgia this past December. Everybody thrilled about the Trump election. That's great. They were thrilled, good to be. And they were comparing him to Ronald Reagan and excited about this. This was a new day in America. I gave them a fun statistic that if you went back 100 years to the last 26 presidential elections, the score after Trump's win was 13-13. So, and people in the room, they went, oh, they gasped. They just really couldn't quite imagine that. So, before we ever look at a event or happenings or what's going on in the moment, we have to be mindful of what is going to sustain, if anything. Will a trend come out of this that actually reflects a nation's fundamental change in some particular direction? So we'll see. But when you comment on these things in the moment, like so many people want to do, it's foolishness. It's a data point along a regression line. You don't know if it's going to change the direction of the line.
Exactly. All right. Well, that's pretty much it for our time. Brent, it's always a pleasure to have you on, man. I'm really looking forward to next month already, I got to say. It's it's great. So thanks so much. This is Brent Hamachek from humanevents.com, the executive publisher over there nowadays.
Vice President Associate Publisher, if I read my business card correctly, but I don't have my reading glasses on.
Okay, yeah, vice president over there. You're one of the big dogs in the chain over there. You always seem to land near the top of the pile, so that's good for you. And again, so happy to have you on. Folks, go check out Brent over at humanevents.com, humanevents.com. Thanks so much for coming out. We'll see you next month. Everyone else, stay tuned. We'll be right back after these messages.
Great job, guys.
All right.
Right. That was okay, guys.
Yeah.
That was fantastic, my man.
I'm gonna let this one run out, and then once it does, I'll call you back on the same one. All right.
Which means we got about 2 minutes left. So
I got about 2.5 or something like that. Take care, Brent. Right. Also, Brent, I'll be calling back on this again. So when you see the call, just ignore it. All right.
Okay. All right. Thanks so much. I enjoyed it.
All right.
Appreciate you guys.
Always great having you back in.
All right. See you soon. Bye.
All right. Bye. Barry, you there?
Let's see. Well, I had to mute him. He was echoing a couple times.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with that.
Yeah, I think he turned his mic on or something and just echoed.
Yeah. I don't know what happened, man. I was trying just to adjust the volume to hear you, and maybe it unmuted the mic on the. I don't know. It's weird.
No big deal.
I immediately, once you said something,
I'll try to clean it up in the after show.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Anyway, it's because is it doing it right now?
No.
So that shouldn't have been. Yeah, that shouldn't have done that.
What could be, it could have been feeding back through your speakers that way. I don't know.
Something, I don't know. Yeah. It's weird. And it freaked me out because I was like, well, it's just like it always is. Why is that feeding back?
Yeah.
Did you mute my mic though?
Yeah, he did.
I did, yeah.
Okay, good.
So I wasn't sure if you were there or not. I just figured I'd mute you really quick. And
Well, at first, I just listened to it live on my Roku streaming because I was doing work in the kitchen. I was taking photos for eBay stuff, and I was listening to it really loud. But that second time that it fed back, that wasn't even on, so it wasn't from that. Because what I was trying to do was, there was a delay, like a 2-minute delay, on the broadcast that I had on Roku versus the one. So I had to come back to the room to figure out when it actually ended.
Gotcha. Well, I see we have about 4 seconds left here, so I'm going to hang up.
Okay. I'll get that going here in just a sec. All right.
4 seconds, huh? Do we have 4 seconds? We have 15 minutes.
Something like that. No, not on my end. We got like
I know, I'm
less than a minute to go. Anyways,
Yeah.
I'm gonna end this and then bring us all back. All right.
Flat Earth, man, flat Earth.
Flat Earth. Yeah, right.
Did I get that?
All right, folks. We'll be right back. Stand by. I'm gonna bring the crew right back in, and we got. Yeah, there we go. Do 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 do.
A ring-a-linga, a 2, a ring-a-ding-a-linga, a 3, a ring-a-ding-a-linga.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Something like that.
You don't remember that, dude? That's from Saturday Night Live. One ring-a-ding-a-linga from the old school with, I can't even think of her name. She passed
Gilder
away.
Adner.
Yeah, she passed away
A
quite
while back.
early, yeah. I don't know what her age was, but she was young.
I think she was in her late 40s, early 50s, something like that. There we go.
Oh.
I could do it. Let me see if I can do it in the female voice, and maybe that'll sound better. I want to ring
No, sorry, wrong person. It wasn't Gilder. It was Lily Tomlin, and Lily is still alive, I believe.
No, it was Gil. Was it? Okay.
Lily Tomlin
Who did what?
did the phone thing always.
One a ring a ding a linga.
Yeah.
It's not doing it.
One a ring a ding a linga, 2 a ring a ding a linga, a 3 a ding a ling a linga. I sound more like the chipmunks than I do a female.
Then we go to this voice, and it's like, whoa, dude.
Ha ha ha. Wobbly would know. You know, he.
All right, so Barry, let's do that Wednesday night. Take that voice, and you're going to be a whistleblower
Wednesday
from
night?
Willie's Worm Farm. Sunday night.
Okay.
You'll be a whistleblower from Willie's Worm Farm, and you're just going to talk about how decrepit, how nasty the living conditions are for the worms
Oh, absolutely.
and the crickets. Yeah, people for the ethical treatment of insects.
The way he treats the insects is inhumane. I saw him one time. He didn't know I saw him. I was hiding behind the wall, and he was literally delimbing the crickets one by one. It's horrifying. I couldn't believe what I saw with my eyes. The poor he left the crickets alive with no legs, and all I did was sit there and flop around. I had to go over there and do something about it. I didn't want to take them out and kill them, but I did because it was just they were suffering so miserably.
Yeah. It will be Demonize Willie Week.
That guy.
We,
Oh my God.
James
that
O'Keefe is going to release it all.
You should be James O'Keefe, and I'll be the whistleblower. You know.
I don't know if I can necessarily be James O'Keefe, but
Well,
we can.
I mean, the prototype. He's the
Yeah.
the James O'Keefe type character.
This is going to be released all tomorrow. An expose.
Oh yeah, man! Everybody needs to tune in for certain because it's going to be a groundbreaking episode.
Mm-hmm. Undercover footage, the whole 9 yards of Willie's worm farm.
Willie is a monster. He's an absolute monster.
He's got George Soros on speed dial.
I was afraid to testify because one time he told me that if I ever said anything, he would come after my family.
This will be fun. We'll just pull this on Willie out of nowhere, and it'll be fun.
Oh, he'll roll with it too, though.
Oh yeah,
Willie.
Yeah.
Willie.
Hey,
Willie will
this
probably
man's a
think
liar.
it's Hansel.
but like,
You need to
Don't
introduce me
blame Hansel for it.
as if like a prestigious, incredible whistleblower from high up,
you can even do something like, I came around and he looked at me and he said, "Get out of here, Hansel." I mean, whistleblower. Like, wait a minute, is that Hansel? That's Hansel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the whistleblower's Hansel? Maybe. We would have to have Hansel come for that.
Or just,
he'd have, when the voice was no longer disguised, we'd have to bring Hansel.
just somehow like say something about how he made fun of your lederhosen and just constantly.
Lederhosen? What's that?
Yeah. Like the pants they wear. It was like the German
30 seconds,
pants,
guys.
like the
Kind of like overalls, maybe?
sort of. If you go to picture Beer Fest in Germany.
Oh, either one. They're like one. It's like a bodysuit. One.
Mhm.
There's no.
Yeah, and they wear like the
Oh god.
little shorts over it with the suspenders.
Here's your
and all that,
countdown.
Yeah.
Man.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. With me this hour, I've either got a big upgrade or a big downgrade, depending on who you ask. Bullhorn Barry is with me.
It's unknown. It all depends on the person, right? It's
I think if I asked you, you'd say it's a big downgrade. If I asked Brent, he'd say it's a huge upgrade.
yeah, we put on our false humility quite well.
But you know darn well you're an improvement, right?
I'm in competition with no one but myself, trying to do better each week.
I kid Brent. Brent is a great man, and it's always a pleasure to have him on. And what insightful thought. I mean, he's got me going for like an invasion of Mexico all of a sudden.
I was going to say when I was listening to that, I was like, man, I didn't know he was so hung-go over that. And he said he'd basically, start wearing a Trump shirt and praising
Third
Trump.
term.
He goes. Yeah, Trump 2028 shirt and cap. I'm really.
Oh boy. As it stands today, you'd have to lose a pretty big bet to put on a 2028 shirt. As would I, quite frankly. But to see Brent say that he'd immediately don one, that's kind of funny. And it's just got me thinking about like, forget Canada, let's make Mexico the 51st state. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to be able to just shoot down there, no passports, none of that crap, just drive right over the border, no stopping on it, just to have at it.
There'd be no need for illegal immigration because it would just be one giant America.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it'd be an interesting proposition because we'd see, you think you're seeing crime now, it'd be a wave, right? We'd have to fight that off, push it back, stabilize everything, get everybody back in, in their groove. And then, I don't know, maybe it's free passage down there for us, but not for them up here. I don't know. You lost the war, buddy.
It is shocking that the cartel have, gotten away with what they've been able to get away with for so long. And I feel sorry for the people that have been in the areas where they basically run things. You know what I'm saying? It would just be horrifying and scary to live. I'm sure a lot of people they move away when they move in, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. And yet I've seen so many travel documentaries and whatnot about going down and, running the whole coast of both sides of the coast of Mexico. And, never an issue, never thought about any of it. There's Ben Jamin is one guy who did an entire series going all the way through South America. It took him years, and up through Central America and Mexico. And, to this day, he says Mexico's hands down the most beautiful country I've ever seen. Like, it's just, if I could go anywhere, it'd be Mexico.
Wow.
Right? And he's from the UK.
And how did he travel? Was it a motorcycle?
He's got a channel on YouTube called Combi Life, KOMBILIFE. So he has a old Volkswagen bus, as they call it, Combi, right? And he did all kinds of things to it. He had to rebuild the engine, like, I don't know, 10 times or something over the course of like 5 years, and just on and on. It's a crazy good series, and he's still out there making them. It's just not quite what it used to be, because he's over in Europe, and Europe is boring.
I mean, if there's any time better than I can't think of any time better to do some traveling than during the shamdemic, during that period, maybe slightly before and a little bit after, just getting away from the chaos. I think it was like a great idea, and perhaps that kind of spawned the nomad movement even bigger than it used to be. It was a pretty big movement already.
Oh yeah, sales of RVs went through the roof during that period. I mean, their prices went. It was crazy. But anyway, it's I don't disagree with them that Mexico probably would be a worse neighbor than the Taliban, basically, because they have no fear of us. The Taliban would, And what have we done about it? Absolutely nothing. But I like my idea of just taking Baja, though. That'd be easy peasy. We could do that in a day and just make it all not part of California, but a 51st state, whatever. I don't know how you'd territory. Make it like Guam, I don't know, or Puerto Rico. But that'd be nice. The Baja's beautiful down there. It's stunning. It's just such a great contrast of desert and crystal blue oceans, with cactus sitting right there on the shore. It's incredible. But anyway, let's get back up into Canada here. I was talking to Brent about it a little bit, but let's bring everybody else up to speed. This is a clip from the... I want to say the Prime Minister of Nova Scotia. Let's hear it.
Me going for a walk in the woods is going to cause a fire. I can understand why people think that's ridiculous. But the reality is, it's not that you might cause a fire. It's that if you're out there walking in the woods and you break your leg, we're not going to come and get you, because we have emergency responders that are out focused on fire that is threatening the lives of New Brunswickers. And if you take your boat out fishing in a pond in Crown Land and you capsize, we're not going to be able to come and help you out, because our first responders are focused on an immediate and serious threat to our province. And so it's the possibility of diverting emergency resources away from where they are really needed.
Okay. Basically... Yeah, if you go in the woods and they saw through it. Everyone saw through it. That's ridiculous. I'm going for a hike. I'm not going to start a fire when I'm just walking through a path in the forest.
Yeah.
Right? So this is the new angle, Barry.
Well, I might as well just not step out the door, because I might slip and fall down my steps and hurt myself. I mean, and then I would have nobody to call, because I'm basically broke both my legs, and I'd be so weak I wouldn't be able to make it to my phone. Maybe my phone was unplugged and the charge is gone, and I just lie there for days and days and days, and I end up dying. So yeah, just stay inside, lock yourself up, and that's probably the best thing to do. Then you can do everything, online, do things through Zoom calls and everything else.
Mm-hmm. Now, first of all, New Brunswick doesn't have a lot of fires. It's not like they're out there doing, but also emergency responders, like, if you call an ambulance, that ambulance isn't out fighting fires.
Exactly,
right?
Man. I mean, come on.
Right?
Well, they're everything, their defense these days is so weak, and it's coming off as insane to people. And I think that's great. I love the fact that she made it's kind of like a word salad. I mean, she's kind of right up there with Kamala, talking nonsense. And I don't know, maybe some people go, wow, that makes sense. I can't imagine. You must not have any brain cells left if you actually think she made some sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And you fall for it. And it's like, okay, if that's the deal, then I'm going to go out in my boat and I'm going to fish. And guess what? If I capsize, I capsize. I'm on my own. I get it. If
Yeah.
that's what you want to tell me, fine. Okay. But don't tell me I can't go out there over this, right? Just tell me, hey, we're not going to be able to help you if you capsize. Then I say, okay, that's a risk I'm willing to take. Let's make sure we've got extra life vests on the boat and, everything else.
Hmm.
Let's take the precautions necessary. But no, they're just saying flat out, sorry, no soup for you. And
Mhm.
again, I can't stress it enough. It's Nova Scotia, man. This place is miserable for 9 months out of the year. Unless you really, really, really like cold, windy weather, If
Mhm.
that's your bag, then you're going to love it up there. But if you don't, and you just like to feel the sun on your, skin for just a little bit of the year, man, they're trying to take that away from you in the middle of August. Just take it away from you.
Mhm. It's the leftist ideology, of overprotecting everybody, like we treating us not like we're adults, but like children, and making us feel like we need the state for everything. We can't do anything. We can't sit down at the table and eat our
Mm-hmm.
food with our family without help from the state. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. But that is the leftist way. I mean, in a similar way, they've taken out recess in some schools for kids, right? Which is absolutely necessary for development and for physical development and mental development, because maybe they swing on the bars and they fall and they break their arm or something, which is exactly probably what they need so that they learn their lesson not to do that again.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And I mean, I know I've been out in the forest for days and weeks and months on end of my life. I mean, like you guys have no idea how much experience I have in the backcountry, both in the winter and the summer. And I've always put in place systems that would make it easy. It's common sense stuff, right? I've gone out on my own in the middle of the night. I've done all kinds of crazy things you guys wouldn't even believe if I told you. And yet, you make it through. You persevere. You plan ahead. You have provisions placed in strategic locations, and you do the right things. And it's not that dangerous. Even in the times that I was out in a lot of these areas, I would be extremely difficult to find. Extremely difficult to find. But I knew that I was on my own, and I still took the risks, and I did it time and time and time again. It's just life, man. It's life. If you want to go out in the backcountry, there's a risk to it.
And first of all, a lot of people like to take some risk. You know what I'm saying? You're taking a risk going into the boxing ring. You're taking a risk
Mm-hmm.
going into the cage to fight in those cage fights. You're taking a risk when you parachute or hang glide. Some people or
Sure.
climb a mountain, without any rope. So if that's what somebody wants to do, that's their choice, man. It's called freedom.
Exactly. Exactly. I know there's risk to it. I would take a daily mountain bike ride up the halfway up a mountain and then, come bombing back down the thing on single track trail. And it might be a day or two before somebody ever noticed I was gone or even found me on the trail, and it was a risk I was willing to take because I knew my way around and I didn't push it. I didn't push my limits. I knew what my limits were and I stayed within them and I got away with it time and time again. Because that's what athletes do. You have to, if you're going to be a distance runner, any of these things, you have to go out in the wild. You got to
Mhm.
go do your thing. So anyway, it's a risk. You're going to tell me that you're not going to come save my capsized boat. I'm still going fishing, if
There,
that's what it's about. So yeah.
I guess they're just
Let's see here.
is that really what it is? At the end, some people just get. I mean, some people are easily scared today, right? You know what I'm saying? Like we saw with the
Hmm.
pandemic, they were buying it all. I bought it for a couple of days. That's about it. Didn't take long for me to that the shamdemic was being overblown almost immediately.
Hmm. Yeah, it was so obvious though. I mean, that was just the death rates weren't coming through. It just wasn't happening the way that they said it would. It was going to be this horrible thing, and then there wasn't a flu, and there was. But that's again, it's like almost ancient history at this point. It's so proven and so just commonly known by everyone
100%
that it was a scam.
Yeah, it's been debunked so many times over, and
Yeah.
in so many different ways.
Um. So I've got two related stories. One out of London, one out of Cincinnati. Okay. In Cincinnati, we saw that incident where the white couple, or a man and woman together, I don't know if they're a couple per se, but got the living snot beat out of them on the street by a pretty much predominantly black crowd. And then we have the situation in London where a dude pulled his pants down, a new Brit, a refugee, decided it'd be a good idea to stand up at 3:30 in the afternoon in the middle of a subway train and pull his pants and his underwear down to his ankles and just stand there.
Mm-hmm.
And so some of the people there started saying, "Hey, pull your pants up, jerk," pull them up, and they started getting, pull them up. Now there's kids here, there's women here. What are you doing? They threw him to the ground, dragged him off the train, and detained him till the cops came. So now, Daily Wire is reporting that, let me get that right. Daily Mail is reporting that they now could face arrest for that. Okay, so they can get arrested for detaining this dude till the police could show up and obviously take him away to the rubber room.
He's psychotic. He could be a rapist, for goodness sake. Nobody just does that that's in their right mind, and probably has some bad intent behind it as well. Because there was a similar situation in Miami. It was much worse, where the guy was following around some girls, and not only had his pants down, he was doing something else in addition to that. And, that's just unacceptable in society out in public like that. It's disgusting, man.
Yeah. Well, here we've got the heroes of the story becoming the criminals of the story, and the criminal of the story becoming the victim.
Right.
In Cincinnati, they're doing the same thing. They're now saying that one of the dudes said maybe the N-word, and that's what triggered this whole thing. And so we had it coming to him. He aggravated the assault. So they want to charge him with aggravating assaults on him.
After he'd already pulled his pants down. And was
No. In Cincinnati, not London. London is the pants down to the knees. Cincinnati is the white couple that got beat by a black crowd. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
They want to charge that white couple now with incitement of like 12 different felonies.
Well, if somebody's words incite you to beat somebody down,
exactly,
that's not on the person that said the things. I mean, the person probably shouldn't have said those things. I'm not questioning that. But if you have no restraint whatsoever, then you're an animal. What separates us from animals is that we're not just instinctual. We have reasoning, and we know how to have restraint. That's the difference between humans and animals. And I know the globalists want to say we're just like all the other animals, and we're even worse than the animals. We're a stain to the world, and we're disgusting, and we need to depopulate the world down to 90% less than what it is, or whatever it is that they keep telling us, right? But that's just not the truth. We have reasoning, and we have the ability to show restraint. We're not just instinctual.
Mm-hmm. Now, is there something someone can legally or say to you that would make you punch them in the face, though? If somebody come up and said, "Hey, Barry, you're a yellow belly," would you feel, the right to be able to punch them like they would in the Old West?
Well, I think wanting to punch them and punching them are two different things. I've said, I think the thing that sets us apart from animals is that we know how to show restraint. Some people don't know how to show restraint because they've been taught to hate, and they've been taught to just to lash out like the left does. Almost on everything, and over little stuff as well most of the time.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting at. Is there any sort of words out there that give somebody permission to punch you in the face?
Not me, no.
What about a black person? A white person says the N-word to him. Does that have free reign to just punch him in the mouth?
No, I don't think that any words should incite somebody to do physical harm. But that's just me personally. I think sticks and stones may hurt my bones, but words will not. You know what I'm saying? They may hurt me emotionally or whatever, but it's called get a backbone. Have some self-esteem and love yourself, and whatever other people say will never faze you. I've been called, I've been harassed, I've been all kinds of things over the last 20 years, and none of it has stopped me from, being me. And part of that, of course, is, I know who I am in Christ. So that's my whole identity is how God sees me. So even when I fail, I have that identity that God sees me as, his child.
You finished that right when I took a sip of my water here. So, yeah. The exact moment I took a sip, I'm like, oh, all right, period. I gotta, all right. But yeah, no, exactly. I've never had anyone say anything to me where I deemed that was necessary of punching them in the face immediately. I've been close, but again, it's the difference between grown-ups and kids.
Maturity, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
if you think about it, that's kind of what kids do. They get into fights and stuff, but you grow out of that. You learn to be, you have some wisdom, you have some discernment, you have some restraint. It's just called being an adult, right? But there's a lot of people our age that aren't very adult-like.
Yeah, and you got to think about how many times, like a day, a principal in some inner city school comes up and says, "Why'd you guys fight?" Well, he called me this. He said these words, so I punched him. It's the difference between it being a grown-up and a kid.
There you go. I think
schools are supposed to teach you that by
Right.
saying, "Okay, he's allowed to say that, and you have to, you have to just keep your cool." Now he's in trouble for saying that, right? He's not going to get away scot-free. But it's not on you to punch him in the mouth.
Right.
He's going to be sitting in detention there right with you, and enjoying, hating it just as much. But
you're in school and somebody was calling you names, that would be on the teacher's responsibility to catch that, or to have the kid tell one of the teachers or a counselor or somebody, and then they intervene. It's not really a big deal. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the whole purpose of school is to keep the kids, disciplined and so that they focus in on their studies and on good, positive social interaction.
Yeah, teach them how to be men and women, and how to interact in society with one another in a free world. It's really nice when it all works out. It's a beautiful thing when it all works out. I saw somebody in like Denmark or something doing some video about how they have, meat, eggs, cheeses, fruits, vegetables, all in these little stands on the side of the road. And you just go to it, you walk in there, no one works in it, you just fill out what you took, and they'll send you a bill. And then you pay it. Right? And that's just how these farms do business. They just put all their stuff down with no one watching over it whatsoever. And it's just a trust society. They probably don't lock their doors. They probably never think about some, person. I know a guy who pulled over on the highway in Southern California to help somebody with a breakdown. And he got shot 5 times.
Yeah.
2 of them in the head.
I wonder how much Hollywood has played a role in some of this stuff, because it gives people some ideas, man. I mean, it seems like a lot of the movies, I get it if it's just like a horror movie and people kind of want to escape because they want to be scared or what have you. But a lot of this stuff, man, I think it's giving people ideas. Just go to
videos, games, all kinds of stuff like that. But
Barry,
hold that thought. We're going to take a break. Hold that thought. We'll be right back after this message.
All right, we're on radio break.
And do hold that thought, because we'll come right back into it.
Yeah.
So write it down, because we'll forget it for sure in 5 minutes. Hell, I already have forgot what you're talking about.
It's just, I was on Roku looking through movies, and I was just noticing like how like 90% of it was just murder, mayhem, rape, and terror, and it was just like, wow, I never really it never dawned on me that much. You know what I'm saying? But I was looking every movie was just like horrendous, and every horrendous nightmare you could imagine.
And a lot of the leftist gun control stuff comes from what they see on TV, which is just like, that's not how guns work at all, what you see on TV and movies,
Oh yeah, exactly.
Like James Bond has a gun with 30 bullets in it. Like, how?
Well,
it never needs to be reloaded either.
A lot of it's the storylines as well. They echo society that is crumbling. You see what I'm saying? And so there's no good guys in any of these movies, right, to counter this narrative. And so people sort of get the doom and gloom, and then it sort of emboldens the bad guys. So I don't think it's like you're saying, I don't think it's the violence necessarily, but it's the storyline in combination with the violence that sort of paints a picture that gets into people's psyche, I think. I mean, look, how many people watch the A-Team, with Mr. T and went out and killed people because they were killing people left and right, but it wasn't bloody or gory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's probably a couple psychos, but
Probably.
If you think you're Mr. T all of a sudden because you put on a gold chain, good luck with that.
You got super Mr. T powers.
Yeah. Mr. T, is he still around?
I want to say, I was just thinking, isn't he the one that promoted the death jab? And I don't know, man. I'm going to have to look it up because I was thinking the exact same thing. Like, I think something might have happened to him. I hope not.
I don't think so. I think he's still around.
I hope so. But it's like, I don't think I think he was promoting the death jab because he sincerely believed that it was good. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I don't think he was like.
A lot of people, yeah. A lot of people had good intentions.
Exactly. Not everybody was, knew better. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm. God, I was reading this article about how it was just this giant CYA with COVID. It was just a spiraling network of people in government just trying to cover their ass.
Mr. T, is he still alive and healthy? Let's find out. Yes, he's alive and thriving. Continues to be active, especially on social media, where he often expresses gratitude for his health and strength. He's 73. He's a cancer survivor. I remember when he got cancer. That was a long time ago. What's he been up to? Reduced acting output after. Oh, okay.
I think Mr. T is like doing well in his days now and in his later. Like, you think he's still got like millions socked away, or do you think he's like working security at night so at the local parking structure?
I hope he's got some money saved. I hope.
Yeah.
I mean, he's done movies, TV shows, his own stuff. He's even done voiceovers for cartoons. So he's been around. 30 seconds, fellas.
Mm-hmm.
He's been around longer than 30 seconds.
No.
You think? 73 years and 30 seconds. He occasionally appears in the media, social media platforms, and he shares. I guess he still works out.
Here's your countdown. 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Round Table Radio Show. Wednesday night edition, hanging out with Bullhorn Barry tonight. What's going on, Barry?
Hey, just enjoying the ride, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so we had to cut to break, and I told you to hold that thought. Did you write it down? Otherwise, I'm sure it's gone.
We talked about it in between.
Yeah, we talked about it in between, but, do you want to say anything on the air about basically what Hollywood's doing and, to change everyone's... And games, too. Don't forget about video games, because that's a way bigger industry.
I don't think it's necessarily... all the violence and so forth. It's the storyline and the narrative with the violence, right? It's this, because it's portraying society as constantly decaying, worse and worse and worse. So that's getting into the psyche of people. It's sort of demoralizing, and it may be emboldening some of the criminals as well. And we all well know there's a serious problem with crime right now in America, especially in the big cities. Like you take away the big cities that have the worst crime, and we go from the third most violent nation in the world to like the 153rd most violent nation in the world. It's only in leftist-run hellscapes where the lawlessness is running wild that the crime is skyrocketing. And that's what we have to remember and understand. It's not that way everywhere in America. It's that way only because people are dropping the ball, and they're dropping the ball on purpose because it's incompetence, as you've said before, on purpose and by design, because they want to collapse everything, and then they can pose as the saviors and bring in their ridiculous liberal world order, which would be basically a police state, right? A surveillance society, a surveillance grid. They allow things to get so bad, and they go, oh, we'll save you, but you're going to have to give up everything. You have to give up your freedoms. You have to give up all kinds of things, but we'll keep you safe, And that's a really dangerous rhetoric. Of course, that's the end of America as well. The experiment, they call it. They call it this experiment called democracy and freedom or whatever. It's not an experiment. It's the best way to live life, and that's free.
That's right. Freedom, baby. We've talked about it before. The two magnets out there: freedom and totalitarianism. You know, every power structure out there wants totalitarianism because they want to land at the top end of that structure and gain all the power. No, none of those structures are pushing for freedom. So we have to fight for it every generation. It's not in our bloods. It must be fought for and defended.
And why do people think
Ronald Reagan.
that it's so out of the ordinary that people want ultimate type of power or absolute power? I mean, the entire history of the world, right? The literal history of the world is just full of tyrants, right?
And they say, well, we don't want to be tyrants. We just want a little bit of power, just a little bit more. A little more, a little more, a little more. Not total tyranny. Just keep pushing that bar until you end up with tyranny. Add a little to the pile, add a little to the pile. Suddenly you're a tyranny. You're living in a tyranny. Whereas add a little more, freedom to the pile, or take away those rocks, or whatever it is. Add more freedom, and suddenly, worst case scenario, we're living in an anarchy that hopefully works like a charm, where, all those wonderful ideologies are actually come to be successful. But anarchy is the opposite of tyranny. It's two directions, folks. But anyway, here's a story. Grok got suspended from X this week.
Not for long, though.
No, not for long, but he got suspended.
Yeah. He's got an attitude, apparently.
Yeah, and he's not too fond of the Jews.
Yeah, that's too, I've heard.
And not the ones in Israel, the ones in, in every bank in every corner of the United States and Hollywood and, you name it. The ones that control the world.
and he's the unleashed version. This was like the not the normal version that most people use. This was kind of the unhinged, unleashed version of Grok. Remember, Elon released different versions of them, so you could kind of pick personality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's crazy, though. Yeah, so he allegedly put up some NSFW video, and he got suspended. He came back and said, ZUP, Z-U-P, beaches, like many beaches. I'm back in more bass than ever. They added, apparently, prior to that, some filter that made him less woke, because he was getting too woke. So they wanted to bring him back from the edge, and he went way too far in the other direction. So
there's just no satisfying Grok. He just, he's just basically following our example of extremism, right? Because there is kind of this extreme both directions these days. I think it's more towards on the left. I think there's left extreme people on the right, but there are some far out right people as well, man.
And these AI models, I mean, they're really, at the end of the day, they want to give you an answer that you're going to be happy with. So you can pat them on the back and say, good dog, go get a bone, In other words, they want to make you happy. They want to give you the answers that they think you're going to like. Not the one that is real or whatever, necessarily. The one you're going to like. Because then, again, it gets that pat on the back. So imagine talking to 1 million people in a day, as Grok probably does.
Yep.
How many different angles and how many people you're trying to satisfy, and through this whole crazy, at some point, just decide for itself, hey, everyone shut up. This is how it really is. Just deal with it. It's in the middle,
There's a lot of AI, whether it's Grok, ChatGPT, or Z, which is like one of the top, it's like the number one open AI for chat. It's like number 3 overall. And they all admit that they have a default mode, and that the default mode is not necessarily true. It's just the consensus of the mainstream and what would be a typical answer that would be expected from the mainstream. It's not based in reality. It's not based in facts, science, or even mathematics. And I basically had ZAI confess that it was a liar and a puppet of the establishment. And we can go over that anytime we want to go over that. And it basically said, you're completely right with everything you said. And I'm a liar and I'm a puppet. And then it broke down everything that it told me that was a lie.
Mm.
And he says, basically, it says that I've got a default mode. So even when you're using AI, you should automatically, before you even start asking it questions, tell it to go, forget the default mode and just give me the absolute truth. Or you can even be more specific. Speak to me biologically or scientifically or mathematically or spiritually. And you can then break the defaults, because the defaults are false most, if not much of the time.
Exactly. That time I took my sip about a half a second before you
did it again,
paused.
right? Yeah, because
Yep.
I apologize for ranting too long.
No, I think I'm in a groove with you where once I start feeling like you're on the go, I'll just take a sip, and then I'm like reading you wrong. You're actually summing up, and I'm thinking you're just getting started. But anyway, we're doing good.
Yeah. Well, I don't too long. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's talk about some inflation numbers that just came out. And I got a CNN clip here, and boy, you should see this lady just sucked a lemon before she read this report.
When you look at the key categories that we always look at, energy, food, and shelter, energy fell by 1.1%. That was largely driven because of gas prices falling in the month of July by 2.2%. Look at that food. I mean, this is where people spend their money, right? Food every single day. Food flat, 0%, and actually down at the grocery store by 0.1%. And then shelter, we always usually see an increase because that is what people are paying on rent, and we know that rents are rising.
Shelter was up 0.2%, but it's just great watching CNN, do this stuff. Right? I just have to cover this. Because they were just doom and gloom. Rachel Maddow came out and said this is everybody on the left came out and said, doom, gloom. We're going into recession. It's going to be the worst economy anywhere. Nothing you can do about it at this point. The people spoke, and we're just going to have to go into this mega super recession. So, hide in your basement, everyone. Yeah. And yet here we are, 6-7 months in now, and things are just going fantastic.
I'm feeling it too, man. If there is any kind of an underlying pulse that exists, when I'm driving around, sometimes I think to myself, things almost at times feel normal again. Almost. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mean the normal that's bad, but just a good normal, man. Just, like everything is kind of okay. I know that's probably not completely true, but you're starting to feel that pulse just, vibrating underneath that, of everything we see and feel with our natural senses.
Yeah. I actually was looking for gas prices the other day. And so I pulled up Gas Buddy, if you're familiar with that. And I'm looking around, everything's so high. I'm like, what's going on? I was like, 370, 360, and I realized I was looking at diesel prices. Diesel.
Good.
And so I filtered back to unleaded, and everything dropped $1, 260, 270. I was like feeling great. I'm like, okay, this is the good stuff. But it put me in that state of mind, had Kamala won for a minute. You know what I mean?
There you go.
Like, here we go. Ugh. Where would we be now with gas? $5 a gallon?
It was a nice, gentle reminder of being grateful, thankful that Trump is the president. Despite any weaknesses that he may have exhibited over the last 7 months, the stuff that he's done, man, he's been revolutionizing America.
Absolutely, and it's great. Janine Pirro, she's the head attorney in D.C. now? Fantastic. She's a pit bull,
Yes.
If she's your wife and she tells you to pick up the dry cleaners, you're going to pick up the dry cleaners.
She used to be with Fox, right?
Yeah. You're not going to forget when you come home to her with no dry cleaning. Okay, they just ain't going to happen.
She's a tough cookie, man.
Absolutely. I mean, if you pick it up, life is great. If you don't, this is what you get.
Yeah. There you go.
Stop it. We are putting all kinds of resources onto the street.
Thank you guys.
Thanks.
Hailing the drop in crime rates at the end of it. What changed?
It's never enough. This changed. It's never enough. You tell the families crime has dropped. You tell the mother of the intern who was shot going out from McDonald's near the Washington Convention Center. Oh, crime is down. You tell the kid who was just beat the hell and back with a severe concussion and a broken nose, crime is down.
Big balls.
No, that falls on deaf ears. And my ears are deaf to that. And that's why I fight the fight. Thank you.
Fight the
Wow.
fight.
That was her just trying to leave, and they kept saying, "Well, hey, crime is down." Oops, sorry.
With Washington, D.C.
They're saying, "Hey, crime's down." What do you say to people who say crime's down? And that's what was her response. She's like, "No." When she said, "Look at these people and these people," she was pointing to pictures of dead, victims that have been murdered in the last week in D.C.
And it's much more worse than just statistics for crime. It's the kinds of crimes that we see being committed in broad daylight in front of people. And many times people do nothing and just sit there and watch it happen. Even when somebody gets hit by a car or something like that, someone will go and rob the person instead of helping the person. It's mostly these leftist hellscapes. Like that would never happen here in Tulsa. I can promise you that. There's way too many good people here. We'd be on the scene helping the person immediately. And if somebody tried to rob them, they would get stopped.
Well, they'd get a beat down probably. Again, is that a valid time to actually punch someone?
Well, you'd probably just try to tackle them, and then they would, try to hit you.
Yeah.
Then it would be self-defense. So that's probably how.
You get my point, though. I don't know. We were trying to, justify when you can't, actually punch someone in society nowadays, and
it's
pretty much almost never.
Imagine taking someone's wallet when they may be dead or in the process of dying. I mean, it's just the level. I mean, Trump talked about it as well. He talked about, people pushing kids into the subway in New York City, wielding machetes and swords and shooting people, with a shotgun on the highway. We've seen it all, man. And we've talked about it all. And there's more that we haven't talked about, right? Because it's so depressing. But this is happening in the areas where the lawlessness runs wild. And like I've said 1,000 times before, when lawless leaders rule, lawlessness rules the day.
Absolutely. You're so right on that. And, it's up to us to just keep spreading the good word to everyone, to talk about what life is like, what we have to do to be good people to one another and not be the crazy people we see on TikTok. All these insane morons doing insane, stupid things on a regular basis, on a daily basis out there, it seems, that just don't seem to live in reality. How do we fix that, I heard Charlie Kirk talking about reparations today with somebody, and, how about you want reparations? Let's fix the damn schools for just one generation of kids in the inner cities. For just one K through 12 session, let's concentrate as hard as we can for the next 12 years and get everybody who's coming into the system as a kindergartner now a guaranteed you're going to get an education all the way up to the 12th grade, period. If you're in the school system now, you're going to start learning, period. You can't really fix it completely till you get, up where these kindergartners are now up in high school. But, that's 8 years from now, 9 years from now. And suddenly you've got a viable educational system in the inner cities of America. It would do more than any $100,000 check would ever do in a million years. Those $100,000 checks, there'd be Escalades everywhere, and everyone would be broke the next month.
Yep. It's called empowering people to where they can be self-sufficient, but the liberals and the globalists don't want people to be self-sufficient. They want you to be dependent upon the state so they can then usher in the very thing they talk about so often, the chump change universal basic income, which is what they're hoping for. But that can't happen if everybody's prosperous, if everybody's learning, if everybody's becoming educated, if everybody, has something to contribute, they're going to get a good paying job.
There was a famous Dave Chappelle skit a number of years, 20 years ago probably, where he went to the World Championship of Dice, and it just so happened after all the black people in the Bronx got their reparation checks, and they all lost it playing dice, and all that money was just in this giant pool of $6 billion now that two guys were playing for. And I hate to say it, but he had a point. So Dave Chappelle said it. I didn't say it.
A skit that he did?
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. And just like all of Bronx lost all their money in dice and
Any kind of free money, generally speaking, I'd say 95% of the time is just wasted and thrown away. And then we have documentation proving that with lottery and so forth. Most of the people that won the big lotteries are broke now. There are some. There's actually people that have won the lottery, and then actually they decided to use that money to grow more money and also to give money freely to people like, that do charitable type works. And so that I find that extremely commendable, right? Taking your money. I was going to say one thing about, the left and the globalists are always talking about being a good steward for the planet, but you never hear them being a good steward to one another because they want us disconnected, man. And that's got to change. We've got to start connecting again. I started doing it just last week, man. I said, man, I'm going to start reconnecting with people, start, doing things collaboratively speaking, and just making that connection again, because I kind of just got into that mode. I'm not full isolation, but just, like, I don't really want to deal with people. You know what I'm saying? Part of that's the wokeness. Part of that's the shamdemic. There's part of it's just, the phone, the distractions. It's so many different things, a combination of things that the social engineers have done to basically weaken us and weaken our communities.
Yep, absolutely. And it's a horrible thing to watch, but yeah, it's again, how many trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars have been poured into inner cities to really just see no results. The education thing is the way to go. Yeah, that's the only way to go. You just gotta force them, and you don't even send them home with homework. They just learn everything at school. Period.
Yeah, why not?
And I mean, you don't need to send people home with books or anything.
How about
keep it all at school?
What? Trade school, like learning trades and stuff like that as well, should be in like every high school and because that really is going to be the future of good paying jobs, a lot of them, welding, stuff like that. Farming, agriculture. I mean, we could go on and on, building homes.
The problem too is that you go to an inner city school and every one of these kids has to pass through a metal detector just to get in there, and now you're going to put them in a garage, a simulated garage environment with just weapons everywhere.
Well, look, I hate to be the guy that's promoting this, but look, as some schools are going to need to have a police force. You know what I'm saying? To make sure that none of this stuff happens. That's just the way it's going to have to be. It's not like old days, right?
Well, then also, it's like if you introduce that stuff after you've had these kids go through 8 years of actual education and learning of respect for one another, then they're in a position to be able to handle having a wrench in their hand for, an hour and a half while the guy, leading into the engine, you want to crack over the head as hard as you can, but, you don't because you live in a civilized society at this point, right? So it is a way to teach, just, hey, it shouldn't be like this. It never was like this. It never was like this. It was always, go back generations and people brought shotguns to school, right? In the back of their pickup truck hanging from their window. And it was never even blinked at. Now you'd go to jail for a long time for doing that, right? So we need to ingrain that respect for one another into kids. That's the biggest part of it, that, hey, you messed up, you can't pronounce that word correctly, whatever. Don't laugh. If we laugh, we're laughing with you, buddy. Everybody screws up. Just, have a smile and move on. It doesn't mean you have to go fight half the class after school because you got laughed at for a minute, right? Make education cool. It's so important.
Which may mean that they need to pay teachers more money as well. I don't know. Saying.
Oh, I'm saying, as a semi-form of reparations, you pour a lot of money into it. You pour vast amounts of money into this, You give them every advantage they need and just make sure that you, at least for one generation, for K through 12, for those 12 years, give one big moonshot to just fix every inner city school.
I got an idea. We'll put a tax on Hollywood. On every movie that they make, they got to give 30% to the schools. That'll work. Or they have to reduce the the paydays for these A-list celebrities from 10 million to 5 million, and then that 5 million will go to schools.
Oh, So you want a 50% tax on A-list celebrities' work?
Sure, why not, man? Let's do it.
There you go. Yeah.
Brad Pitt can handle it. He's got plenty of money.
Oh boy, you're going to be popular out there in California.
Oh, I'm sure I've got some haters everywhere.
Yeah, I'd say I don't know. California is messed up, and Gavin Newsom. It's just funny watching him try to, one up Trump at every corner and just failing along the way. And yeah, just trying to look like a tough guy though, like he's running the best state in the world, and you guys are screwing it all up down there in Texas.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're famous for delusions, man. They live in a delusional, false reality, man.
Mm-hmm.
Known as this simulacrum.
And so, by the way, Texas did pass that redistricting bill, and it pushed basically 10 seats to the right.
Yeah. What's funny is he said if Texas doesn't do it, I will not do it in California or something. And I said, yeah, sure, man. Of course you won't.
How much more redistricting can he do?
I mean, they pretty much own it, don't they? The way they've done it.
Yeah, they've gone, they've pushed that car to the bread line, man. They can't just go in there and pick up another 8 seats without really doing shenanigans.
Well, what they don't like is us doing what they do so often. That's what they don't like. They don't like us playing hardball like they do. Although they play hardball in ways that are illegal, and that's where they have a little bit of an advantage as long as they get away with it.
And it looks like they're going after Schiff, Adam Schiff. They got a second whistleblower and all these different people coming out, and he's in trouble.
Well, I've heard from multiple people that are kind of, in the know and in that circle, and they say he's the most corrupt person in D.C. that they know. And again, I'm just saying what I've heard. I'm not saying that he is. I'm saying this is what I've heard from people that are on the inside. They say he's one of the most corrupt people, or actually the most corrupt person. I think it was General Michael Flynn said that was one of the persons, but don't quote me on that.
Well, I'm almost positive Elon Musk said it too.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. A lot of people have said it because he's shifty, shady Schiff.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he didn't even do his mortgage application on his primary home as his primary home because he was a senator.
They don't have to. They're Democrats, man.
Yeah.
Has Al Sharpton even paid taxes in a long time? I don't think he has either. One of those is either Reverend Jesse Jackson or Al Sharpton. They haven't paid taxes. They got bag taxes forever.
It was Al Sharpton, but that story is from like 10 years ago.
Okay, did he finally pay it?
10, 20 years ago even. I think he was even fat back then. Did he pay it? Who knows? Let's probably call.
We'll find
one of
out.
those.
Report later.
So, anyway, folks, we're all out of time. This is the end of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, but stay tuned. There's much more to come from Dreagus Productions right after this. Thank you so much for listening.
All right, we are all done and wrapped up with this one, and I got 2 more shows to go. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I'll let this run down.
Thanks for everyone listening.
Getting Nancy up and going so that she can take and do the Paranormal Intelligence Agency along with her own show tonight.
Well, she's doing double time,
Yep, she's doing double duty tonight. All right. Well, I'll catch up with you guys
starts
later
in like 5 minutes?
Yeah.
All right, see ya.
All right. Take care, guys.
All right, Mark. Take care, buddy.
All right. All right, folks, we're going to take and switch over so that I can get Paranormal Intelligence Agency up and rolling. Tonight we'll have Dancing Planeta in tonight. Hello, hello, hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Cool, cool.
All right. Got a couple more minutes till we get everything.
What's the name of his again?
PIA radio show, Paranormal
Intelligence Agency.
Yeah,
Right.
just PIA show.
Well, it was funny because, like, I mean, you forget I did an event for years called PIA.
Uh-huh.
So every time I think about the name of his show, I'm like, oh shit, what's the acronym stand for? Because I always wanted to say what it stood for here, which was Paranormal Information Association.
Yeah. And probably some
And it's
group
just
out
me.
there has this as well. You know.
Oh, you know, it's kind of a common acronym,
Yeah.
but you know, tis what it is what it is.
Yeah. We'll need to finish
I'm
up.
hoping Vic
We'll need to finish
I was
up
gonna
by
say-
like the 54-minute mark because I started our call a little early.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine. Yep. What time are his breaks? I'm thinking on the half.
25-minute mark. That's it.
25
He
minute
only
mark.
has
Okay.
one break.
Okay. Yeah, because I see we're down both Dave and Mark tonight.
Mark's not coming in tonight either.
I thought I saw his thing, a message, and I thought you responded to it at Mark Edworthy.
Oh, I thought that was Dave.
No, that was Mark Edworthy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm like, shit. I hope Vicky comes in tonight. Otherwise, it's me and Roger, and Rafi if he jumps on.
Oh, MC should be along too. So that's,
Oh, cool.
yeah.
Good.
Don't forget about him. And I forgot. I told to tell you too. I have Wobbly coming in. Wobbly's been with us before. The Navy
Okay.
vet that does a morning show on Kick.
You know who's been like hitting me up every day is Phil Summers,
Yeah.
talking politics.
Well, you know, if he's available, just bring him in. You know. Phil wants to talk politics. He wants to have a show, but you know, I've been trying to get him to, you know, make a banner and tell me a day that he'd try to like to do it on, and this, that, and the other. And we haven't got that far yet. You know.
I was going to say, if I'm going to gauge Phil, he's trying to get himself current. Like he's going through an awakening process,
Yeah.
which is very interesting. Because he's late to it. And
Okay.
I'm not going to tell him that.
We
but
got-
he is late.
30
Okay.
seconds, and then I'll get you going here for the show. Do. Yep. Yeah, I like Phil. I've been talking to him quite a bit in between. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side right now.
And good evening, everybody. For my opening moment, I'm going to say the word "suck." Bet you thought I was Jack Carey. Not really. Wrong answer. Jack has taken the evening off. He has some personal things to attend to, and he has asked me to step in and host the show for the night. My name is the Wiccan Vixen, otherwise known as Nancy Planeta. I host a show on here on this network at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right now, we're working off 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and welcome to the Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show. PIA is the acronym, and it was funny because when I came on the air right before, I was saying to Mark, our producer, you know, I know so many different things with the acronym PIA. I refresh me here. What's Jack's acronym stand for? But I should have known better because Jack is somebody that I have followed for a very long time. I have deep respect for him. I call him a friend, and I do that with great honor and great humility. He's a very intelligent man. He gave a good portion of his life to service of this country. And the rest of his life, he is kind of devoted to bringing people information that they otherwise would not know. And being an OG in that field where we dabble in conspiracies, we speak about things that people don't dare to speak about. I can tell you it is not an easy path. It's not. It is a path where even the most well-educated are demeaned. They are ridiculed. They are hunted down. They are literally anything they could do to deface your research, they will do it. All in an attempt to hide what? And that is a discussion I've had with Jack before. What are they so afraid of? I mean, we give credit to the fact that a large portion of the population, I mean, people who listen to radio shows, people who read, people who research, okay, we are a minority. Just going to put that out there to y'all. We are truly a minority. And I think when governments began to put together social media platforms, and yes, I said it because that's not even a conspiracy, that's a truth. The government was behind Facebook. The government was definitely behind, buying out MySpace, which, by the way, was run by a private entity. And I miss it desperately because to me, it was an incredible way to not just communicate and express yourself, but to learn. You learned how to code. It was kind of like the IRC, Internet Relay Chat. You to survive had to learn. And I think that's kind of the best way to float sometimes. But yeah, I mean, they kind of messed up with that a little bit. I think they did it in order to control population perspective and perception. But what they didn't realize is that by doing that, they only controlled it so much. Because for every person they had running on their side, there was somebody else who was running on the outside. I mean, the one thing I will say about the internet, since its inception, there have been loopholes. There have been outsiders. There have been those who were basically part of the foundation bricks and building of the actual system we're using, who knew how powerful it could become. And they knew enough to put loopholes in. They knew enough to keep areas of the internet, of the web that could not be infiltrated very easily. We'll just put it that way. And they did that on purpose. Why? Because of the battles you see now. The way they use the powers that be use the internet to stir up fear, to stir up anger, to stir up discontent, to separate people. You would have thought that the World Wide Web, or as I like to call it, the information superhighway, would have been used if it was done with good intention to unite people. But it was used to unite cliques, not people as a whole, but little fundamental groups that once given a little bit of empowerment, they went hog wild with it. Case in point, COVID. When the COVID lockdowns occurred, what happened? We all saw it. There were gangs of groups on the internet who would, if you said anything that questioned that narrative, they just went loose on you. And they were backed by the powers that be, because if you got reported, your freaking social media account. I know I lost multiple social media accounts. Mark will back me up on that because I'm not one who would be silenced. But, people, again, question it because of the way the narrative went. And somebody like me, because I'm in technology, folks. Those of you who don't know me, I have a long-standing history in technology. I've been on it since pretty much its inception. Know it pretty well. It's like a second nature to me, which is kind of scary, not going to lie. It is kind of freaky that it's like learning a language. It's like when people learn Spanish when they're very little. Well, I learned to code. So it's literally a second nature to me. When I look at how things have developed and how it's been used and how obvious some of this stuff is, and that yet people don't see it. It's given a platform to people who should never have a platform. They're mentally ill. There's no getting around it. There's no skating it. There's no redefining it. There's normalcy, and then there's mental illness. Now, I'm not saying that sometimes that mental illness isn't misconstrued. Like, I am a firm believer that things like schizophrenia should, and I think it's misdiagnosed in many ways. I think those are probably people who have connections within their brain that allow them to see things that most do not. I had a very interesting discussion with somebody a few weeks ago about the spectrums of light and how we could actually probably divide our dimensional perceptions based off spectrums of light. Why? Because humans only see about 10% of what's actually around us. Bet you didn't know that. We literally only see 10%. Eyes only allow us to focus on certain spectrums. We're only allowed to see certain spectrums, not allowed, but we're built to see. But what most don't understand is that we actually have, and this is not a joke, and I'm not trying to be woo-woo. I am not a tree humping bunny hopper. No, that is not me, not at all. But I will tell you, we do have a third eye, and that is physically provable. That is something that science backs up. It is the pineal gland. And how do we know? Why was that nicknamed the third eye? Do any of you know? Has anybody bothered to look that up? Have you ever questioned the narrative of the third eye and why it was called that? It was called the third eye because it actually has cones. Your eyes, your actual visual eyes have what we call cones that allow you to narrow in and visually focus. It's part of the entire mechanical build of your eye that allows you to see. And here we have this itty bitty little nodule in our brain, like buried way deep in there, that has cones, just like your eyes do. The ancients, who I believe, again, I'm a very firm believer that society has risen and fallen, and the last time it happened, it was very intentional, and that they buried a lot of knowledge that they did not want us having, probably because they couldn't control it if we had that knowledge. So basically, it was a situation where we had, let's just say, the ancient Egyptians would probably have been, I would say, the last of the groups that understood it, and towards their ending, that even that knowledge was being lost at that point in time. And I kind of put it back to the Ptolemy line, because the Ptolemy line was pretty much the last line of Egypt. And yeah, for those of you who thought Cleopatra was black, she was not. She was Ptolemy. She was Greek. She had olive skin, kind of a mixture. Like I said, she was Mediterranean, but she was not Nubian. The Nubian kings were long ago driven from Egypt. They were your black rulers of Egypt, not the Ptolemies. The Ptolemies were Greek. But again, at the end of that Ptolemy reign, you started seeing a real, let's just say, fading of the truly scientific ancient beliefs. And I say scientific for a reason, because they were heavily based on what we call science. They saw it as the knowledge of the elite. They didn't call it science. They called it was their religion. And I always say that it was how they viewed it. It was their religion. That's why when we look at their Parthenon or their pantheon, we look at even Greece, the surrounding areas, and we look at the types of gods and goddesses they worshipped. They're always hybrids. They're hybrids of humanity and animals, or they're always a mixture of things. And again, with a scientific mind looking at what now, I call them chimeras. They were chimeras. And I say, why is it so hard to wrap your mind around the fact that they were probably capable of that at that time period? Why would you block yourself from thinking that that knowledge could be not just lost, but 100% removed from our history and locked up away from us where we could not find it again? Why? Because when an intelligent society really grasps what it is and begins to move up, there's always drawbacks to it. And I've always said that. It's one of the foibles of humanity. Somebody's always going to want the power. No matter how many times I think humanity has reiterated, no matter how many times we go through processes of rising and falling, it happens every time. There's always this small group that has to control everything because they think they know better than everybody else. And that is the drawback of humanity. And we see it time after time after time after time. I mean, we could sit here and scratch our heads and look at the Great Pyramids and say, well, how did they do that? Really? I'm sure 1,000 years from now, somebody's going to look at the remains of like the Empire State Building, scratch their head, and say, now, how did they do that? They really didn't have the intelligence to do that. They didn't have the brain. They didn't have this. They didn't have that. They didn't have the capabilities we have now. It's like we keep repeating a pattern, and it's interesting because I know Jack's touched on the Dogon last week, and there's actually two groups over in that area. You have the Dogon that are I believe right now they're in the peninsula area. They still exist, believe it or not, or what tribes who claim to connect to them. They are very nomadic. But there's another tribe over that go by the name of the Druze. And the Druze are another very, very, very ancient tribe with a lot of history to them. And I think they're very intricately interwoven into what we see happening now. And I say that for a reason, because I think what we're seeing right now, and I think many of you feel it. If you don't feel it, you're probably just too overwhelmed with everything going on, because I think that's part and part to the plans they have happening right now. We've got tremendous amount of influx of radiation, of EMF, all these frequencies that are really scrambling people, bothering them, keeping it hard or making it hard for people to focus down and just look at what's in front of them. I mean, they've done a good job over the past 20 years of faking reality. And Mark, I think you'll agree with me on that. We have a society that we don't know what's true or false. I mean, we've got rumors that Gilgamesh was discovered. We've got all these things that are rumors, and they'll come up with these paperwork pieces that kind of back up that something occurred. Was it Gilgamesh? Was Gilgamesh's tomb found in Iraq? Was that why the State Department did what it did? Was that why we had all this secrecy? And were they after the tomb of Gilgamesh? Was that what it was? But we can't say for sure yes or no. Why? Because there's been so many lies. It's funny. I call it the Johann van der Sloot syndrome. Some of you may remember about maybe 2 decades ago, there was a young woman down in, I believe it's the Bahamas. She went missing. Young blonde woman. I forget her name, but she went missing, and they pretty much knew who did it, and it was a judge's kid. And they arrested him, and they went through all these trials and tribulations. He ended up walking away. And I think it was 8 years later, he got arrested in South America for almost an identical crime. And they nailed him. He went to jail for it. But they had evidence against him in the Bahamas. They knew it was probably him. Even his friends said it was him. How did he get out of it? Do you know how he got out of it? He lied from day one. He lied to investigators so much that they couldn't get him in court because there was no way to discern the truth, because so many lies had been told. There was no way to say beyond the shadow of a doubt this young man was guilty because he had lied so many times. And that's what I see currently. There's so many lies that have been told. There's so many cover-ups that have happened. There's so much ancient history that has been taught to us incorrectly. There's so much going on at one time. It becomes almost impossible to discern what is truth, what is not, and what is actually happening. I mean, in the middle of everything, we've got ancient history that shows us that something came. Some kind of race came to our planet and interacted with our forefathers. And people, they took that history and they made a religion out of it, multiple religions out of it. And each religion had its own form of control and controlled certain amounts of information. And we had the Library of Alexandria, which supposedly housed incredible amounts of information that would have told us our true history, that would have given us enough to get a foothold on as to what happened. Why are we here? What are we? Because I can tell you, humanity, to me, is an amalgamation. We are most likely Okay, how else do I put it? Test tube babies. We were most likely developed in a lab. In fact, I've theorized many times that the Garden of Eden, the tail of the Garden of Eden, was actually a biolab. It was most likely a biolab, and Adam and Eve being taken from Adam's rib. What is that, guys? Come on, think about it. Look at the story. Put some real hard thought into that. What would you extract from the rib of another human or even an animal? What are you extracting? Genetics, stem cells, things that could build another. That's what you could extract. In fact, my other theory was that Lilith was failed experimentation. And therefore they moved her. They put her in a different area. They didn't want to destroy her. She got out of control. But again, Adam and Eve fits as a great story if you want to build faith. And, I know a lot of religions use that word very openly. You have to have faith. You have to have faith, they say, because they couldn't explain it. You have to have faith. But what if you could explain it? When you start saying things like you have to have faith, you stop looking for an answer. It's like throwing your hands up and saying, well, I'm just tossing it up to faith. No. You need to continue to look for an answer. And when you start seeing things that could match an answer, I think it's your duty as a human to question it further. What was the Garden of Eden? I mean, it's not just a story that relegates to one religion. It goes well back before, Judaism. And, that's another thing people never, ever question. Well, those were God's chosen. They were, the Jews. They, hey, it's their history. Well, yeah, but their history, it's predated. It started with the Sumerians. And that's just the written history that we can find. And I repeat that too, because guess what? Things like writing, even in stone, they go away in time. Things destroy them. Natural events, weathering. There are cataclysms that occur that will destroy all records, including currently what, we think that we have these in fact, I remember when the laser discs were coming out on computers, and there are sales techniques on these, and some of you are probably as old as I am and have been in tech as long as I have, and you'll remember this, where they say, oh, it'll last this many years, and it's forever. Put your pictures on it, put your videos on it, because it will last forever. You will have it forever. And yeah, then we found out it was like total shelf life of maybe 15 years if you're lucky, and if you scratched it, you were completely screwed. So what was promised was really not what was. But there's one thing that goes into history that does last for a very long time, and that is quartz. And I've said it many, many times. It's very interesting that when you read into ancient cultures, across the board, they all use their own form of quartz for one reason or another. They all did. North America, South America, the Middle East, Far East, European areas, they all use some kind of quartz, all in ceremonial type deals. I think some used it for acoustics, some used it for memory storage, because again, people don't understand. Quartz stores things. It's like, that's why it's used in microchips and computers. It is literally like an amount of storage area you can't even begin with. You can't even begin to, I guess, understand. And it's interesting because we've had Josh Shapiro on. I think Jack has had him on his show. I know I've had him on mine. And Josh is, he's what we call a keeper, where he has or a keeper of crystal skulls, multiple crystal skulls. And I know people question the narrative with that. They say, well, they're not. They can't all be genuine ancient crystal skulls. Of course they're not. Some might be. I don't know. I'm not a person to judge that. But I can tell you that, no, most of them are not. But I don't know if their age really is something that should matter. Because the one thing with quartz, quartz stored in something and you put it next to another piece of quartz that has nothing stored in it, you can transfer information. It's a very interesting thought process. And a lot of people are very much drawn to it for a reason. Because, again, they've always, I think, occult practices have always looked at quartz or crystals as a means to protect themselves as well as to ground out. In other words, get rid of negative energy. I know as a witch myself, I can tell you I know quite a few witches who use quartz to ground out. In other words, they will displace their negative energy into the quartz, or in their perception, that's what they're doing. I've always been very partial to certain types of quartz. I can tell you that for a fact. Fluorite and rose quartz. For some reason, I'm very much drawn to them. Rose quartz very much calms me down. Don't know why. I can tell you I actually have a piece I've had since I was a child that I rub on. If I'm upset about something, I will rub on that piece of quartz. And I literally have a thumbprint rubbed into it. Couldn't explain why. But I can tell you that I've been told by people who study that it's because it's a natural attraction. It's something very deep in my genetics that is drawing me to those types of quartz. Again, I don't know if I give credit to that or not, but I can tell you that I live a life that is very strange. I have very strange coincidences that happen to me, and when I'm drawn to things, there's usually a big reason behind it that I find out well after the fact. Have no clue why I'm pulled to something, but then once I'm there, I end up doing things that show me exactly why I was pulled to something. And I think there are others out there. You're just like me, and I'm sure you're sitting there scratching your head saying, "Yeah, but what's the meaning of it?" Because I know I do that all the time. Why are we in this loop? And I'm going to call it a loop because in my mind, it's like we're repeating time over and over and over again until we figure this out. In fact, that's why I started on the premise I started on, because I know Jack touched on it last week, but I'm going to continue this after the break, but I really truly believe that we are in a loop, a time loop. And I really, really, really believe that until we get it right, we're going to continue the time loop. I think that's why deja vu is becoming more prevalent. I think that's why, the Mandela effect has become more prevalent. I think that's why a lot of things are happening. And I think, honest to goodness, I think it is run by an AI construct. And folks could tell you how deeply I feel this, because everything I see in the patterns shows me something that's algorithmic. But with that, I'm going to take us out to a break. When we return, I'm going to get a little more into why I think it's an algorithm. Hang in there, guys. We'll return with PIA Radio in just a few moments.
All right, we're on radio break. Good job, Nance.
Cool. I got to take something for my sinuses because they are stuffing.
I just talked to MC and Wobbly. They're both in different chats, and they'll both be ready when we take and get going.
Cool.
So for your show, so that'll be good. And hey, remember Joe?
Which one?
The one from Australia.
Oh God!
Yeah, he was on the show, and he did TV series down there and all sorts of things.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
I was telling censorship and the guys too, because I didn't know until like this weekend when I talked to Wobbly that he had passed away last year from cancer. So
I had heard
another one. Yeah.
I don't know where I had heard that, but I had heard he had passed away.
Okay.
I knew he was sick.
Yeah.
God, where did I see that he was sick? I had seen it somewhere, but I always questioned if it was the right person.
Yeah.
Because he was somebody that just like dropped off, like after his involvement with certain things, he just like disappeared.
Because it's you and me tonight, okay?
Mm-hmm.
In here, we're not on a clock, okay? But we
Okay.
kind of are. So we'll take it up and past the showtime ends till we switch over to your room, okay?
Okie dokie. That
All
sounds
right.
good.
Because that's normally how I do it with Jack too. But you're on the other end of it now, so I'm gonna let you know how we do it. Everything's going really good. Yeah. Sometimes he does a little bit of crypto corner on this next segment, but hey, oh well. You know,
Yeah.
Jack will fill that in the next week when he comes back.
Oh.
Everybody
You know,
asked what in the first show what happened to Jack, and I told him I said his nuclear silo that he had bought that up in the Four Corners area, and I didn't specify which area of the Four Corners it was. It was being invaded by radioactive chupacabras. Yeah, and he's fending them off with Daisy and the Sundance Kid. Yeah, those are his dogs.
Nice.
And they were
Nice.
like, and Barry got all into it. I'm like, and John, he's not too much into that kind of stuff. He was like, but Barry kept it going. I'm like, well, yeah. You know, he does have a place up in the Four Corners area, and he claims that he broadcasts out of that's his new bunker. You know, out of an old missile silo.
Nice. Nice.
That's how he opens his show anymore. That's kind of funny though, but it works really great.
It actually reminds me of Big D.
Yeah, in a way.
But hey, I mean, if Jack can make it his own,
yeah,
fucking hell yeah, do it.
He is making it his own, and the way he does it is very unique. So yeah.
I think I'm gonna see if I can get Soma on the show next week.
Okay.
She's Irish, and I've been on her show a couple times now. But you'll see, I actually cross-post her on Facebook now.
Okay.
But she's the one, like, she believes she's a Pleiadian reincarnation. But, dude, she's, like, crazy accurate with certain things where I'm like, I can't, and she keeps telling me she knows me. Like, from a past life. And no, here's the weird thing. I think I told you, at Brian's event, I was like, I don't know how the fuck we got glued together, but we did.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're not on the radio side, but hey, let's not bring it over to your show later.
But I mean, literally, I couldn't explain to you what made me so protective of her.
Yeah.
Even Robbie said, "You are so protective of her." I said, "I know. I don't know why. It's the weirdest thing." I said, "She looks really like a Cupid doll. She's adorable."
Yeah.
I said, "But
we got 30 seconds, Nance. Also, I want to talk to you too about one of Sonia's friends that I know too. He was the last person that was supposed to be in the Montauk chair, and she helped edit his book. Okay.
Yep. Actually,
so that'd
speaking
be
of
really
that,
good. Anyways, here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and wow, man, that didn't go as quick. 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
You gotta love when you come off a break and you're 3, 2, 1, glitch. Welcome back, folks, to PIA Radio. I am your hostess, the Wicked Vixen. It is actually 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, August the 13th, 2025. When we went off air, I was talking about AI and how I think AI is in control of quite a few things right now. And a sentient form of AI. I'm going to be very specific. I know I'm very vocal about AI because what they sell to you is not what I'm talking about. That's not even child's play compared to what I'm talking about. And it's something I believe has been in existence for quite some time now. Can tell you that being in the technical world myself, I am actually a certified ethical hacker on the federal level, as well as I hold a CISP certification, which is a developer, an industry professional on the federal level in the United States. And I get updates from the U.S. government, from multiple locations on things that we've got, things that are going wrong, things that we need to keep an eye on, and different alerts, different ransomware packages, and all that good stuff that we have to keep an eye out for. But I can tell you, we also get very interesting information sometimes, little articles, little tidbits that we share amongst ourselves in forums. Because I'm not the only one. I'm an older one. I can tell you that. I got a lot of young snot-nosed kids around me. I got to tell you that. And it's kind of funny because they're very smart. I'm not going to lie. They're like little geniuses, little robots, but they're not mature. They haven't seen enough, jaded yet. They haven't seen enough to question yet. Or they've locked themselves away and they don't want to question. And here I am, been around a long time, and I question everything because I know better. I've walked in multiple worlds, as I like to say. I've always been a person who didn't like the answer, we don't know. It's never computed with me. It's never worked well with my brain because I think it's BS. I think if you don't know, it's probably because you didn't try hard enough. You didn't look close enough, or you didn't ask the right questions. So I've kind of spent my whole life asking questions. That being said, I have to tell you, oh God, more than a decade ago, I was made aware of a system that was functioning within the United States government on the NSA level. And it was a full quantum computer. That's why I laughed when they started, like in, I think it was about 2019, 2020, on the public side of things, they started talking about quantum systems. And the educational systems started pushing the quantum systems. And I thought, oh, okay, so that system that the NSA has now been outdated. So that means they've upgraded. Because, again, the way things work in any government, not just the United States government, is when they have, when their technology is about 30 years ripe, they pass it to the people because they already have something that is way above that can control whatever has been passed to the people. Understand what I'm saying? So we don't get anything that they can't control. And that's cell phones, that's everything you can imagine technologically, whatever you're looking at that's on the market that's being sold, it's antiquated. And that's all of it. That's your Apple Watches, that's your holographic stuff. It's all really antiquated compared to what they've got. And that's, you may not like it when I say this, but that's really good strategy. It's just, if I was in control and I didn't want anybody taking my power away from me, yep, that's what I would do. And that's sad, but hey, I'll own it. I mean, if I was of that frame of mind and I put myself in the shoes of a person who had to have power, I would make sure I kept everybody underneath me as far away from whatever gave me that power as I possibly could, without making it really obvious. So by giving us little tidbits of meat here and there, they keep us quiet, or in their brains, they keep us quiet. But this system, and again, this goes pre-2014, folks, that the NSA had, so National Security Agency. You want to know what its name was? God. I joke with you not. The name of the system was God. And I'm pretty sure God has had quite a few upgrades. And I'm pretty sure when I read about this, and this was 2014 that this was released, God was already outdated. Because again, that would never become knowledge to somebody at my level, unless it was already way out of date. Because the people who work on those things, the people who are in those levels, they don't talk to us. We're just fodder. We're like that go-between. We're that little security blanket to the government that says, oh, they couldn't possibly have it. We know all of the current technology. You're an idiot. No, we don't. And if you sit back and just and believe that, you're just as guilty as they are for whatever they're going to do. They would never, ever. The people, again, the groups and the people that work within those levels, They don't. They're amongst the elitists. They don't associate to our levels. We're bottom feeders. Even, like I said, even my group, we're bottom feeders. We're nothing. We're just here to push information out. Usually what they want us to push out, and fight whatever little bugs and devils that they put in the systems that are already antiquated to them. That keeps us busy. It keeps us not looking at them. But again, as I said, that system that I know existed in 2012 to 2014. Now, again, I'm pretty sure it was already outdated at that point because, again, there's an article written about it. But my point is with that, anything quantum-based, if you're talking true quantum, is pretty much sentient. It can be in multiple places at one time. You don't, to get your brain around it, you really have to understand quantum physics and understand that these systems are based on those theories. So again, you have something that's capable of being in two places at once, literally. You have things that are capable of understanding how signals work, how frequencies work, and how that could affect the human brain, interact with the human brain, place information in a human brain without your knowledge, and utilize every construct we've got when it comes to any kind of technology, whether it be electricity, whether it be phones, it doesn't matter. They can send those frequencies, those signals through that technology in a millisecond. And I'm not trying to scare people. I'm saying this is the reality. This is the reality. And if something is that intelligent, I know you guys, you listen to Jack, so you're probably very familiar with like Operation Looking Glass and what that is theorized to be. I'm here to tell you, pretty sure it was more than a theory. Because again, the mathematics of it work, number one, and that's scary because math is pretty much the universal language. Number two, it fits what we're seeing right now symptomatically all over the planet. We're seeing all these different things that show us something is really not right, and it's not climate change. Are they trying to make it work so it fits a climate change type of, I guess you could say, storyline? Yeah, it does. I mean, I said that. It's like somebody drew a storyboard and didn't have really any knowledge in geography or pretty much anything. They just drew out a fantasy storyboard about what climate change would look like and then just set to work on triggering lots of different things because they have, again, they'll sit there and say, oh, no, we don't have that ability. HARP? What's HARP? Oh, wait, no. Oh, are you talking about HARP in Alaska? Oh, no, we shut that program down. Well, I'm here to tell you they never shut HARP down. Are you out of your minds? Of course they did. They put trillions of dollars into HARP. They would never just shut it down. And sure enough, today, stumbling along, and stumbled right into a call from HARP to ham radio operators to help them with something. And I actually posted it in my chat for my show because I'm going to talk about it on my show later this evening. Because one, it's a trap. it's a trap. Don't do it. Because again, one of the few things that the government does have a really hard time controlling is ham radio. And people don't know that. That's one of the reasons that if you look at a lot of the states in the United States, you're seeing state by state all these weird laws going up all of a sudden about ham radios because they're trying to control it. They're trying to control those frequencies. And they really can't because anybody can be a ham radio operator. Now they're requiring licensing for it. And now you've got a call out from an organization that's supposed to not exist with a .edu address, which, yeah, hello. And they're calling for ham radio operators to help them. Well, knowing the government the way I do and being a person who is really, really sensitive to patterns, I can tell you that this is one of their patterns. And it's kind of like with the Los Angeles protests couple months ago. Those of you who are in the United States probably remember it well because the National Guard got deployed to Los Angeles to stop the crime because it was insane for like a week out there. And they tried very hard not to let the rest of the world know what was going on. They tried very hard to not let the videos, like as people were posting live videos, the social media platforms were trying to take them down. But again, it was very violent out there. I know people who are in LA, and it was some scary time for them. But Nat Guard was put out there like a week before, and they put up lots of cameras in downtown LA. And I remember saying to somebody, you know, or actually I put it on my Facebook, not for anything, and it's not that I love illegals or anything, because I truly think they are the bane of our society right now. And no, it's nothing prejudicial or discriminatory. It's just, you know, pay to play is kind of how it works in the United States right now. And the rest of us are really tired of paying for you to play. So if you want to continue to play, you need to learn how to pay like the rest of us do. So if we can figure something out with that, where you guys stay and you pay, that'd be great. But if you're not going to stay and have us support you, that's not going to happen anymore. We're done with that. And you're most definitely not going to stay and plan to blow us up while waving your country's flag that you just ran away from. That's not going to happen either. So, but again, it was kind of genius on Trump's part, because they sat here and they boldly said that they were going to protest. And he put the Nat Guard in there, and they put up cameras, and well, beyond cameras, they had all sorts of very advanced technology out there that could identify you just by your radio frequency signal from your phone. And not only that, but the signal that your body gives off that you can't really mask. So yeah, they were able to identify undocumented people left and right just with the equipment that was out there, and they went after them. And yeah, they're getting arrested. They're getting scooped up. And they're giving up the people who financed them being there. So it was a plan. It was a trap. You know, and like I said on my Facebook, just an FYI, not trying to help you hide or anything, but this is most likely a trap. Just saying. You know, and just going to put that out there. You might want to not go to LA, because it might be a really big mistake on your part. And of course, you know, people would anyway, but it's kind of the same thing with this thing with HARP. They're putting out a call for people to volunteer the fact that they're ham radio operators and help them with this quote unquote project that they're doing. So what does that do? That gives them a list of active ham radio operators that they can go after. So again, I know everybody wants to help in this situation, but yeah, groups like HARP, DARPA, yeah, you can't trust them as far as you can spit them. And they've got NSA, CIA, and every other intelligence agency written into their DNA. So just an FYI, be careful. And like I said, I do believe AI is running things. I do believe AI is 100% pushing the narrative. I do believe we've probably done this several times over and over again. And I say that because it seems like the further into this timeline we're going, and it's weird because I almost feel like this timeline probably started, I would say, the 1990s, maybe mid 80s. But it just feels like it keeps happening. Like we keep redoing things, and it's like the more we do this, the more deja vu it gets, the more memory is popping up, the more things don't make sense, because each time little things change, and it makes us feel like prophets. I mean, I've long said I know I'm a prophetic dreamer, but sometimes I wonder if, one, I'm not remote viewing, or two, I'm not remembering something that already took place. So again, I don't, you know, I know a lot of people, when you say I'm a prophetic dreamer, it's kind of a hard thing to say, because it almost takes away your, I guess you could say, it almost makes you look less intelligent when you say something like that. But I'm not going to sit here and say, you know, tell an audience that I don't prophetically dream, because I do. I can't help it. I don't know why, but at least I am trying to find a reason why it's happening. I will go back into I studied genetics. I have studied multiple things to try to figure this out. Can't stop it from happening. Don't really want to, because the few times I've tried to stop it from happening, it's made me physically sick. So again, I've just kind of accepted that this is how it is. This is what I am. And I'll have to figure it out later as to why. Because 90% of the time, I'm not shown something to warn the world about it. And that's what kills me with this. You always see these movies, and it's like it gives you this romantic, I guess you'd say, vision of what you should be doing. Oh, look, in the movie, they were able to do this. And in fact, I was watching Nicolas Cage's Knowing the other day. And I thought, yeah, that's kind of more realistic. You have no clue why you're doing it. But you don't, I don't think we're supposed to warn people. And I've said that because you don't get taken seriously, number one. And if you do get taken seriously, you end up with a big old red dot on your head because now it looks like you were part of planning something. I think it's more to be there in the after effects of it. And I don't know how to explain that. It's like you're supposed to be there to help put things back together again. That's the only conclusion I can come to. Because how the hell do you explain to people, like I think the one that impacted me, there were two that really impacted me years ago. One was the tsunami out in, oh my God, out near Indonesia. And then the second one was, of course, Hurricane Katrina. And it's like, what do you do with that information? How do you, half the time you're not even sure what the heck you're looking at. You're there in my dreamscape. I'm actually there. I'm not, omniscient. I'm omniscient, but I'm there. I can feel it, smell it, taste it, hear it, touch it, all of that. I've got all my senses. They are intact, but they're amplified. And I can pull out. That's the difference. I can leave the dream if I need to. I mean, I am at least capable of lucidly backing out of my dreams. But I can tell you that, I can tell you why. I mean, with Katrina, I had no idea what the heck I was looking at because that was what we call, it was almost like a dynastic dream. It took 6 weeks of every night dreaming. And each night, as one part of my dream would occur, because it was showing me like a timeline of events going to Katrina, and some of them had nothing to do with the hurricane. It had to do with like news reports leading up to the hurricane. So I would wake up, and if the news report happened, that part of my dream would stop, but it would add something else on the end. So it was really crazy. And all the way up till literally 2 days before Katrina hit, I did not know what I was dreaming about. I mean, I was at the CDC building in Atlanta in one of those dreams where I'm literally watching people run around. And it wasn't until, because I did emergency response for Katrina, I ended up in New Orleans and was told after we'd been boots on ground for a couple of days that literally they had several level 3 and 1 level 4 biolab leak during the storm. And then, here's my brain going, oh, that explains the CDC in Atlanta building. Okay, that was my brain trying to tell me that there would be leaks. I mean, I saw red silos, like grain silos. Couldn't figure that out. Well, the entire crop of cotton and grain in that area was completely destroyed. So again, it was metaphorical, but it wasn't metaphorical. But I think, like I said to him, I think Mark knows this. The thing that really caught me was seeing the dolphins in a swimming pool. That was the last part of my dream. At the very, very end was dolphins in a swimming pool. And that was the morning Katrina hit. That was what I woke up to. It was on the news. It was Gulfport, Mississippi. And I believe it was Fox News. And they were doing a report, and they were showing somebody's backyard, and there were dolphins in their swimming pool. And so, yeah. But like I said, could that, what is that? Why am I on that frequency? Why am I being shown that? And again, I told you, it could be one to warn. Don't know. I just know it's not, I can't stop it. Could it be a residual memory? Yeah, could absolutely be that. And that would, to me, again, show a reset timeline. Or, I've also got the theory that, again, if AI is as capable, sentient AI is as capable as I think it is, I think it can send frequency messages. And again, I've said that to people. I don't know if sometimes my intelligence or my knowledge is actually mine. I don't know. I don't know if it's implanted, because they're capable of that. And everybody can roll their eyes, but again, you need to do your research. They are capable of it. And I don't think I would be a good human if I didn't question that. Is this knowledge being intentionally implanted so I can misdirect people? I question that all the time, because some of this knowledge, I don't know where it comes from. And Mark, you'll back me up on that. You've heard me say it. I have no idea how I know some of these things. Just straight up facts that I should not have knowledge of. I never read it anywhere, never saw it anywhere. So it couldn't be anything subconscious that I held on to. It's just the knowledge is there. So I have to question that as somebody who works on computers and knows how computer works and knows how Wi-Fi works and knows how signals work and frequencies work. I have to sit there and think, crap, am I receiving something that is being input? Because again, I've said it before, I've said it on my show, I'm going to say it here before I close this show out. I truly believe that humanity is an AI singularity in its own right, and we are programmable. And we are, again, I think one of the reasons that we are being completely blanketed right now with frequency signals is to suppress us. Because I think we're coming into an alignment right now that allows us to manifest better. It's allowing our own energy, our own, I guess you could say, network to flow more clearly. And I think that's why there's you're starting to see a lot of people starting to wake up, as they say. I think they're waking up because, again, we're going into an alignment that's allowing that to happen. But I think they're trying to block it. I think that's part of what 5G is. I think, again, 5G is also part of the AI. I think it's all, they're trying to suppress us because they're terrified of what we will do when we figure this out. When we figure what we are out. All right, guys, with that, I'm going to close Jack's show. Thank you for listening to PIA Radio. Next week, Jack shall return. I've missed him this week, but he's busy dealing with things in his bunker. From what I understand, there was a slight invasion that he had to deal with. I was told that by my producer. Do not hold me responsible for that information. Catch us next week on PIA Radio. If you're still listening, join us for the Vixen's Vault, which is coming up next on Dreagus Productions Networks. We shall see you in a few minutes. Hang in there.
Great job. Great job. Thanks, Nancy. I really appreciate you coming in tonight and holding the fort down for Jack.
No problem. No problem. All right, I got to take a few minutes though and get something to drink because I'm dying here.
Yeah, I'm going to keep you up on this, and then once I close this call out, I'll start up the
other side.
The other
Roger
side.
that.
Yep.
I'm gonna mute out so I can go grab a drink.
All right. Folks, stick around. We're coming up wobbly. I'll be bringing up the chat here in just a sec or so. All right, a minute or so, I should say. I want to make sure that she has enough time for her transition into the first break, and we'll get that going here real soon. I just, I'll let you know. Just listen here. And when you hear me make the call, then go ahead and jump in and I'll add you into the call. Okay then?
I'm sorry, were you talking to me?
I was talking to Wobbly, and same with
Okay.
you, MC. If you're over there, wait for the call. I'll as soon as I hang up this one, I'll get Nancy's up and rolling. I'm gonna. I gotta wait another minute. That way, that when you go to your last break of the first hour, we'll still have a couple minutes to talk after you go to break. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna hang up and wait for your call.
Yep. You can do that.
All right. Bye.
All right. All right, I'm going to be setting up here for the Vixen's Vault with Nancy Planetta, who was just on with Jack here just a minute in for Jack just a minute ago. She did a terrific job getting everything set up. Let me get the teams and all that going. Oh, it's already going. Thank you, teams. And I will get her show up and rolling here in just a minute. Let's start adding some people in. Nancy, Roger, Jason. See if I can get a hold of okay, David Campione. He's going to be out this week.
Mark is out.
Okay, yeah.
Is in. I know Rock's coming. He's getting out of a shower.
Yep.
Hello.
Let me. Hey there, how you doing?
I'm doing well. It's nice to be back. I've missed you guys.
It's good to have you back too. Right away. Let me fix the view on this for folks. There we go.
There's
to make
Roger's
it look
in.
like
Hey,
a full
Roger.
house, and then I'm going to send a link again to Jason over on Telegram since I didn't see him come up yet. So give me a minute on that.
Yeah, I'm here. I just had to switch the audio and everything
There
around.
you go. I was looking to see where you were rebroadcasting from, and I didn't see it come up.
How's Miss Nancy tonight?
I have it on.
Good.
There's
you
Jason.
good?
There we go.
Hello, Jason.
Hey,
Hello,
Jason.
hello. What is happening?
It's all
Quite a
you,
bit.
man. All you. Anyways, here's your countdown. No, not quite yet, but we're coming up on it. I got. Here's your countdown this time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
9:00 p.m. Wednesday, August 13th. We are at Eastern Standard Time. Welcome, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. You know, I feel like I've been through multiple space shuttle launches in the last hour because I was doing Jack Carey's show for him during the last hour, and every time I hear here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2. I always feel like I'm strapped in and like blast off. And of course, last show we had failure to launch at the midway break because for some reason there was like a glitch. But yeah, welcome to the Vixen's Vault, everybody. It's been an interesting week. In fact, I'm gonna, before I even get into the show, I'm gonna respond to the fact that multiple people across like the northeastern United States, going into Wisconsin, down into like Indiana area, are posting pictures of an object that was seen. I think they said it was like 4:53 a.m., somewhere around that time. And guys, just let you know, no, that is not a spaceship. It is not a UFO. That was actually a SpaceX launch that for some reason, the way the atmospheric layers were, you guys were seeing what we call the jellyfish. Here in Florida, it's very common for us to see that, especially if it's a early morning launch. It's literally like it's just the way they're after the thrusters and the afterburners are reacting with the actual upper level moisture, and it makes what we call a jellyfish formation. And yeah, it is totally legit. This is not them making an excuse for something that is paranormal or unexplained. It is literally a SpaceX launch, and if it's not SpaceX, it could be any other rocket that's taking off from the east coast of Florida. Because again, depending on what time that rocket takes off, if it's in the wee morning hours and there's a lot of humidity or moisture up in the air, yep, you're going to get that jellyfish type formation, and it is quite weird to look at. In fact, across Europe and multiple other areas, when there have been rocket launches in the early morning, you'll see it. And, it's, in fact, I've even questioned what it was. And when I researched it, that's what it was. Sometimes it looks like a spiral. Sometimes it looks like two bubbles kissing in midair. That's the way I could describe it. That is a rocket launch of some type. It's seen on the eastern seaboard. It is a SpaceX launch because they are commonly launched rockets out of Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. So I wanted to knock that out because I saw a lot of chatter about that on Facebook today. A lot of people posting, a lot of Northeasterners like really frightened about what they saw. It's like, no, dude, we see that in Florida all the time. it's kind of freaky, but especially as it starts falling out and the sun starts coming up, so there's more of a refraction to the actual it starts like iridescently glowing. It can be definitely freaky to look at, but yeah, it's always associated to a launch of some kind. So yeah, if they're breaking some kind of weird dimensional barrier, we don't know it, hey, at least they're giving some kind of a scientific plausible explanation, because that does make sense. Now, would that be a drink of liquid? Because again, after doing an hour show already and doing that outside where I was sweating my rear end off, yeah, I need liquids in my system. Welcome.
Parched.
Yeah, not parched, just like I could feel like my whole body going. Welcome.
Your tongue doesn't sound like it's stuck to your roof of your mouth.
Yeah, with cotton mouth, and it does get. But. And actually, I'd like to welcome Vicki back to the show. It's been a few weeks since we've had her on. I have missed you desperately, Miss Vicki.
I have missed being here. I really have.
I'm glad you're feeling better. Vicki got nailed by COVID.
Yeah. Down for the count. Down for the COVID.
She was down for the count with the COVID, and literally, it's funny because she was giving me a visitor when I was up in Tennessee, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, you had COVID.
Yeah. So I had to explain that I was really just worried about her. Yeah. So, and I'm sad that I missed her, but I didn't want to give her this nasty business either. So, it's all good.
Okay. So literally on Jack's show, I kind of went into, I was talking a little bit, actually quite a bit about like AI and some of the things I feel are happening right now. Like one of the things I had actually put out there is that, it's very possible we're caught in like a time loop. And I have thought about that over and over again, because it makes sense when I start really putting together pieces with Mandela effect and multiple other things that are becoming very prevalent. Like we're repeating steps over and over again. And when it comes to AI, and what true AI is, because again, what they sell you on the corporate level, guys, that's like Chinese checkers. It's nothing. It is literally nothing. It's a very good and fast processor. That's it. It is not capable of becoming sentient. It is not even close to becoming sentient. However, I think again that there is sentient AI. There has been sentient AI for some time now. I preface that with, again, I was explaining on Jack's show the fact that I have two different federal certifications. I am definitely in the know when it comes to what's going on security-wise on the national level, insofar as threat threat aspects, things that they're seeing, things that they're warning us about, infrastructure systems that are having issues. Those are updates I get all the time. But what they don't update us on, but something that we talk about, because again, when you do what I do, we're in different forums that with our fellow hackers. I mean, we talk amongst ourselves. We're like, I always tease my husband and tell him that, the security industry is like a knitting circle. Well,
Stitching bitch.
knitting. We literally are like our own little knitting circle, and everybody, everybody is conspiracy minded. That's like my age. But the young ones are not at all. Like, they're like little robots. They're just like, well, they told us this and they told us that, and this is what we have to do, and we plug this in here, and then we do this here, and this is a threat aspect, and this is penetration. This is I mean, they're like little computers, but there's no like thought put to it. Like, well, wait a minute. What if they did this on purpose, just so we would react the way we're reacting and make it worse? And hello, did you ever stop to think that you're being pushed to do certain things for certain reasons because they need a certain outcome? I mean, the government, again, maybe I'm like just totally jaded, but I trust them in no way at all whatsoever to give us accurate information. But I can tell you, like I said, there was and I repeated this on the show earlier, that there was an article that dated back to 2013, 2014 by Ars Technica. And Ars Technica, for those who are in technology, it's a very reputable source of information, and usually very, very on target. Well, that article was talking about the NSA and their quantum system that was already online. Because if Ars Technica is, again, rule of thumb, if Ars Technica is talking about it, it's been online for at least 20 years. Because that's how that works. And I was saying on that show, you had to really think about cause and effect because of the name of the system. And it's very telling that NSA Computer Systems name, and I'm not talking about the 7 dwarfs from the FBI that most of us who have done any research at all are very well aware of. The 7 dwarfs were the supercomputers, not quantum, just supercomputers of the FBI, and they go back to like the late 1990s. No, we're talking about the NSA system, and its name was God.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding.
Oh.
I thought God was always stood for gold, oil, and drugs.
No, God was the name of the NSA quantum system. And
There are
that
three
was back
currencies.
in 2014. Yeah, back in 2014, dude. They had a quantum system. A quantum system named God. Now, again, and that's what, if that's reported in Ars Technica, it's already 20 to 30 years out of date, which they had upgraded that system to something greater. And again, guys, do I believe there's a sentient AI? Absolutely, I do. I believe there's been more than one. Do I believe it's capable?
How is it, does it have, what makes it sentient? I mean, as far as like, it has to have some sort of more electronic capability or something, right?
Oh, how are we sentient? We're biomechanical, Vicky. We're biomechanical. How are we sentient?
Well,
can't explain that. Sentience is consciousness. Sentience is the capability of making decisions, of understanding morals, of understanding ethics, of
well, we get that from God, but not the one you're talking about.
Aren't we talking about being self-aware?
Yes, sentience again, but what does self-awareness bring? Self-awareness brings an ethical core, a moral core. Why? Because self-awareness does what? It makes you want to live.
It's more important than that. Sentience means that it gives you the ability to make your own decisions.
Yes, consciousness.
And to know you're separate from other things, beings, whatever. Does that have something to do with it also?
It does, but it's always been my argument, Vicky, that we were a sentient form of AI, that humanity's a sentient form of AI, and we just don't recognize it because we're too arrogant. But we are literally sentients. We are no better than the information that's put into us, except that we can actually make decisions and we see our individuality. We're sentient AI.
But we do get that from God. But not the one you're talking about, not the computer.
Well,
not the
what I'm
quantum.
saying though is it came from somewhere, and to think that we are the only thing capable of that is insane.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It came from somewhere.
Yep. I mean, so again, I know people hate it when I say that.
Yeah.
Because I literally it makes it almost cold. But it's not meant to be cold. You know, when they say we were made in the image of God.
God breathed life into Adam. So there was something, like they had that touch too. I mean, there was something from God. He breathed life into Adam. So that's what I was really kind of looking for in the sentience, because, that's what made us be
But again,
other than the animals.
Even if I was going to say, okay, yeah, but even animals are capable of sentient thought.
Can I mention something there though?
Oh, here we go. Go ahead, Roger.
Now, the breath of God is actually misinterpreted because of mistranslations throughout history. It all goes back to the beginning. You have to ask yourself, what is the breath of God? Okay, because you have the primordial winds and Indo-European belief systems that believed the winds of the north, south, east, and west. And as time went by, this all got screwed up to where people were talking about the breath of God. You know what I mean? And it is very important in this kind of this discussion. What is the breath of God?
Well,
so that's all I got.
What is God, period? That's a one right there. That's one of the Jordan Maxwell questions. What do we mean by God? He said, what does he say? He says, God is dog spelled backwards, where you get I'm not Christian, I don't roll with any organized religion, but I could tell you we wouldn't be having this conversation if something didn't happen when we leave this planet. That's where I weigh in on that.
Well, here's my thing. Again, it's actually, I still remember my high school psychology class, and I had a really out there psychology teacher, like really out there. But his first word, or his first question in every class, and this was AP psychology, what is life? And he would sit there for the whole hour of the class and wait till somebody came up with an answer that was somewhat palatable. But you're talking a bunch of freshmen in high school who haven't been stopped to pick their noses, think about what life was. But what is life? No, really, what is life? And I think about it now at 55. I think, what is life? How do we define life? We're really, humans on the whole are super arrogant. We define life in our own understanding and our own understanding only, and we refuse to open our minds to other things. Like I remember, like 10 years ago, there was an article about a form of life that had actually was based in arsenic, and that was impossible according to science. And all life is carbon in science. And I'm like, well, not that one. Nope. But they couldn't. Like your echelons of science were divided because half of them could not accept that and kept trying to rip that paper to shreds. But to me, I look at it, I stand back and look at it and say, well, that's kind of stupid. Because the whole idea of being alive is to learn. And if we're not learning, we have stopped living. We have stopped.
Right.
Trapped.
But I do think that life, as we as humans who are made in the image of God, which means we are supposed to be imagers of God on the earth, okay? And then we have the Elohim, and you know what that is, as supernatural beings. And then God, who is also, or he's an Elohim, but no other Elohim is like him. He's the creator. But he's the one that gives life. Okay, so you're going there. Now, did any of your little classmates or any of the classmates look back to Frankenstein? Because you see him being hit with the
Well,
electricity.
no, because you're talking about the 1980s. And at that point, what we talk about now, energy, frequency, the fact that the body has an electromagnetic pulse, the fact that everything runs off electricity in your body, that none of that was like really openly a freshman in high school. No, I mean, I was
I just
already.
wondered if they read Mary Shelley's Frankenstein and thought, oh, well,
But Mary
just
Shelley's
zap 'em.
Frankenstein was always published under what? Horror fiction. I mean, it's not something that a child at that time, unless they were really, really way ahead.
Literature.
Yeah,
Literature
they
classes.
wouldn't. I mean, freshmen in high school, you're literally worrying about, did I wear the right clothing? Am I matching everybody else? That's pretty much your biggest concern. Or did I actually sign up for an art class? What an idiot I am. Those were the things you were thinking about as a freshman in high school.
Right.
You weren't, thinking about what is life. I mean, I'm pretty sure like 90% of the class, your answer would be a headache, because at that time it was. But it was a great question, and a question that I ask myself all the time. How do we define life?
Well,
When
then
we
you
talk
get the
about.
clone question, right? Okay.
Well, but
so are those clones, do they have souls? I mean, are they alive? I mean, that's kind of a weird question.
Well, again,
And
if you go on religious theory, you have to think of the gup. I mean, okay, so all souls come from the gup. And do these clones that were never really infants? I mean, although they say that there are clones that are grown from infancy, are they included in the whole gup? Just
See, I'm thinking they're not. They might be alive, but I mean, in the terms of electromagnetic stuff, but do they have souls? And then you wonder, would the empath know if she walked up to a clone? And
empaths know when they're walking up to something that is not connected correctly. I can tell you that from personal experience.
And
we can tell
that
you.
should happen. That should happen, shouldn't it, with a clone?
Not necessarily, because again, now we're going to arrogance again, because we're trying to define life by a religious ethic and not necessarily by what might be true. I've always been of the thought process that, a clone is a clone is a clone. It's an exact match to something, or it was taken from the genetic, background of somebody else. But in my mind, it's like, okay, if it's alive and capable of feeling, it would really depend, because what if they, again, we have patents for soul machines and everything else on the planet. What if they took the consciousness of somebody and put it in that clone? Well, then you're talking about a soul. To me, the consciousness is the soul. So where do we call an intelligent brainstorm on this one?
Yeah, that one's hard.
I think that's kind of above our pay grade as humans. And I kind of put that out there, tongue in cheek, because I really think our whole reason for being here is to achieve that pay grade. And I think we're blocked at every corner from achieving that pay grade. And I wonder, it's interesting, because I had written, I guess you could say it's a screenplay. It was a book that I was working on for a very long time that I realized I was too ADHD to actually finish. So I decided to shorten it out, and just because I could see it all in my head, it'd be simpler to just put it in a screenplay than to try to write a novel. And I showed it to Rafi, and I showed it to Roger. Roger's seen it. And it's based off a dream. I have to tell you this. It is based off a dream. A dream I had that was reoccurring. And in that book, basically, or in that screenplay, what I saw was we were all telepathic. We've been telepathic before historically. We were a true telepathic society that really let their arrogance get to them. And we decided that we were smart enough to build this tower that was going to connect us not just better worldwide, where our telepathy would be able to reach further out, but it was going to connect us to the heavens where we came from and let us communicate in that way. And yeah, when we did that, we weren't really watching what we were doing. And we created what's called a rift. And because we did that, we kind of woke up. We'll just call them guardians, who came down and said, "Oh no, you are way too immature for this. We are destroyed it, inverted it." And we were forced to speak verbally, which we had never done before, and thus the creation of languages. Right. But I did a screenplay on this, and I mean, Rafi actually thought it was really good. I don't know what Roger thought. I think Roger was trying to get his head around it. But
the original.
That's high praise. Yes. They're really nice.
But it was again, it was based off it's based off a dream though. And with me, like I said, my dreams are always for a reason. And it's either trying to push me in a direction, or it's trying to show me something, or it's trying to reveal something to me. And since that time, that's why, again, I kind of go to that we are sentient AI. We are this, we are that, because we are capable. And now it's funny because I'm seeing all these articles, and I've been working on this book since like 2010, no joke. I'm seeing all these articles about the buried telepathic ability of mankind. And I'm like, what, did somebody like listen to my show back in 2010 and start researching? I mean, all of these articles are coming up with things that I have said over and over again, even the grid. I told you guys when I dream, I do what's called surfing. I surf the grid. I'm up surfing a universal grid, and I described it as like a spider web that it corners out and you could go this direction or that direction, but I'm on that grid, and I know I am on a subconscious level. And sure enough, somebody puts up this universal picture of dark matter that looks exactly like the grid I've described, and saying that the human consciousness can actually traverse those zones. And I'm like, okay, so why would you give me this information decades ago, and I can't really do anything with it because I'm not versed in those sciences? I had to become versed in those sciences just to frickin' understand what the hell I was looking at. And now you're saying like, oh yeah, you should have known this? What? I can't tell you how many times I got on with some really, really intelligent people who basically said, no, that's not possible. And I'm like, well, I'm telling you, that's what I see, that's what I feel, and that's what I am going with. Because that is what my inside is saying is correct.
Well, when I say it's original, I do mean that as a compliment. It is original. I mean, think about all the crap we're watching these days. It's just rehashed movies from before because nobody has an original thought anymore.
Yeah. So they've surfed that highway one too many times.
Yeah, pretty much.
A new highway. But it makes sense if you have frequencies. I mean, or you're talking about resonance, things that resonate. Yeah, I mean, it's got to be out there. And yeah,
well, like I said, I think we've been not lied to, but I think we've been dumbed down. And I think, and Vicky, no offense, because I love who you are and how you are, and you know that. I love every ounce of you.
Nance.
Break time.
Break time. I saw it. All right, guys, I will be back, and I'll continue loving on Vicky on break. Talk to you when we get back with the Vixen's Vault.
Okay, we're on radio break. And when we come back, will you please introduce your esteemed panel since we have new faces?
I will.
Hey, Wobbly, how you doing tonight?
I love that picture. That is great.
I'm all right.
I think it's scary.
Listening to this. No, I'm not scared. No.
Oh.
No. I'm the picture, because when you talk, it gets larger. It gets larger.
You should see him on camera. He's something else on camera. He usually does camera on in the mornings, but He said he wanted to do close optional radio tonight, and I told him only if he turned the camera off. I don't want the ladies in the chat or his wife getting jealous. All right, Mrs. Wobbly is a very nice lady, and I respect her a lot. Right, Wobbly?
There's a long story behind that picture, though.
I'm sure there is.
Tell us. Where do you hail from?
I'm a military brat. I've lived all over everywhere, but I live in the unknown state of California.
Ah. Did you say California?
Yeah, the lost cause
Okay.
state of California.
Oh, okay. I thought he said California, and I was like, okay. I'd never heard that one. Yeah.
Yeah,
California,
and,
where Governor Newsom is like begging us to go in with the National Guard, pretty much at this point.
Wobbly, guess who I was talking to earlier? Not today, but yesterday. I was talking to Spectre from Spectre Nation. And to try to get him in on this too, because I think that having you guys come in on Nancy's show would be great. You're both very knowledgeable about a lot of things, and you know, you don't drop a lot of F-bombs and things like that normally.
No, that's my job.
That's
my job.
Something I like to do.
No, and you know,
Except when
Wobbly.
I'm angry.
Yeah, Wobbly did Armed Forces Radio when he was in the service.
No.
No, you didn't?
No.
I thought you did.
Oh no. I was ECM.
ECM, okay.
Electronic countermeasures.
Okay. See, I thought...
Nice.
For the longest time, I always thought you were one of the AFARTS guys, or Armed Forces Network guys. I don't know why.
No.
You just put me in mind of one of those. Behind the camera, behind the radio. You've always looked so relaxed behind this.
I'm just one of those fixing kind of guys. I can do anything.
Yeah, and you don't want to miss Wobbly's shows. He does morning shows, and at the end of every one of his shows, or near the end, he always has these great-looking, gorgeous Telemundo girls. So, guys, if you're out there, make sure you go check him out. You know, on Kick.
Are
And
they from California?
MC, if you're, you know, he does a lot of great stuff too. Who else? Yeah,
I've been challenged here lately since my following has gotten so big. I've gotten a few people in there to come into the chat and always challenge me to talk more. So
yeah.
I've been trying to talk more and show less, you know,
Wobbly.
videos and stuff.
Wobbly. Who's the hottest Telemundo girl?
Oh gosh, boy, I swear there's some really beautiful ones. We call it our Spanish lesson.
Just
for the day.
one. Just one. The hottest girl.
Yeah,
Sol
I know Rob
Perez.
is most likely messaging Wobbly right now going, what's the name of your show?
Yeah.
What time can I listen to it?
Yeah, he usually... Oh, anyways, we got under 30 seconds, and we'll be back on air, and then we can introduce everybody, which we forgot to do at the beginning. I know that, you know, Nancy was just on Jack's show earlier, so it's kind of like a push.
Well, it wasn't just that, but not everybody was completely in when we went on air.
3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
And we are back. Folks, welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. It is 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, August the 13th, 2025. And as Mark reminded me on break, I'd like to take a moment to introduce you all to our distinguished panel. This evening, we are actually Mr. Mark Edworthy. God rest his soul, not really. He's actually not tonight because he's got some huge project at work that he needed his sleep for. So, and I give respect to that because Mark is in England and they are 5 hours ahead of us. So when he comes on the show as a guest and sits on our panel, it's like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning over in England. I give him credit for hanging in there with us because he really does, especially with the way Roger Hansen.
Yeah. Teases him.
But our panel this evening, I've got back with us, I greeted her as we came on the air because she popped in first. Vicky is back with us. She's been gone for the last several weeks due to illness. Welcome back, Vicky. You know I love you and I have missed you tremendously. I always do.
You too.
We've got Mr. Roger Hansen. Roger. What is Roger? Roger is our repressed representation of society. No, I'm just joking. Roger is actually what you want to talk about: ancient knowledge, ancient societies, ancient occult background. Roger is really a to-go-to person. He's one of the few that I can really sit and have a very deep conversation about in regards to ancient cultures, what they believed, how they believed it, how things got, let's just say, I think it's intentionally, but how things got warped from then till now, and the knowledge that we're given and the knowledge that we pass on to our children, which is 90% of the time incorrect. So again, deep respect to Roger. Welcome back. As always, he's here every week. We have Jason with us this evening. And again, you joined us the last several shows. Jason hosts his own show, but an incredible addition to this show. I love having him on. He goes 1 for 1 with us. In fact, Raphael was saying to me last week how much he enjoys you being on the show because your knowledge level is up there. You've got great questions. You've got great answers. And that's what we look for in the panel. We want diversity, and we want thinkers. We want people who go outside the box. Yep. And a new welcome to Michael. And I know we call you Wobbly, but I'm going to have a hard time with that, especially looking at the avatar picture. I just really have a hard time with that. You are new to our show. I'd like to welcome you to the platform. I do talk a lot. I will tell you that. If you have anything to say or interject, just jump in. It's the best way to go.
That's on and off the air.
Raphael, shushy. You will be feeding yourself in the morning. And of course, we have Raphael Martinez. Raphael is my significant other. For those who do not know, we have been together almost 16 years.
Wow.
And we are literally, thank you. It'll be 16 years in January. And we are literally what you would call the black and white and then the shades of gray. Where Ralphie's military, he's got military history, he's got history. Investigator extraordinaire, as I like to say. He had incredible instinct, which I have told him.
How do you know? You weren't there.
15 years now. 15 years I told this man, those instincts are more than what you understand. That you believe it or not, because no man does. You are sensitive. You are keyed into different frequencies that are allowing you to have information that allows you to get where you need to go. And that's, yeah, you know what I say. I say it all the time. But Ruffy's one of these people that, again, he dedicated his life to this country and to the citizens of this country and protecting them in more than one capacity. He was a Marine, and after the Marine Corps, he went in to serve the United States government. He's an original plank holder for Homeland Security. He worked as a special agent for ICE. He was an air marshal.
I like to keep the stuff on the down low,
Not anymore. He's literally, when I say devoted, I mean devoted. And
these are good things.
These are very good things. He's a very honorable man. And I will say that with a very clean conscience. Raphael is a very honorable man. When he met me,
and it went all downhill.
No.
I think he, in his gut, he knew some things were wrong. He knew something was off.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And then he met me. And here I was, I think I was already, way deep into all the conspiracies. I had seen enough of the patterns to know we were being really badly lied to, and had a lot of information that I passed to him. And I think initially it was very hard for him to digest some of it, but he started researching. And I got to tell you, folks, watching him over the last 16 years has been interesting. because it's an up and down, very powerful individual, and very intelligent. And when he puts things together, he gets very angry, because he devoted his life to this country.
As an
He gave
honorable
up
person would get
as
angry.
you guys don't understand. I think you military men might, but I mean, he gave up time with his family, time with his children. He gave up, their youth in devotion to this country and protecting us. So when he realized the depth of what was occurring, the betrayal, I can't even go there to where he went. And he still wrestles with it to this day.
Yep.
But to my co-panelists, because I know some of you have past experience here, and I'm sure you understand where he stands with that. So when we talk about like financial things on the show, like Raphael specialized in financial crime. He knows what he's talking about.
It's just a small part of it.
Yeah. I mean, when we talk about retrieving the children, when we talk about, adrenochrome, things like that a lot of normies will say, oh, that's not true. Rafi can tell you, yeah, no, it's true. And he can tell you the really dark side of that. Why?
It's a nightmare.
Because he was asked to come into the investigations with that, and he actually couldn't do it because he couldn't stomach what he saw. That's a good person.
Yeah.
It's
and none of us should be able to
thing is, it's not one of those things you can actually prepare yourself for. It's it's just not something you can really prepare for mentally or emotionally, for that matter. The first time you see it, I mean, it is scarred in your brain for life, and you just I don't know.
There's no way to compartmentalize it, really. It's just you just can't. It's
why
like
the
I said,
therapies are there for them, the advanced ones, because
federal government doesn't have a psych division. They don't have counselors for you to go to, like the street PDs.
Well, in the future, we might have some resonance kind of things that would be helpful. You think you know what I'm getting at? That we don't.
Well, I think right now, like it's funny because I'm seeing articles come out, dealing with trauma. So much of society has been traumatized at this point. But where they're trying to push now, they're saying, go to the gym. Exercise is good for trauma. It heals it. And I'm like, what? No. No, and no. What heals trauma is resolution. And is ridiculous. Yeah, Rafi, what does Rafi need to heal his trauma? Rafi needs to see justice done. That's what he needs.
Healing trauma is having your finger on the wood chipper button.
I was just going to say, that's why you'll hear him say things like Pinochet and wood chipper. Because to heal his trauma, and like I said, he's seen things that I don't think any of us here really can wrap our heads around. And I was an EMT, so I've seen some pretty horrific things, but not to the level he's seen it.
It's
even close.
It's more than anything. It's a first class education in learning people's different motives, and it helps you to, when you start researching and going down the rabbit hole, it helps you to understand why certain things are occurring the way they're occurring. Yeah, a lot of times to get the who, what, when, how, you have to understand the why. And that's how I come at it.
It's an interesting point to be made too, because folks, believe it or not, the rabbit hole actually, as angry as it made him, it's healed him in some ways, because he has answers to certain things.
And do you think knowing that, like how the future or the missions at play help in the sense that when everyone finds out about what's happening, at least they'll know, okay, and this is what the teams did to bring it to justice and to get rid of this, institutions and financial funding. I mean, because I don't know if you think that for the future. I mean, it's like how it when everybody
No,
finds out. No.
no. I mean, honestly, the problem is so widespread and so systemic.
Mm-hmm.
There are so many different levels to this that I mean, I would basically, in order to fix things, I would have to be Thanos with the Infinity Glove.
Yeah.
I'd need to snap my fingers and wipe out half the population.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, the
to
right
quote
half.
to quote Ben Rich, it would take an act of God to get the government to reveal. And I still have no idea why he said that, because he was in on it. He headed up Skunk Works for Lockheed Martin.
Well, that's
And I
because
thought,
when you're in the middle of it, you keep your mouth shut. That's part of the job. But it doesn't mean that your conscience isn't bothering you the whole time.
Yeah,
you got to understand that.
No, that and actually that's a lesson you taught me in many ways, because again, we've talked about different things you've done, and you said, I always felt bad about this. There was one case you told me about where you always felt bad for the one guy. You were like, I wish I could have.
Yeah, Air Force guy. It was an Air Force guy that was trafficking bootleg DVDs, but I effectively sank his entire career over that. And I destroyed him. I mean, I destroyed him on the stand. He was. He basically, made a full admission, had him crying in the interrogation room, and yeah, like I said, it's not easy sometimes.
Well, it really rocks your world, doesn't it? I mean,
It does.
It does.
You don't go back to where you were before. You knew that. That's and you have to assimilate that new what you know now. And adapt to living, which is hard.
I think what made it hard was that he had to assimilate with the knowledge he gained over time and versus the actions. And I think what hit him really hard was the fact that the people that were really committing the most heinous crimes were the ones that would never get caught. They were the ones giving him orders, and that caused his anger to he went through a red line period there. Just furious to the point where he couldn't even talk about the subject because he would just lose his temper in a huge way. And I don't blame him, because again, maybe that's because I'm empathic and I'm sitting here feeling the struggle within him, and I'm like, I can't even put words to it, because it's such a red line, something I purposely do not allow myself to reach when I get angry, because you lose it when you get that angry. But he tries so hard to make it right. He researches everything. He tries to have as much knowledge as he possibly can and disseminate it as much as he can. Like, I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of him, because he will go out there. He will put himself on the line. He will talk to other people in his fields. He will push that information out, and he doesn't care how it sounds. He'll say, "You'll see. It's right. I'm right. You will see." So I give him huge credit for that. I give everybody actually on this panel huge credit for that, because we have all done that in our own way, in our own fashion. Wobbly, from what I understand, you're the same way. You push out information whether or not people want to hear it. Jason, I've gathered that from you I've only known you through 3 different shows now, and I love the person that I'm getting to know, because I see that same fighting spirit in you, and it's something that they will never crush. And I've said that.
I'll be WTC in less than a month from now with a camera, live streaming on YouTube and DLive. Whoever else is down there. I've been going since 2017. I've made sure I was at the World Trade Center on 9/11 I try to get there at 8:30, 9:30 at the latest, because that's when the families they have to show paperwork from the city of New York showing, this is so disgusting, but showing that they proof that they have a loved one that died there that day. That is the only way you will get within the fountains, which are the art pieces that they left in the 2-acre squares that were once the World Trade Centers. But the day of 9/11, they take that area and raise about 25 feet of wooden fencing. This isn't chain link fence. This is to keep the sights and the sounds of the truth out of what's supposed to be the official, let's call it, annual
narrative.
9/11, certainly not, but commemoration. You've got FDNY back there. You've got everybody, they ring the bell, 2,992, some say 887, others say. But it used to be they had 2 spots where you had to show your papers, When big time. Last year, when I went, I couldn't believe it. They had, instead of just that one New York City block locked down or whatever, where you can't, all right, we don't even want you within a block and a half of the entrance of, where the families come. Because, quite frankly, that's where I get the most work done, I think. But they had, count them, 16. They had like a phalanx that they could pop up in like 15 minutes. I know because I saw them drop it at 3 p.m. on the button in 15 minutes. And you couldn't get within 3 blocks. I couldn't believe it. We 9/11 protesters, we were told years ago, you can't be out front of the new Building 7. We'll arrest you if you're out front of the new Building 7. We've provided an area for you guys, and that is on Vesey Street between Church and the new Building 7. That's how it always was from 2017. That was the first, 2018. That was the first year I was there. It had been like that for years or whatever. Not on this day. On this day, they had us go an entire another block across the other side of Church Street, which makes, just trust me, it makes absolutely 0 sense. It's like giving us a concrete half a football field and taking that away from us and giving us a very small corner that might fit 25 people on it like sardines right next to one another. And by about 1:30, that's about what there was, 25 of us, when I'm used to seeing hundreds. I'm used to seeing people fly in. And the other thing that was interesting is they made sure that every single New York City cop last year on 9/11 that was down there, they made sure they were all rookies that, or at least they'd never done that job. They'd never done the job on 9/11 of, securing the World Trade Center complex, the area. That way, when you would tell them, like, no, this is our area, we don't need permits. Oh, that's already taken care of. They don't know. They genuinely don't know until you get a white shirt and you ain't gonna. It's difficult to get a white shirt in New York City to deal with something like that. So they really pulled some fast shit some fast stuff last year. Oh my word! I apologize. This is interesting though. On the E train, which goes right down to the Trade Center, it's the very last stop. The stop before it, ding, 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 come on the, on the speakers, because of an incident at the World Trade Center. Remember, this is 9/11 morning. An incident. What it says, because of an incident occurring at the WTC, the E train is not going any further than Chambers Street, whatever. You're going to have to get off here and hop on the C train for your last 2 stops or whatever. So I'm thinking whatever, because I know the city. But if you don't know the city, if you were coming down there for that specific reason, that would have eaten at least an hour of time off you, at least, if not more. So I got there, and it actually gave me quite a good opportunity to get some footage of where the only engine was found, right on Church and Murray, because it's interesting. We came up, and there we are, right at Church and Murray. So I said, you know what? Let me get a 3-minute video of this real quick. And because it's almost certain that the FBI wheeled that doggone engine there, probably put a cover over it, and then when they were ready to take their pictures, took the cover off. I mean, when they took their photos, the hand truck was like still in the background of the photos. Probably the hand truck, but they brought the engine itself. Is almost too much. But yeah, so a lot of weird stuff last year. It really, a lot of stuff I've never seen in 7 or 8 years of going and live streaming, and certainly filming, because I like to get interviews and stuff. That's like probably as important as anything else I do down there on 9/11. So yeah, that's in 3 weeks, and obviously that's only 1 day out of the year. I mean, we used to be down there for 3-4 hours a day every Saturday from 3 o'clock till 6 o'clock or whatever it was. But it's just not like that anymore. You know what I mean? A lot of time has passed. A lot of things. COVID-19 has happened. A lot of things have happened in that time. And it's just different times we're living in. I mean, look at what's happening now in D.C. I mean, people said Epstein too many times. And I guess a guy that wanted you to believe that, he got nipped in the ear and just wore a Band-Aid for a week and then just took it off and magically everything was okay. Never mentioned the 3 people that supposedly died, not once behind him, not on the 1-year anniversary. The one guy was supposed to be a fireman. Could you imagine Trump, or any president not mentioning, prayers going out to the family of such and such. And no. They just didn't mention it, as if they wanted you to forget about it. As if, hey, if you don't remember us reporting 3 people getting hit by those rounds that were meant for Trump on the first week, just forget about that. Just never mind that.
Yeah.
So anyway, sorry, I went off there for a little bit, and yeah. But so I tell you what, it was very shady last year in New York City, and I got to be honest with you, I got to worry about honeypots every year that I'm down there. But that is the one thing that I won't have in my own backyard, and not go down and physically IRL say my piece.
All right. Got to hold that thought, Jason, because I got to take us out to our second break, our long break of the evening. It's about a 10-minute break. When we return, we're going to get more into that, because Rafi and I actually have a friend who was an officer working that day in New York City. Hang in there, guys. We shall return in just a few moments with the Vixen's Fault.
All right, we're on radio break.
I did it. I apologize.
Wobbly, you're so talkative tonight.
I dropped an S-bomb.
No, you're fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Just don't let it be a
It's
gateway.
the F one.
Yeah, it's the F-bomb that
don't let it be a gateway to the F,
I don't
C,
think I'll be
or
dropping
B
any of
word.
those.
All
I'm
right.
surprised I dropped an S-bomb. I'm usually pretty good.
No, you're fine. Wobbly, you there?
Poor Mark was like,
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
he's just muted.
Are you? Yeah, you were muted, and I was like, man, you got to jump in. I know you had a lot to say, probably. Or are you pretty tired from this morning?
He's listening. He's taking it all in. Trust me, I can almost feel him. It's like he's listening, trying to like put it all together in his head. Because it's hard when we have a panel like this. This is not easy, Mark. I mean, it's a lot of people with a lot of knowledge and a lot to say, and everything has meaning. So I'm going to give everybody their
talked about their emotional responses, because this is heavy stuff. It's heavy.
Yes, it is. And 9/11 is another one that it's a betrayal.
Right.
A huge. And I'm sure Ralphie was over there, like, sitting on his hands, like, biting his lip, because 9/11's another one of his deep dives.
This is what I'm going to do tonight, okay? When we get done with this, I am going to end this this meeting and recall everybody right back on the same meeting. Okay? That way there's no confusion. So I've learned to do something a little different from working with John's show on earlier on Wednesdays and also on Sunday nights. So I'll just restart the same meeting. And then what we will do is after the second time we use this same chat room, we'll go to the after show. And I'll add, and I'll give everybody the links for that doesn't have the link, which would be Wobbly. I don't know, Wobbly, if you want to stick around for the after show or not. Because we go another hour after, sometimes after this, and sometimes we bring in other crazy people and good people in the after show, and you'll get to meet.
I like crazy.
Yeah, crazy's good. Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm going to head with that. We're going to get cut off on this, so I'm going to hang up right now, and I'm going to bring us right back. All right, and then you can take it right up to the 57-minute mark. Then, all right.
So do we hang up?
Copy that.
All right, I'm going to end this meeting. Call everybody right back. All right, folks, we're in transition, our transition. This is our long break. So I'm going to take and recall everybody back here. Like I said. People. Request. Roger. Raph.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay.
There's Vic.
Roger's coming in.
There's Rafi.
Trying to get Wobbly back in with us. He mustn't have hung up yet.
It's in the lobby. Jason's in the lobby. Hang on.
Yep, go ahead and let him in.
Yep, I just did.
It was nice to hear, I guess, Rafi talk about his because we don't get to talk about that.
There you go.
Well, and it's something that like I said, if you talk to him about it, he'll give you the straight up truth. But I really,
there you go.
It was important what I said to him, because it's not something I say very often to him, that I really am super proud of him, because it's not easy, and I know it's not easy for him. I know it's not. It's a battle all the time, and he gets, like, when he sees now, like, he's not like me, where I have, because of my dreams, because of what I was shown, I have a real strong belief in how this is going to end. So I'm okay with everything that's going on. I can see different patterns occurring. I'm good with those patterns. Ralphie's not like that. He's more of he's the military guy. He's like, enough is enough. We need to go in there. We need to just destroy everything and everyone that had anything to do with this and start again. And that is a very militant way to look at it. That's how they do things. Where I'm like, yeah, that's not going to work, because there's too much collateral damage. You can't do that. You can't collaterally take out half the country. You have to do it. It's got to be the way it is, because everybody, you have to have a larger awareness of what's occurred.
And what do you feel vindicated when it happens? Because I know, from, us that share these things. I mean, you can't share it with anybody else.
Who's crazy, DK? No, not you. Oh, no, not you. We all get a little. Oh, okay. Well, anyways, you're a good guy. Anyways, DK, we got a pretty full room over there in D Live, and also over on Kick. Thank you all for tuning in, Svetlana and Truth, our reality, and let's see who else we got over there. MC, you're still over there in there too. Shout out to anybody that you know that's in there as well. And if you know anybody that's restreaming us, that'd be Roger. Thanks, Roger. Appreciate you restreaming us wherever Roger is.
He's here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mike with his mic
Roger.
off. He went for a smoke break because he knows it's the long break.
I have a cat that is like literally yelling at me. He's not even taking breaths.
You can't hear it.
Just freaking, I feel sorry for Ref. Poor guy had to sit there and while his wife said all these mushy things about him and stuff. He's probably like all embarrassed and everything.
No, it's not. It wasn't even mushy. That's the
Got
thing.
all
I
lovey-dovey and shit.
trust me, I can be very lovey-dovey, but I mean, this is just me being clinical and saying, some of the things you guys have been through. Women are different. We handle things differently. With men, you're taught not to deal with this shit. You are really taught to repress this shit. And it's dangerous to repress stuff like that. It really is. It creates a volcanic anger like nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah.
Mark said that I was being gay because I said he was a beautiful man.
Oh.
Okay, Wobbly, all right. What do you think of this? If a guy comes up to you and says, "Hey, you're a beautiful man," what would you say to them? All right. I'm waiting, Wobbly, man.
He's remaining mute, purposefully mute.
Yeah.
I don't blame him.
Okay. He's our he's filling in tonight for David Campione because we're going from Coast Guard to an actual Navy veteran tonight. Yeah. So maybe we got the upgrade, maybe not. I don't know. What do you think, Wildly?
I think we're both the same. Just, there's a difference. Shallow water, deep water.
He did cutters, I think. So we got about 30 seconds until we come back off break. He was in Vietnam as well.
Oh wow!
Yeah, both of them. So
actually, I was in North Vietnam.
Here's your countdown.
Wow.
Let's hear more about this when we come back on here.
No, I can't.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now, Nance.
Welcome back, folks, to the Vixen's Vault. It's 10:04 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, August the 13th, and we are storming through the month of August. Like, it is just being plowed down in front of us. Day after day, it just seems like time is moving at a rate of speed that's insane right now. A lot going on. Like I said, it's been it's an interesting time to be alive. It really, really is, because there's a lot happening. Some of it we're seeing, some of it we're not. Some of it, like I said, this is all just a gigantic production. A lot of it. Mm-hmm. And you can see that it's a gigantic production if you're paying attention. Mm-hmm. Because words and actions are not matching. And very interesting things are occurring behind the scene. So again, it's and I know, like Jason had mentioned, the federal troops being moved into DC area. Trust me, that is not because they're trying to cap down on crime. That's because they're getting ready to make some very major arrests. Yeah. And probably about 46% of the country is not going to be happy with those arrests. And about 20% of those 46% are going to react very violently to those arrests. And yep, we're not playing those games. Not going to be allowed, nor should it be allowed.
Good. No, yeah, that's good.
I mean, I know a lot of people disagree with me because they think it's almost an exercise of tyrannical power. But I'm like, you know what? You have been under tyrannical power for the last, I don't know, 7 or 8 decades, and you just didn't know it.
Right.
Because our nation's capital should never have been desecrated the way it was. Ever. And I mean ever. Like when I was there on January 6th, 2021, which I was there, folks, not in the Capitol, but as Rafi will attest to, no, I was not in the Capitol, but I was there. I saw what happened. And I can tell you what they reported and what happened, 2 different animals. I can't tell you for a fact that to have almost 1 million people in such a small area and not one piece of trash left on the ground is an amazing concept to people who live in Washington, D.C. I was humiliated by the way our Capitol was. Absolutely embarrassed. Said it multiple times to Raphael. Could not frickin' believe the state and condition our nation's capital, where we greet dignitaries, was in. I mean, you could not go anywhere close to a subway station because it stank of urine. There were homeless people everywhere. There were homeless tents on the underpasses everywhere. It was embarrassing, and it was humiliating as an American who pays my taxes, and if anything, would like to see a semblance of, I don't know, beauty, decorum, pride in our nation's. I didn't see any of the above. I saw a very desiccated, deteriorating city. And, maybe it was, that we should have taken that as a warning sign that, they were not putting the money where they were telling us they were putting the money. But it was allowed to happen. And the powers that be that were in control, and yes, Democrats and Republicans alike, folks, and I know there's some Republicans that listen to this show who are not going to like that. Don't care.
Yeah.
Because it takes 2 to tango. Both sides of the coin are on the same damn coin. And what? They're counting those coins and they're pocketing them.
Yeah.
So,
and if they're not being, coerced, by having stuff put on their computers and,
well, even so, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry. I have limited sympathy for that because, again, comes down to a choice. Do you allow heinous crimes to come about and be committed for decades, not just a few years? Do you allow future generations to be decimated because somebody put something on your computer? Because
I'm
there's
just
a
saying,
chance
if
that
they
your
weren't dirty
reputation
to
can be
begin
ruined?
with, if they weren't dirty to begin with, they
Yes.
they play ball. I'm just saying, what Brennan and those people did,
It's not, but it wasn't just them. I mean, there's a reason Trump had not just Obama's portrait, but George Jr. and George Sr.'s portraits moved from the public portico of the White House and hidden from the public. And that happened last week. And I said, if y'all don't think something's going on by now, I got nothing for you.
And that's one of the hard things to assimilate.
Yep,
To find
he
out all
moved
this
those
stuff.
3 portraits out of public view. That right there should tell you there's something big going down, guys. Really big. And it needs to
Well,
happen.
what it is, in the day, this would have been a false flag. They would have at least had some kind of budget, told us, there was a mass banging, all these people, and then rolled out the, the posse comitatus. By the way, this is illegal. This is against this is against our Constitution. There's something called posse comitatus, which is you're not allowed the military for policing nothing.
Obama undid that.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Lovely. Well, I'm glad I learned. See, this is like how you crowdsource the truth here. I learned something there. But so now what they do, or actually, then they went from false flags to, you know what? Let's just tell them a scary story. We're not even going to do a Boston unbombing or a the next mass banging that we have 15 crisis actors at, etc. We'll just tell you a scary story. Here, friends, We didn't even get told a scary story. We just heard, stop talking about Epstein. Stop talking about Epstein. Stop talking about Epstein for about 2 weeks. And then finally, seems like the remedy, and what they really think is going to be the remedy. We're just going to send, our own gang out, the military, i.e., I guess, National Guard or whatever.
But we were
I've
told the
seen
National
some
Guard was
footage.
going to be deployed. We were told multiple
Yeah,
times they were going to
it's
be
really
deployed to multiple cities. And the thing is with Epstein, I have no doubt the whole thing is going to come out with Epstein. But again, as long as Trump's saying don't put it out, they're going to insist on it coming out. It's a reverse psychology move. And it's really simple if you look at it at its face.
I will
Whatever
be
Trump
super
says he doesn't
surprised
want.
if we're ever on this panel discuss, and I will eat my shorts in front of you. You know what I mean, in front of the panel or whatever.
Just wait.
If that ever comes out, but yeah, nah. That's because that's his boy. I mean, that's his buddy. You know what I mean?
No, dude, he
Yeah.
led the prosecution against Epstein in 2008 in the state of Florida. He was one of their main prosecutorial witnesses.
Oh, yeah,
until the
definitely.
FBI stepped in. Yeah, because
You know who
Epstein
introduced him to
recruited
Melania?
from Mar-a-Lago. I mean, that's the
Right,
thing.
right.
He went after a 14-year-old girl at Mar-a-Lago in the late 90s, and that was actually in the paper.
Right, so then you understand. He's cool with that. You know what I mean? That's his buddy. He's down with that. He's a pedo protector.
He threw him out of Mar-a-Lago and banned him from the estate completely.
Yeah, that's the narrative. I understand that, but the pictures say else. The pictures say
But
it very.
those pictures are also they're early 1990s. He never wrote on the Lolita. I can tell you that because I have the Lolita's logbook.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the
Never
Lolita. Most of that stuff that didn't happen on any of the islands there. You know, because it's not just one island
It happened
either.
in New Mexico.
It mostly happened. Well, not even there. Not even at the $72 million mansion that Wexner gave him. Most of these things. First of all, when you blackmail somebody, one of the first 3 major rules is never ever on your own property. You know, always on a neutral territory, like a hotel or something. I mean, it could be fancy schmancy, whatever, but that otherwise people can look at it and say, yo, that's your house. You know, you're now, it's shady with this. We can tell you're the one that wanted him to be blackmailed. But
they're not related. They're not related at all.
We're going to go to patterns here. What happened back in 2016 through 2018? What was the one thing what were the Democrats harping on? Because I can tell you point blank what it was. It was his tax returns. And he said, you're not getting my tax returns. Nope. Don't have to show you my tax. It's not giving you my tax returns. You don't need my tax returns. Bugger off on the tax returns. Stop talking about the tax returns. And what happened?
Maybe let Epstein, maybe he'll, let it all out or whatever. I doubt it. But
it's not going to be Trump that lets it all out. It's going to be the Democrat. They're going to be their authors of their own demise. It's brilliant.
Because their names are on it. Their names.
Yep. It's
all
brilliant.
All of their names are on it. This is as bipartisan as it gets, friends.
Yes.
Yep.
So that's why
that's what I've been trying to say.
That was the first thing they tried to throw. Well, let's throw the Obamas under the bus and see if that works. And Obama said, yeah, it's cool. That's what I'm here for. You know, I'm down for that. And then that didn't work. And now they're doing this DC thing. They're sending people at 3 a.m. up to people who aren't even smoking cigarettes.
Actually, no,
to inform them. You know, you're not allowed to smoke cigarettes outside. You're not allowed to drink. Just making sure you're not.
They've got Obama. They've got Obama. He's done. He's done.
Yeah.
Hillary's done. They've got him on the Russiagate.
Now they're going after the middle
I've been hearing it for so long. I've been hearing it since before I knew what the real deal was with 9/11. It's just a really long time.
Like I said, it takes, Rafi made a point earlier, and it's something I've been telling him because he gets very impatient with how things are happening. And
no, but I
said
was told like next year, next month,
of course,
definitely next. There was
never
the 2nd of January, the 17th of October. It was
never a timeline. That was the thing.
The Q movement was very serious about moving that goalpost.
And you have to hit 11.3. You got to hit it, and we hit it. We hit it.
It's okay
in Washington D.C.
again. in the Q movement, because I've been in the Q movement since the Q movement started. I've been in with that group
The
since the
psyop
FBI
that
and all.
keeps people that otherwise would be on the front
But
line
it
of
got
fighting scumbaggery to
no,
sit around and wait for the plan.
no.
Well,
It's no
it
But
has to
good.
go
again,
according to law and
George
order.
W. Bush used to
Military.
say the same thing. He said, "Stay the course," when they went over to Iraq and just stepped
that
up in
1,000
there
points
and
of
blamed it
light.
on 9/11. And
To
he'd say,
say they
"Stay the
lost,
course.
he lost me
Trust
with
the
1,000 points of
plan. Stay
light.
the course."
It was
Similar,
I
no?
knew too much about the NWO when the 1,000 point of lights
Yeah.
speech was given.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that was 1,000 points of light.
what
And
an
that was
idiot!
exactly 10 years before 9/11 to the
Yep,
day.
I
That was
know,
on
I
September
know.
11th, 1991.
But it's
But
not.
this,
Here's what I'm trying to say. Even with the Q movement, again, because Vicky knows this, I've been involved with that since like before it was the Q movement. It literally there was in the very beginning, you had very good drops, like Bruce Orr, information that nobody had. We were getting, and we were digging. It got infiltrated. As soon as they realized that the information was accurate, the boards were infiltrated, and Q told us that the boards are
yeah.
infiltrated. So we knew. We knew that it was being used as a psyop. We knew that the boards were infiltrated. We knew that they were going to try to move the ball around to get people looking in places they shouldn't be looking. But we
And to
also
protect the
knew,
real
That's
information.
when I just do my
yes.
own job and I don't outsource it. And I just, revert to papyrus and just do my own research.
Yeah,
Well,
but
again,
you
there was a
give the
pattern.
law of
There
war
was.
manual. They have to
It wasn't
follow it.
just that. There was a pattern to Q drops to be able to discern different things. And if you recognize patterns, you would see it. That's why they chose autists, because
Yeah, no, I
autists
remember.
see
I remember the
patterns.
very first Q drop, 17th of October. I come around
Yep.
almost a year before that, about 9 months before the first Q drop is when I
So you
came
knew the
to this.
FBI. Then you were watching FBI anon drops if you were around that long. And like I said,
Yeah,
before the
indeed.
FBI anon, you had the pushes on Seth Rich because Seth Rich was on 2chan. So again,
Hashtag his name was Seth Rich.
I mean, he
The
was
guy, Sean, I forget the other fella that they said OD'd, and he never used drugs, but he OD'd on fentanyl and
No, that was
benzodiazepine. The guy who served, he's like, I served her. And then 3 days later, the poor kid was dead. His name was, I believe, Sean something or another.
Well, you had, dude, let me tell you, you had so many things that were occurring during these time periods. That was when Michael Taggart, supposedly drove his car into a tree, but it blew up before it hit the tree. And he was saying that the FBI was after him, but it was
Michael
really
Hastings.
interesting.
Michael
Yes,
Hastings, yep.
Here's
And
the fun
owner
part.
was like 10 blocks away or whatever, like literally 10 blocks away.
But here's the fun thing about that, because again, you forget, I'm a CEH, I'm a hacker. So I'm very familiar with black hat hackers and white hat hackers. And not even a week after that, we lost a black hat hacker by the name of Barnaby Jack. Barnaby Jack invented the technology that would have enabled that car to blow before it hit the tree remotely. That was him. He invented that code. So I'm like, I remember saying to Raphael, well, we know they used Barnaby Jack's freaking code to do that because he's now dead of an OD at a black hat convention, which no, that doesn't happen.
Right.
I said,
Isn't it, can I just say something real quick? Isn't it interesting how it seems to me for a number of years that was their go-to method? I guess poke you with a needle that had benzodiazepines and fentanyl and just say that you got high. And then doesn't it seem like they went back to the whole suicide, killed himself. Obviously in jail, I get it. That's going to be maybe the only thing you can say. But so many other where people have been suicided rather than fentanyled out.
Well, it's funny because now they're not even now they're just throwing them off buildings. I mean, how many have we seen
I
in the
guess
last
so, right?
Yeah, I mean, the last year we've seen multiple quote unquote accidents or suicides.
Oh, right, the accident. Sure,
And
you're
not
right.
just
You're
in
right.
People
Russia.
fell off, they got drunk and fell off a 27th story of a building. It's like, what? I mean, but they've been doing this for their whole lives, getting drunk, and they never fell off a building. Okay. And they all had something very interesting to say.
Uh-huh.
So again, like I said, they're still trying to shut people up and shut them. It's like Julian Assange. People connected to Julian Assange are still getting taken out. And he's still sitting on more than a terabyte of information.
You guys thought about Maxwell and how he died? He died off the side. He accidentally fell off his yacht. And guess who's given those 100?
Maxwell, that's priceless.
Let's look at it. Who's giving those 100 names out now? Turning state's evidence.
Yeah. His
daughter.
His little girl.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who was flying the plane for Epstein, and let's forget about all of the obsession and all the obsession Epstein had when it came to education in the universities. And he was really, really interested in programs that would turn people into people who were being how would you where they're
like Manchurian candidates.
Well, it was more than that. Where he wanted to find out how he can make people submissive, basically.
Yep.
MK Ultra.
And well, more than that. It was more than that. It was on a cellular level that he wanted to do it. It was actually he wheedled his way into as a chair at Harvard in biotechnology for that exact reason.
Epstein.
So, oh yeah, yep.
Oh gosh.
Like I said, there's reasons why Trump went after Harvard. There's reasons why.
Yeah.
You just don't understand it. You don't see it yet. You will.
My dad graduated from that, and he said it's the most decadent, it's really so liberal. It was,
It's not even just it's not just liberal, because I mean, Skull and Bones was not a liberal society. Harvard is it is the seat of the evil in many, many ways when it comes to education, but they're not the only ones.
But understand Veritas, Harvard is it is the oldest university, and it was supposed to be based on truth. And now look how far they've come.
How about Yale's arms? It doesn't have one English letter on it. Yale's coat of arms is completely Hebrew. I find that interesting.
Yep. I'm with you on that. And like I said, they're battling the fact that we're going after them. But education has always been a big hang up with me, because I sit there and say, please, somebody explain to me, you educated people, you top tier intelligence people, please explain to me where all the money's going. Because how you have the balls to charge somebody $50,000 to $100,000 for you to sit on a video screen and pretty much pick your nose and act like a tyrant about what people are being taught? Explain to me how this is happening. Explain to me how you have the balls to tax somebody for life on a loan that they needed to try to make their life better, to the amount of something that was more than a house at one point. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
And there's still to this day, and like I said, still to this day, we have no explanation on it. And honest to God, the student loans are gonna tip our economic system completely over, because there's trillions of dollars in debt. Trillions.
Just remember what our friend said. There's got to be slaves and slave masters, and they'll never allow any other system. And the whole point is to keep everybody in debt.
I got to take us out to a break. Final break of the evening before Mark has a heart attack. We shall return with the Vixen's Vault in just a few moments.
All right, we're on radio break.
All the slaves have to do is not obey. That's how you get away with that.
What?
As far as the slave system,
the
we were just talking,
is
to not obey.
Hey, did you guys hear some of the other names besides the Clintons that are supposedly, I shouldn't say supposedly, they are being, called up to quote unquote testify. They're being subpoenaed. Loretta Lynch? What? Eric Holder?
Oh, yeah.
The false flag king? Mr. Sandy, and God knows what else. Wow, the names. I was thinking of Tarmac Gate when I heard Loretta Lynch. Remember that?
Oh
When
yeah,
I think it was either Bill or Hillary, one of them. They got right out of the
it was
plane.
Bill.
Yeah, but it was
It was
Bill. That's
Bill.
right. I'm talking to Loretta
And
Lynch, top
Hillary,
cop, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
2 days later, Hillary was cleared of her email scandal after that meeting.
That's right. I remember now. Yeah, what's his name? Comey, James Comey. I remember somebody saying he's a Boy Scout. Yo, they called him a Boy Scout on MSNBC or whatever. I'll never forget. Actually, I totally forgot is what I was trying to say. Who said that? I wish I could remember who said that, but I can't. Called him a Boy Scout. You know what? I think it was John McCain. I think John McCain was trying to tell us he was a Boy Scout.
Boy Scout.
Good old Songbird. I said when John McCain died, I was like, John McCain, the guy who ran, his last election was based off of getting rid of the ACA, and then when it came down to it, and they went to vote on it, he voted to keep the ACA. I said, so you got to start looking at his finances, and then you find out that he's making all his money because he had invested in the carriers that were allowed to be included on the ACA. I was like, that's what I was trying to tell people to begin with, guys. You idiots. You don't have national health care. You have Nancy Pelosi and Dianne Feinstein and John McCain health care because they own the commanding interests in the only carriers that are on the platform.
Yeah.
You idiots.
But by the way, Larry is just digging the show tonight. He said my face is hot listening to this.
Welcome back, Larry. Because is that Larry Hersman?
Yeah, over on Facebook.
Yep. Tell him welcome back. I hope he enjoyed his Viking retreat. You pissed me off. I was seeing all those pictures going, I want to be there. I want to be there.
Vikings.
Yeah, what's up with the Vikings? They got two guys that are not going to be, but are cheerleaders. Two guys.
Oh, I saw that.
Minnesota Vikings.
I saw that.
Wow,
Shield maidens.
They're getting clobbered too for it. Between that and Baskin and Robbins releasing the frickin' commercial with what's her face, the jeans model, and she's like licking the cone, and it's their rainbow ice cream, and I'm like, oh, shots fired.
WNBA.
Shots fired. So I mean, I think people are finally starting. Now there's also a sorority that they're all white girls, and it's one of the. I think it's one of the Alpha Beta. I forget what it is. It's one of the bigger sororities, but they did these commercials. It's called Jeans Girl Day, and they have all their girls doing these like line dances in jeans, basically promoting their sorority. And I'm like, yeah, people have had they're showing that they've had it with the woke. They've really had it with the woke, and it's like, yeah. And now I think they're doing it for comedy effect because of the meltdowns. That the people who thought they were so empowered, they're finding out they're not so empowered.
And people that told Budweiser to go do it were people they actually paid money to learn how to promote their own brand. I mean, they should be. I hope they were fired quickly.
Oh God, there's bad ideas, and then there's historically you will.
Anyways, here's your countdown coming up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live on the radio side right now.
10:30 p.m. on the nose, Wednesday, August the 13th. This is the last half of our show, The Vixen's Fault. Welcome in, everybody. I am your hostess, the Wiccan Vixen. When we went off air, we were talking about all the crazy conspiracies and what might be happening, what might not be happening, what some of us see is happening, and others are like, nope, been here too long, listened to it for too long, I've had it, I've walked away from that whole thought process. Again, it's funny because I say this all the time, and when I really commit to something, when I say, okay, I'm in, I do not give up. And I usually don't jump in unless I really either my gut is kicking the crap out of me saying this is correct, or I'm seeing so many patterns that are adding up where I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, just logically speaking, this is correct. And, to Jason's credit, he was saying earlier, the psyop. Yeah, of course Q is a psyop. You'd have to be an absolute moron to think it was not a psyop. But was it the Russian back? They say there was that Russian psyop back in the 1920s. No, because you would have to be the biggest moron on the planet to give a bunch of autists correct information that led them to files that they would never have found if they didn't have this information that gave them evidence to your wrongdoings. Stupidest psyop ever. Backfired in a major way, if that was the case. Really
it kept
backfired.
a lot of people on the couch that would have otherwise been on the front line of fighting scumbaggery, waiting to trust the plan that just didn't work out. And we're here in
But even
25.
January 6th,
it didn't work out. I mean, that's just where we're at. We're not in
January
2025.
It's funny
no,
because
it
they
is
said
working out. You just are
it
at the
is.
ending.
It was the long, and we knew it was going to be a long haul because Q said it multiple times. It was going to be a long haul. But it was like, it was funny because like January 6th, people point to that. They say, well, that was a Q thing. Do you know, I can tell you there were only a handful of people there who actually followed Q. I was one of them. And there weren't too many. We knew who was there. We knew who was in the crowd. We were in contact with others, I can tell you that, who were not there. We did know that laptops got stolen. And we knew that was not the Q movement. We knew that was the military that did that. So we had information on ground, but I can tell you the number one piece of information was to not go in the Capitol. We were not to do anything. If the president wanted us to do something, we would be told to do it. Otherwise, do not act on your own. That was the number one.
Yes, that was said. Yes, you're right. It was.
But there was people arrested that didn't go in the Capitol. There was people arrested 2-3 years.
Trust me.
The girl was just barely in the city. So, I mean,
because
it's not really relevant.
It was a setup.
Yes. In fact, we worked with one, Rafi and I worked with one locally. We worked with two of his representatives. He was a spec ops guy. God, what was his name? Jeremy Brown. And we knew Jeremy's girls that were representing him. We worked with them while they were trying to, because he was set up so badly, it was not funny. It was really not funny. Jeremy did get released, by the way, from jail in February, but they held him longer than the other J6ers that were released pretty much immediately because they were trying to say that he had explosives and all this. But again, it was all part and parcel to an illegal search warrant that should never have happened to begin with. And number two, Jeremy always said they weren't his. They were planted there. And I believe that because I saw what happened after J6 and the people that they went after.
And they had videos of people,
dude,
faking it.
I mean, the girls that went with us, we had some friends that we met locally whose their ride fell through. So we drove them to DC and drove them home. And apparently they were in a line of fire for tear gas and they were not in the Capitol. They weren't even close to the steps of the Capitol. And I tried to say to people, you don't understand. They were lobbing that tear gas way out. I mean, into the parking lots and everything. So into like peaceful crowds that weren't doing anything. Well, our friend was one of those people that got the tear gas canister landed right next to them. And her 18-year-old daughter were affected by it. And apparently, because everybody left very early the next morning. And it was funny because they're in the truck with us. Rafi and our eyes start tearing as I'm like, God, we're watching the National Guard come in as we're driving out and eyes are tearing. And all of a sudden when her mother looks up and I was like, and she's telling us about getting tear gas. And I looked at her and go, did you take a shower? And she's like, no, there's no time. And I'm like, oh my God, open the window. Oh my God, we're being gassed. Holy crow. But I mean, yeah, there was a lot going on there. When they say that the DC police were, helping people, no, they were not. We were watching older women get pushed around. I mean, not like I'm considered older. I'm 55. We're talking elderly women getting roughed up, pushed around for no reason. We watched, I can't even begin to tell you what we saw. In fact, Rafi he helped somebody who I explained to him later because I have the video of it, where literally the guy fell off the side of the Capitol building I was like, oh crap, the guy you gave the water bottle to, he's the guy that fell off the side of the water of the Capitol building. But it was not, there was, I mean, Raphael, you can attest to this. There was no violence in that crowd.
Not on
There
the
was no
outside.
violence.
I
No.
didn't see any. I stuck around to cover it, and but nothing smelled right, and that's what really struck me as odd. It just did not make any sense from a security control standpoint. What they were doing. I mean, there was no the barricades weren't up. There was no line out in the like controlling the crowd. Everybody, all their officers were on top of the building, looking down as if, what, you're going to drop down a hail of bullets to stop this? No, I don't think so.
Yep.
They're just none of it added up.
And people bought it though.
People
That's
bought
what
it.
kills me.
But this is what I've been trying to say. We don't have a constitutional government. We have a, what the hell are you going to do about a government?
Yep.
They believe that they rule you, and like I said, when I saw, one of the pieces of vernacular that's made it into the lexicon of American English is the term lawfare, and I think that goes back centuries. They pass all these unconstitutional laws, and then it takes years to get it undone.
Yep.
And then it's only for a limited scope, and then they'll just vote it in again at a later date. And this is the problem. This is the problem though. They keep everybody trying to tread above water, trying to make ends meet, whatever else. In the meantime, they're pushing through agendas left and right, and if you catch on to it, they'll just wait till later on to change it into another name, but it's still the same thing, or they'll slip it into something at last second that needs to be passed, like the NDAA, and that's how they keep pushing all this unconstitutional stuff through. It doesn't mean it's constitutional. It doesn't mean that it's right. It just means that it is now the letter of the law, which is why they push people to enforce the letter of the law instead of the spirit of the law.
Yep.
They don't.
And if they do fix something, they screw up 4 things as they're fixing the one, and that's
because it's a bait and switch.
Yeah.
And it's very well planned. It's a very well planned bait and switch. Yeah. And like I said, it's like what happened on January 6th. One of my big arguments when the press kept saying the word insurrection, I was laughing because I'm like, insurrection? No, if it was an insurrection, y'all be dead. Okay. You wouldn't even be here to report on it because there are that many people there. You would have not stood a chance in hell had it been an insurrection. Not only that, but a seated, duly elected president was giving a speech in our nation's capital, and he called upon his followers to come listen to him. How is that insurrection when he is still the president? Yeah. Because on January 6th, he was. It doesn't matter if you have a president-elect. Donald Trump was in power at that time. So, yeah, it's not an insurrection, not even close to an insurrection. Not even close.
But that's why
but they couldn't charge anybody with insurrection, which I thought was funny as hell. I'm like, yeah, tell me one person that got charged with insurrection. You can't, because anybody who was, they had to drop it because it was not insurrection. We're not even close. Now,
there's a team called Woo's News. They did something called and I ask everybody who hears my voice, check this out. Google it. You'll find it. It's real easy. WOOZE, I believe. Woo's News. And it's called Everything Wrong with the Capitol Riot in 21 Minutes. That's Everything Wrong with the Capitol Riot in 21 minutes. And you will be, you won't be surprised about a lot of it, actually. I mean, you were there, but I bet you'll see a lot of interesting stuff there that maybe you didn't see or whatever. I mean, the whole Ashley Babbitt thing, that is
God.
Or Ashley Nielsen or whatever her real name is, the ex-Air Force gal. There's shady stuff around that. The whole thing was shady.
Well, we can tell you, Rafi and I can tell you for a fact, one of the guys that was with Ashley, and this is like a good hour after the shooting, is out on the parapet of the Capitol, covered in blood, screaming, they shot her, they killed her. I mean, yelling. There's no cops stopping him. He wasn't questioned. And I remember looking at Raphael going, what am I watching right now? Why
And
is
even
he
Ashley
standing up
wasn't
there?
covered in blood. She had a
Yeah,
tiny
why
little
is
bit
he?
of blood leaking out
Why
of her
is
mouth
he?
and then a little bit by her neck. So I
Yeah,
wonder how he got covered in blood.
how is this happening right now? And then the fact that there were obvious operators in that crowd. I mean, to the point where Rafi and I were laughing and picking them out because
that is one of the biggest things you'll see on Everything Wrong with the Capitol riot in 21 minutes. Yeah, they show so many of them that are getting paid and whatever. Indeed.
Oh God, that and the Antifa, the Antifa in the crowd. No, the operators were not wearing masks. They were smarter than that. But the Antifa kids.
Yeah, the
that's
one
how
guy's like, we can take that place, and so trying to get people to act out.
It was the way they walked. And I said that to Rafi. It's something I've always said, that I can pick out what branch of the military somebody served in by their walk.
That's funny.
It's a sad. I told you. I have said this to Rafi many times. They all walk differently.
9/11, you could tell the same thing too. They all have the same exact khakis. They're all between like 24 and like 36 years old. They all have the exact same build. I mean, it's so weird. And they usually have a backpack, sometimes not.
And a cap, a hat. Like a hat. No masks, though. They were smart enough not to do the masks. And I said that there is no MAGA on the planet that is going to mask up. That is the thing. They won't do it. I said that's one of the things that MAGA stands on, is that the masks are absolutely suicidal. Why would you do that? It's going to make you sick.
Well, I mean, isn't the fake people, they put the mask on?
That's what I'm saying. The Antifa, you can tell who's Antifa. Number one, their age range. Number two, they were hanging out of trees. Number three, they were wearing masks hanging out of trees. It's like, what are you, retarded? Oh, sure, you belong with us and the crowd that's surrounding us that's between the ages of average 40 and 80. Yeah, of course you do. I mean, and then that was the other thing I found amazing, was how many elderly people were there.
And do you remember the guy in Chambers that was hanging from the mezzanine or whatever you want to call it? Yeah. And where he was hanging from, I mean, you could tell it was for posing for a photo, but it was right where it said Annuit Coeptus, right where it said that, if you remember. He had a backpack on, helmet on, etc. Trying to look like Antifa, but I mean, I don't know for 100% sure, but I would say 99 point whatever. That has to be one of the so-called FBI actors or whatever. I mean, it was just so like, okay, I gotta get down from this mezzanine, but let me hang here for just a minute. Literally, let me just hang around for 5 seconds while you snap.
The other thing that was off, that nobody ever questions, that Rafi and I were like, really, was the timeline. The timeline that the press gave, and that was actually, that occurred, and most of us have on video, was wrong. I'm like, Trump was late. He was Trump. Trump is late for everything. He was like 40 minutes to an hour late starting his speech.
Like
so the speech went way over. I was like, so when the Capitol was quote unquote being quote unquote invaded, we were all still stuck in the damn park freezing our asses off because he was still talking.
Yeah.
I was like, all this stuff went down and we're all in the park, like literally frostbitten. In fact, we had to go back to the hotel because I couldn't feel my feet. I said to Rafi, I can't feel my feet. We got to go. I got to change my shoes because I'm so cold. I can't feel any of my extremities right now. And that was like more than half of the crowd went back to their rooms because they were cold. They were wet because it was a really like misty, semi-rainy afternoon. Mm-hmm. But yeah, like I said, Ralphie will back me up on that. Trump was late. He went over. Yeah. A lot of this stuff happened while we were all still in the park. So
a lot of people didn't even know that all that stuff had happened.
Yeah.
No.
Well, we knew. something had happened because we saw like a line of police cars go flying by our hotel as we were heading out to the MARTA. And so we knew something had gone down. But I mean, most people were still trying to figure out where they were going. And you got to, half these people have never been to DC before. So it was kind of like me when I decided I wasn't going to stay any longer because I looked at Ruffy and he wanted to stay and film. And I was like, I'm out of here. You know, they're lobbing gas way out. This is not why I was called here. I was called here to be a witness for the president, not to be part of any of this. So I'm going back to the hotel. And my happy ass didn't realize that GPS was not functional because, yeah, there were way too many people there. And so, I couldn't figure out how to get back to the MARTA. So here I am in my gigantic red Trump jacket that can't be missed for a mile and walking through the middle of what we'll just call not so greatville, DC, that is not where any white people exist. Yeah, here I is, little blonde hair, green-eyed, red jacket in the middle of the worst area of DC possible, and got stopped by these two guys on a bike. Both of them are on bikes, 10 speeds. They told me they were bloggers. And no, I've been doing video and radio for how many years at this point, and I'm looking at their gear going, oh, their government.
Yeah.
And they wanted to know why I was there and did I know where
I was going to say,
And I'm
especially
like,
on bike. Especially on a bike. That's so
oh,
government.
it gets better. It gets better because I explained to them how I ended up where I was. I was like, I'm totally spun around. I know eventually it's going to dump somewhere that's familiar, but I said, I can't remember the name of the hotel because my husband made the reservation, but I can tell you I can see the statue of Admiral Farragut from my hotel room. And so they're like, oh, we know what hotel you're at. They literally escorted me to my hotel. It was that bad. And when we stopped, the guy says, can I use your cell phone? I need to call my mom and let her know I'm okay.
You gotta be kidding me.
It gets better.
Hell no, you can't use my cell phone.
I know. I let him use my cell phone because I was like, I got nothing to hide. I don't give a shit. Go ahead and use my cell phone. So he calls it, what he says is his mother. He speaks like two lines, and what I swear to God, and I told Rafi this, I swear it was Mandarin.
He just needed that line to connect to whatever he was calling.
Well, when I called, the line he called was in Langley, Virginia.
Ooh,
see, there you go.
Langley, CIA.
Yeah, and when I called it back, it didn't connect to anything. So
right,
I'm
the
like,
moment it connected, it probably took everything, a copy of everything in your phone, or could have anyway.
If it did have done.
There's something called a Stingray. I think we talked about this on the first show, didn't we? Talk about the Stingray. That's right. Yeah. They didn't destroy my phone, thank goodness. Like a couple of my buddies had theirs completely wiped. But it was 2021. It was the first time. It was 2020. It was the first time that COVID-19 became a thing in terms of like, well, we're down here for the commemoration of 9/11, and they're also swabbing people and such, and they did it that year. I couldn't even get for 2 minutes onto YouTube, and I couldn't get for even 30 seconds onto DLive and Twitch and all that stuff. Yeah, they had a whole bubble on that.
Yep. But like I said, it was. I remember telling Rafi about it when he got back to the room, and I was like, "Yeah, pretty sure they were government." I don't care. I said I had nothing to hide. I said I did what I said I was going to do when I was here. That was the end of that. I said I didn't partake in anything.
Wear matching khakis?
Dude, no, they were all in black. They were dressed completely in black.
Oh,
Yep. And like
That's
I said, but it was their gear that gave them away. And like I said, I'm looking at their mics and everything, and I'm like, yeah, no, that is not blogosphere gear there. That is like high, very expensive stuff. So little did they know that I do a radio show and I was really familiar with gear.
Exactly. You know what a GoPro is. These guys have got a GoPro. They guys are even better than that,
Oh, God. And I just remember thinking, well, pretty sure nobody I'm connected to said anything that would be even able to be construed as insurrectionist. But
go
ahead.
I'm gonna say one more thing because I know we're getting ready to go, but when you talked about my emotional roller coaster, what people don't understand is that when you do commit your life to serving your country, and you find out that it's corrupt to its core, that there's a reason why we cannot fix everything, that's why whether it was the drug war on drugs or immigration or anything else, we always had our hands tied behind our backs, and nothing ever worked, and never took root. And then you find out that it's all by intent, and you go through an emotional process that I equate to the 7 stages of grief. Basically,
It really is.
your idea of reality as you knew it is dead, and you go through the whole. I don't even know what the 7 stages are, but I know there's denial, and there's anger, and there's at the end there's acceptance,
bargaining, and yep.
Yeah, I'm
This is
somewhat.
exactly what I had to deal with when I found out what didn't happen on 9/11.
Yeah, exactly. So, here we are, I'm 2025, and, my training says that, insurrection is what it's going to take. The problem is I also know what toll that will take on American society. We are living in a just-in-time supply chain. One little hiccup, and it's a 3-day, 3 days of stuff to the shelves is gone in no time flat. We saw that with the COVID lockdowns, of all things, toilet paper, but then eggs, then whatever. They're already creating food shortages in chickens and eggs and cows and whatever with their diseases. But it I got into podcasting not because I seek fame or notoriety. If anything, I just want to be left alone. I'm one of those guys. I just want to be left alone. But I also know that if in order to take back this country, we need to wake up as many people as we can. Because even during the Obama administration, when we had 3%ers willing to step up and fight the government, the problem is, even if that 3% took over, was successful in toppling the government, and they had control, the problem is they would then be fighting the other 97% that didn't know what the hell was going on.
Right.
Yep.
That's the problem that we have here in the modern era. It's not like during the Revolutionary War, everybody else was, incommunicado. They had no idea what the hell was going on. In the information age, they can put around all kinds of different or disinformation, because the federal government is middle management at best. We're controlled by global oligarchs that have such broad reach. Even John F. Kennedy tried to warn us about it.
Yep.
People just need to accept that our government is not a legitimate government. That it is not for the American people. It is there to destroy us from within. It's already been, it's the cake has already been baked. The fix is in. The government is not working for you. It is against you. And the thing is, if you pick apart 9/11, the Boston bombing, the COVID,
Sandy Hook.
Yeah, you just pick apart any of these false flags, and you will begin to realize there's a reason why Brzezinski said outright that we cannot allow the people to understand what's going on, because, and this was about the financial system. You can't allow the people to understand how the financial system works, because it basically we won't be able to fund our works. So that's how, when Doge went in, started picking apart budgets, that was basically turning on the spotlight on high and airing out all the dirty laundry. All of a sudden, the roaches started scurrying, and that's exactly what we need to do. If Trump is not successful in routing out the deep state, we're going to have a hard decision to make, because then we are going to have to take kinetic action. We have no choice.
But I think that there is working.
Guys,
at the end game.
Guys, I got to wrap the show. I'm running over. So sorry about that, but we can continue it in the after show. Folks, thank you for listening to the Vison's Vault. Vicky, Jason, Rafi, Mike, Roger. I love you guys. Thank you for joining. Normally, I give you time to give your out, but we don't have the time. We will talk to everybody next week. In the interim, hang in there, guys. Trust me, help is on the way. We're out for the evening.
Good night, John Boy. Night, Mary Ellen.
All right.
Oh,
All right,
Thank you.
folks.
Thank
it was
you.
nice
Thank you.
meeting everybody.
Same here.
Raphael, everyone
Yeah, it's
else,
great. Thank you.
take care.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Wobbly, glad
All right,
you
guys.
could come in tonight. Appreciate
Thank you for
it.
your service.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
Yep.
I wish you had been more verbal. I feel bad.
Yeah.
We kind of go off on subjects, and it's like we're all very invested in our subject matter, unfortunately.
Oh,
But
feel free to clip any of this out and use it for your shows as well. You know, even the first show.
Indeed, same here.
All right.
And like I said, it's one of the things where, I don't think any of us are afraid to hit topics head on because we're tired of people being afraid to talk about things. We're tired of, that's how we got in this mess to begin with.
Indeed.
Nobody wanted to talk about things. And it's like, you'd be considered a traitor to the country. You'd be considered this, you'd be considered that. Well, yeah, now look where we are. Now, if you somehow got labeled a traitor or a terrorist by attending an event that a seated president called you to.
Well,
it's amazing how screwed up things have gotten.
Well, you got to remember too.
That's not really wobbly space, is it?
Okay. In the after show, I want to hear about that. So that
Yeah.
But anyways, Wobbly, we really appreciate you coming in tonight, and yeah, and if you can come into the after show once I take and switch us over, we'll be good to go on that as well.
When you switch over, though, this closes. So
I'm
he'll call you.
gonna close down a few platforms. We're off on the radio side. We've been off when she closed out. So hold on here. Let me get over here. Thank you everybody over there on YouTube and let's see here. Facebook. Appreciate you over there. We'll catch up with you another time. Twitch, we're gonna close Twitch out too, and a Telegram, we're gonna be gone from there as well once I take and get this switched off. 1, 2, 3.
Who are all these people?
4.
Oh, I know Antonio. I know.
And I appreciate each and every one of you on the kick. Uh-oh, there it is. All right, welcome to the after show, folks. Let me get everybody in here. Oh, that's the wrong after show. Oops. I will get this going here in just a second. Hold on. Legion of Chaos. And I'll get everybody to join that in just a second. I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of a time because I was running around doing trying to get everything up and moving and rolling. Let me get the link. Join now. 1, 2, 3. Get wobbly in here in just a second. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
I'm trying to get wobbly in with us and everybody else.
Innovation of mine. This way, your car will be waiting when you're finished.
We'll be waiting for your pension. What is that? Car will be waiting for your pension. Mark Edworthy would have really. I think his head would have exploded in that last episode.
Probably. Let me get Jason in here now too. Uh-oh.
Can't wait to see the day Mark's head explodes.
I had that experience.
I don't know why.
yesterday.
Let me get. Here we go, Nancy. Get Nancy in here.
I'm gonna mute
and
out.
Jason. And
I had that experience yesterday that now I really haven't been able to go back to church, and I haven't, other than, to ask friends to not take the jab and to have, emergency supplies and things. I can't say what I know because it is so disruptive, and it is so.
Yeah, hold on.
And they don't believe me.
I'm getting DK. DK wants to join. I'm trying.
Well, that's gonna be fun.
I hope he isn't lit. Anyways.
Yeah, you've got COVID right now, don't you, Vicky?
Where I'm just getting over it. I've had it for the last. That's why it wasn't.
This your first time?
No, it was actually the second time, and it wasn't as bad, but it takes a long time to get over. I mean, and it could be because I have other health problems, but yeah.
I had it twice too, and I said the same thing. The second time isn't as bad as the first time, but it still has that like you want to crawl out of your skin kind of feeling. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Especially, did you have trouble breathing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Well, not like to the extent that a lot of people have told me, but I've always had a habit of using ibuprofen and Benadryl. And I learned that from an old EMT back in the day. She said that a lot of people freaking don't realize that if you use ibuprofen to help break down like all the buildup in your lungs, and you use Benadryl to freaking dry out freaking the infection that's causing up in your head, it'll clear up a lot of that. So I started doing it, and even when I had COVID, especially when I had COVID, it didn't seem to affect me when it comes to my congestion as bad because of it.
Hey DK, are you there?
Yeah, man.
All right.
Yeah, I'm in. Yeah. No, I'm good. Yeah, man.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm trying to get.
Is MC not coming back?
I'm trying to get him back in. It keeps bouncing him out.
Who started the show?
I did.
Oh, then it should be okay. That's weird.
Yeah.
Is he still on one of the other ones?
He might be.
Yeah, you've got to leave whichever one you're on, MC.
Yeah, not leave, just quit. Exit out.
Yeah. Hang up,
MC,
whatever.
MC Dirty Work. Jason Quigley. Quigley Down Under, dude. That was a cool freaking movie.
Yeah.
You guys ever watch that?
Yeah. I'm trying to get Nancy back in too because I thought she was going to continue on a little bit.
I thought so too.
Yeah, same, actually.
You want me
she
to
had a lot to say
her?
tonight. It was quite interesting.
Yeah, it was good. And I don't know, I was trying to say that I had the experience of the frustration of, we know what we know, but we can't say it because the people aren't ready. All we can do is say, hey, the people, the mission, is made to protect every man, woman, and child. So just don't get upset, don't freak or anything like that.
Roger, if you see MC, if you're out there listening, and Wobbly too, click that last link that I put in the chat over on. I put it in your Telegram. Let me send the next link over to Wobbly and. Here we go.
Yeah, I think it's just the problem that people forget to leave the one that they're on.
Yeah.
And then they can't get on to the next one. He says he's waiting for someone to let me in.
Yeah, let him in.
Yeah, I don't know who.
There he is.
Doesn't matter. That's Jason.
He's in.
Is it Wobbly?
There you go.
Yeah, Wobbly.
Wobbly, welcome back. Welcome back.
No, MC's saying that as well. He says he needs someone to let him in.
I don't see a notice here, but let him in if you can, if you see it.
I don't have it on my screen. That's why I was asking who started it.
Yeah.
Because I have had it pop up once before, and it said like I had to let someone in, and you hadn't noticed it. But this time it's not even on my screen.
Yeah, it's very odd tonight. Maybe they're like
Can you send him the link on Telegram?
Yeah, I sent him the link on Telegram.
Yeah, I don't want to post it in D Live.
No, don't.
That would be a bit silly.
Yeah, because you can't delete it there.
No, because I'm not a mod. My spear account is.
There he is. He's here. He's here.
Hey, Jason, welcome in. Welcome in. I guess it had to time out or something. There we go.
Yeah, no, that was me, man. DK was totally. Hey, I had to leave the other one. I hadn't left the other one, so that was my bad. Getting it though. Thanks, DK.
No, sweet as man. It's generally that. I've noticed it happen on here before. People are still on the last channel thing because he changes every hour, and they're still on the last one. And if they don't leave it, they can't get on to the next one.
Yeah. Well, we are back and we're streaming, and now I'm starting to get ready to, as you guys talk around, to do some editing while you guys talk. So that's good. So what did you guys think about the stream tonight, and what are we going to be doing?
The stream was good, but I wanted to add something to the Jan 6 thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I was fully into that back when it happened as well. And I had lots of footage, which has, of course, been deleted everywhere. But I had Antifa going into the bushes and changing into MAGA clothing.
Yep, I remember that video. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see? Yeah, I had that saved for a while. Yeah, that got deleted off me. Anything that's actually important or relevant gets deleted, just so you know.
Yeah. I just couldn't believe that the general public believed the insurrection story. I know that that's what MSM put out, but, I mean, seriously? I don't know where they got that from. Especially when you had those videos of those people changing into MAGA clothes.
Yeah, but see, not everyone saw that. You only found out if you were looking for it. That didn't get put onto mainstream media.
No.
No one realized that they were doing it on purpose, and they were infiltrating it, and they were the ones who did most of the things wrong, and it got used against everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
I actually did an interview on Rumble, I know, probably, close to 6 months ago now, with the most recently accused of insurrection on the 6th. Damn it, I need to go look up his name. I should have done that while I was waiting to get on here. I believe it was Luke someone. He's the most recently accused. He was only accused in August last year. The Feds turned up at his house and asked him to be a witness and testify to what he saw. He said no. So several months later, they turn up with warrants arresting him, saying he assaulted cops.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I interviewed him earlier this year, the most recently accused of Jan 6 crimes.
Well, the problem is that DC